Just so you know. I'll let you know. I'll give you the signal. I can't hear you. Can't hear you, Ethan. Streaming table, yeah.
We should wait. We're live already. He said we should be live.
Are we live?
We might be live.
We're live. We're living. We're here. Everybody, welcome back to the Calling Indianapolis Day 2. And that was the Calling Indianapolis. Thank you guys so much. That was Day 2. We'll see you later. No.
Very exciting day we had.
Yeah, guys, we do not have a lot of time. These players are shuffling up. They are sideboarding. Our feature match is ready, rocking and rolling, and locked and loaded and ready to go. I just want to give you guys a little. Pankaj, first, how you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm pretty good. I'm excited to watch some Flesh and Blood.
Yep. And let's talk about the players that made Day 2. The notable players, I guess. The names we're all familiar with.
All players are notable, but players perhaps you've heard before. You know them.
All these players made Day 2, so they're freaking awesome.
The first to the top 10, we do have some of the hero breakdowns. The rank 1 coming into the day was Matt Coles on Briar. Then at rank 2, we had Michael Hamilton on Iyslander.
That's shocking.
I know, it was pretty, it's very surprising there.
Who could have seen that coming?
Charles Dunn, they didn't have the hero recorded for him, but then we have Shane Ginter on Lexi, Dave Lynn on Dash.
That's a 7-0 Lexi.
Let's go, baby.
Undefeated Lexi from day 1.
Let's go. Then we had Yanji Yang. We also, their hero wasn't recorded, but then Timothy Long on Oldhim, Tarek Patel on Briar, Vladimir Deval on Iyslander, and Isaac Kroot, the Terminator, on Briar. And yes, so Day 2, there were 105 players that qualified for Day 2. They are right over there about to play. Tell us a little bit, though, about the feature match, because they're getting ready to play. We got to jump in.
So we've got Briar, but a very interesting Briar. Dagon White is piloting a Briar very similar to the Briar that Nathan piloted in the Goliath Gauntlet series, which is a Reaping Blade Briar. No Rosetta Thorn, no Chalmont Heroic in this list at all either. He's got a very interesting game plan, and he's into an Oldhim, so I did manage to get the chance to speak to him a little before this match. And his plan into every Ice hero, including Oldhim, is to fatigue them. So we are in for probably a bit of a grind, but a spicy one.
Absolutely, and then we're getting the name over there for the Oldhim opponent. His name is Girod Balangan. And he is on Oldhim. So we did see a Briar and Oldhim match that ended up going to fatigue.
Yeah, we did.
Do you think we're going to see that today, here? I
think so, because that is Dagon White's plan.
But
this time, the Briar is starting out with the plan to fatigue the Oldhim opponent. Now the question is this Oldhim also trying to fatigue this Briar?
Mm-hmm.
Or are they on the more tempo-aggressive Oldhims that we have seen some people pivot to ever since the prominence of Dash and Iyslander, who you can't just turtle up against?
Mm-hmm. We have today 5 rounds of Classic Constructed, followed by a cut to top 8. We have an incredible, enormous day of Flesh and Blood ahead of us. We have worked out on some of the kinks on our end. We have some backup plans in case some of those kinks come back around, so we are feeling ready to go. Pretty soon the players are going to be jumping into the game. I think if we're all feeling good to go. And then we do have, we have a cable on the way to fix the other face cam and the hand cam to make sure we get as much information out to you guys. But for now, we're streaming the Calling Indianapolis. We're feeling good. I would say we're caffeinated, but we're not.
No.
we had to get here and set all this stuff up. So if eventually you just hear us stop talking and go silent,
it's because we're asleep.
Yeah.
So 8 exciting rounds today. Remember, this is Day 2. Now that means the rules integrity has been upped. Yesterday we were playing at the competitive REL, and today we're playing at professional REL. This means we're expected to see a higher level of play from these players today, and for any infractions that might happen, the penalties are harsher.
Mm-hmm. So do you want to walk me through, if you have a sense of really quick, as we begin the game with a Titan's Fist coming out from the Oldhim player here, just walk me through a little bit of the difference between competitive and professional.
Right, so in short, it really is just about the penalties that get offered for similar infractions. So for example, one infraction at the competitive REL might give you, say, a caution or maybe an IP2, but that same infraction at professional REL, the punishment would be stricter.
Absolutely, absolutely. All right, well, let's just, looking down at the game here, we have Dagon on this Briar list. He put the counter on his tunic, but what is that weapon he's got over there on the left-hand side of his hero?
It's a Reaping Blade. So Reaping Blade says that while a hero has higher life than the other, that hero cannot gain life.
Which is going to be helpful if you're expecting to be fatigued, you're expecting to see some blessings of patience, some Sigil of Solaces that we saw yesterday. that Reaping Blade is going to do a good job of putting a stop to that nonsense.
For sure. So far, looking at G-Rod's list, I get the hunch that he's not on that all-out fatigue plan. I don't think... Like, we've been seeing... I see a Pummel in his hand. I see a Channel League Frigid as well, so...
And to be fair, we did see a Pummel out of the Oldhim player yesterday.
Yep.
And these heroes, or these players right now, are both X2, so they're both live for top 8, but these first rounds, as we know, are very, very important. So we wanted to show, we're going to get some of these players as the top 8 comes around. We're going to be seeing the undefeateds and the X1s. We wanted to show at the beginning of the stream some people that are playing through some really meaningful rounds of Flesh and Blood at the very beginning of the day. The way that the tournament is set up, these first rounds can matter an enormous amount as they progress through their tournament.
For sure. X2 starting the day means that if they win out, they have a chance to to get to be in the top 8. So these players are playing for their lives here.
Yeah. So we have this Command and Conquer now coming out from G-Rod. The Crown of Providence is an available block for Dagon, which would allow him to tuck that card in the arsenal out of the way and basically nullify the text on the Command and Conquer. We did see him throw the E-Strike with the Go again. How important is it for these players that might be trying to fatigue or might be trying to take a deck long to still throw attack actions and still put pressure on the opponent?
So 2 things there. The first thing is that the amount of cards the opponent uses to block your attack. For example, if you E-Strike and they use 2 cards to block, you are now 1 card above them. The other thing for Briar specifically is the embodiment of Earth. Now, because of that, this Sift is blocking 4. And with this Pummel, Dagon White has the Oasis Respite as an answer. One of the few answers to CNC Pummel, because remember, you can't use defense reactions against him, and that's why we see Dagon White pitching that Sink Below instead of using it there. And yeah, so coming back to the attack actions, the main thing Dagon wants is embodiments. Every single blue non-attack in his deck blocks 3. We saw Sift. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Force of Nature being pitched. Probably Pulse of Candlehold is in there as well. All these block 3 with the embodiment, they block 4, and that is key to Dagon White fatiguing these sort of heroes.
Yeah, I mean, when you turn your 3 blocks into Sink Belows and Fate Foreseens, you turn 6 copies of those cards into 15 to 20. It can be pretty tough for any deck to break through that defensive line.
Definitely. And here's another tech piece Dagon has to fatigue these opponents. Red Evergreen coming from Arsenal. This means that when this Evergreen leaves the combat chain, it goes back to the bottom of the deck, just again for Dagon to recycle. This is a little bit different than what we saw from Nathan yesterday. We saw Rise of Replenishment as his recursion piece, but today we see Dagon White on the other recursion piece that these Earth heroes have access to in that Evergreen.
Absolutely, and with it coming in at that 7 breakpoint, even though the Oldhim blocked with 2 cards there, he still was able to connect, it hit, and it went right to the bottom of his deck.
And it gives him that embodiment. That lets him block this Titan's Fist with just 1 card.
Yeah.
As we said, all his blue non-attacks block 3. That come to fight blocked 4. Sorry, yeah, blocks 4 with the embodiment.
Come to fight, more like come to block, am I right? Yep. Let's take a look at the equipment over there on the Oldhim side. One thing that's of note, we do have access to some instant speed damage prevention in the Crown of Seeds, but other than that, there's no Null Rune over there on the Oldhim side.
Yeah, and that also tells us what G-Rod's plan is into this matchup. He is not trying to block out the Briar. He wants to big bonk them to death.
Big bonk. But as it stands, we've seen much more aggression coming out from Dagon here. And as you say, perhaps he's trying to take the cards out of G-Rod's deck and put him at that card advantage position. But at the way it stands right now, G-Rod's at the bit of the life deficit as Dagon's been kind of free to move forward at his will.
True, and cards like Barraging Brawnhide, which say you want to block this with 2 cards, that just feeds right into Dagon's plan. We talked about this. If he sends 1 attack action card and G-Rod needs to block with 2, Dagon's really happy to see that. And it also comes at that breakpoint.
Yeah.
For that embodiment.
Absolutely. We can't see it on the... you can just barely see it poking out of the camera on Dagon. No, I actually don't even think you can, but he's wearing a pretty insane wrestling-style belt all these last couple days. It's like a fab belt. It's gorgeous. It's red and gold. I don't know. Maybe he got it at the Dev Challenge at Worlds. This man is... before this tournament, it was ranked 3 in the world ELO.
So something weird happened there. Dagon blocked with a Sigil of Suffering, and G-Rod activated Tunic, presumably to block the Arcane, but he doesn't have Null Rune. I think we should pause. Yes. We're going to try and get the players to pause from that interaction, because that was a bit of a rules error, and we'll see if the judge can walk this back. So we're just getting someone over there to tell the players to pause for a little, before the players get too far ahead in this turn.
Is that in this kind of situation, is it on the players to kind of moderate, or should they? Do you expect the judges to be kind of always walking around, or do you think it's more on the players to be kind of watching for those little interactions, even from their opponent?
So there's too many games going on for a judge to be at each table. So even if judges are walking around, they won't be able to catch every single infraction that might happen. So for games like this in the Swiss, the players do need to call a judge if they spot something like this, or if there's an observer around, or like us, we should be calling a judge at this moment. Now, because the play has moved a little forward, this could potentially be a games rules violation against both players, because both of them did miss that G-Rod does not have any null rune. So let's see what the judge, what call the judge makes here. And kind of ironic, because we did start the stream talking about the competitive versus professional REL here. So, at the first game on stream today, we're going to see the difference.
All right, well, we've got one of the head judges over there to see how the players want to proceed.
Yep, that is Amanda, the head judge. She has been the head judge at quite a few events, so she's definitely experienced and knows what would be the best way to move forward in this such a situation.
Looks like they're just good to go. Maybe I think G-Rod might have just taken that point of life.
Yeah, I think the life went back, but the life went back. Dagon went back up to 40 because that E-Strike wouldn't have leaked any damage, and G-Rod did take the 1 damage. So again, very easy fix there. And coming back to the game, we see Dagon White pitching 2 reds and using Tunic to fire off that fighting spirit. So a bit of an awkward hand there pitch-wise, but as you said, he has a life lead, and I'm curious to see what the card lead is. Now, very importantly, while Dagon White is getting 2 cards from the opponent for every attack action, G-Rod is getting 1 card back with the Sinus Fist without losing a card from his deck. So card economy-wise, it does seem that both players are staying equal somewhat. So, okay. And we do have an update on the judge call there. It was a games rules violation just for the Oldhim player in that state, in that situation.
All right. And what does that mean on a games rule violation? Is that more of a warning situation? Because I'm not sure I saw any IP penalty or anything like that.
Yeah, it is just a warning for now, but they have noted that this player has made a games rules violation, and if they make another one this tournament, the punishment will probably be more severe.
Gotcha. Well, I think it was most likely just a force of habit on a player that's seen a lot of force in natures. You know what I'm saying?
Honestly, I wonder whether that Iron Rod Brutes was actually maybe a potential mistake from G-Rod, because when you're against a room player, you typically want a piece of null rune. So I'm not sure whether that was an accidental misplacing of the equipment, or whether his game plan is just, I just want to hit you as hard as I can. I don't care about blocking null rune. These current seeds is enough. These
players are such high-quality players to make it to day 2. You want to give them the benefit of the doubt on these decision points. So it's interesting to see how they want to proceed. He also perhaps could have done some scouting. Perhaps he knows what Dagon White's plan is. I mean, these players do walk around the top tables. It's why we do open deck lists for these tournaments for the top 8, because there are players that have somewhat of an incremental advantage if they have teammates going out and scouting the top tables. If they themselves finish a game early and go look around, that could be an advantage that one player would have over another. I think that's, from what I understand, why a lot of these events have the open deck list at the top 8. So perhaps G-Rod kind of knew what Dagon was trying to do coming into this and didn't find that null rune piece to be as important, knowing that he wasn't going to be facing as much arcane damage as he was going to be just trying to not lose all his cards.
For sure, and Dagon White did also tweet out, I believe yesterday, that he never resolved a single channel mount heroic throughout the course of the day, so maybe G-Rod saw that and also got a bit of a hint.
Yeah.
And I love the card that Dagon just used to block, the Oath of the R10. That's a card we have not seen in CC since Viscerai was very prominent. And again, that's just another non-attack that blocks 3, goes up to 4 with the embodiment.
So at this point in the game, we've been playing for just about 10 minutes here. It's 32-37 in favor of the Briar. He's going to go ahead and make a rune chant, pitching the blue Vexing Malice. A Cryptic Crossing being pitched as well to come in with the CNC with the 1 floating.
Back?
All right. Finicky internet, but I think we should be still rocking and rolling over here. That Rampart of the Ram's Head is going to be used in concert with the Crown of Seeds to make the defense, the arsenal destruction not as relevant. Block some damage here. Embodiment is going to be created. I think he probably just needs to adjust his life on the counter as he goes to do so right now, hopefully. Whoa.
See a Pulverize coming off the tuning counter. Now, Pulverize is really good when we're talking about card economy, because Pulverize basically says Dagon needs to block with his whole hand, because even if he keeps one card and he gets hit by this Pulverize, that one card isn't going to do anything, because if he sends it to attack, even with the Reaping Blade, it's going to get that -4.
Yep.
So card economy wise, this is likely going to be one card for 4 cards from Dagon, unless he chooses to leak some and then maybe send a bigger attack than 4, but then that's a very bad tempo decision. So let's see how Dagon White chooses to deal with this.
It's interesting to see, because normally when we're valuing these attack actions like Pulverize, and we're valuing these arcane split damages that the Rune Blades can do, we're talking about it in forms of life advantage and in forms of trying to win the game by reducing your opponent to 0. But here, with assuming both of these decks are attempting to run the other one out of the game, these attacks are representing a different kind of game progression, right? They're taking cards, they're not taking life. But in this game, your cards might be your life.
I completely agree. The cards are the resource in this game versus the more life thing. Just as you correctly pointed out, that when we talk about the arcane split damage, we're talking about a more tempo game plan. We're talking about Pulverize or steals the tempo completely. But yeah, you're right. In here, we're talking about the cards. How many cards is being taken from both these players? Because it's unlikely you're going to see these life totals go too low until the decks are very small.
Indeed.
And then it just becomes a game of swinging weapons at each other.
The Oldhim's going to go ahead and block with that Winter's Grasp, and Ice React with the Channel Lake Frigid, which is going to keep Dagon off an arsenal here. We're going to see how he wants to kind of take advantage of that, and it looks as though the initial plan is just to come in with the Titan's Fist, which is going to be cleanly blocked once again by the Force of Nature. He didn't even need the block for it. There.
Yeah, because
just came in for 3.
Yeah, it was a pummel pitched. So one of the drawbacks of this new weapon that Oldhims have had to pivot to from the Winter's Whale ban. Man, Dagon just playing these tall, efficient attacks. This is giving me Wounded Bull Iyslander vibes.
Yeah, I mean,
Raging Onslaught.
Yeah, absolutely. It's interesting to see these players as the game progresses, as they get better and understand the kind of metrics of what they're doing even more, looking towards just what can I do with the least for the most? You know, and in this situation, when Dagon wants to be able to, when he's been forced to block, throw an efficient damaging card and keep a card for his arsenal, I mean, these cards are some of the best you can look for.
And I absolutely love that he chose to do this on Briar of all heroes, the hero we expect to just go, you know, maybe not quite mindless, but more like, all right, I'm just gonna say no blocks until my life is until I have no more life, and just hit you as hard as I can with Chalman Torek and my split damage.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that's why you can see these players piloting Briar at such a high level at these tournaments, is there's so much more nuance to these heroes than sometimes those of us in the big bonk category give it credit for.
Flesh and Blood is hard.
Flesh and Blood is hard, Michael Hamilton. And thank you for tuning in and helping us out with that.
I also do want to call out the Sigil of Suffering from Dagon White's from Dagon White's side, especially when the opponent is on 0 null rune. That is a 0 for 5.
Truly.
Which, efficiency-wise, is probably the best you can get. That's on E-Strike draw a card level.
Looks like he's going to pitch one of those evergreens, if I can make that out. A Sigil of Suffering and then the Autumn's Touch. So we were paying attention to the pitch stack paying a lot of attention to it in this similar game we watched yesterday. So it'll be interesting to see how and if those players are playing towards a specific game plan like Nathan Crawford was. He had 4 cards that he was going to use to win that game. And he told us yesterday that he knew his pitch deck so that when he drew up the Ravenous Rabble, he knew he had a red Weaver on top. He's like, oh, this is coming in for 4, no problem.
Yep.
So you have to assume these players are playing towards a game plan, but is it as specific as the Rites of Replenishment line? It's the same heroes on a similar kind of gameplay pattern, but things are shaping out entirely differently.
For sure, and I think it is as specific mostly because of that evergreen. Now, Nathan always needed the Rites of Replenishment with an Earth card to fuse. Dagon doesn't need any Earth card in hand to get the recursion, but he does need to get that evergreen in Arsenal, which means it can mess up the timing of it depending on where those evergreens are in his pitch stack.
Oh, because it's just played from Arsenal. It doesn't even have to hit.
Yes, but it needs to be played
Yeah.
from Arsenal. So you'll need a turn to set it up before you can do that. So to actually get a cycle of putting Evergreen into Arsenal back to back, you're going to need to have very few cards in deck for that.
We got Chokeslam coming in for 8. Crush Effect would have been active. However, This Oasis Respite's going to clean that up. Pitching another Oasis Respite, so keeping that around for later in the game in case the Oldhim has done similarly. We see a Tear Asunder being pitched, so there's a kind of counter pitch. That Tear Asunder goes to the bottom. That's a way to give an effect, dominate, take 2 cards out of the hand. Dagan says, well, I'm going to put an instant on the bottom of my deck for that Tear Asunder that will be able to clean up that dominated damage, because this is an instant. I'm not defending with a card in my hand. So you can really see these players said, oh, you're pitching Tear Asunder? Word. I'll pitch an Oasis Respite.
For sure, and the previous turn we saw him pitch that Sigil of Suffering as well. So in this case, Dagan's saying my threats in this deck aren't my attacks, they're my defense reactions and my stuff that prevents damage. So here you go, Sigil of Suffering to the bottom, Oasis Respite to the bottom as well.
So there's a chance for Briar to Living Legend a couple ways from Sunday here. She's got the classic Mount Heroic, she's got these Rites of Replenishment lines, she's got Reaping Blade. These players are trying their best. Is it out of love, or do they just want to see the Green Lady gone?
I think a lot of people want to see Briar gone, mostly because of Rosetta Thorn. I think that weapon has annoyed a lot of people, to say the least. Especially when Winter's Wail was banned, a lot of people were saying, wait, why didn't you also ban Rosetta Thorn? This weapon's also problematic.
Can't ban them all.
So, very interesting thing about the Tunic counter in this matchup. Now, both heroes have different ways to maximize the Tunic counter. On Dagan White, we saw this happen on the previous turn. He used his Tunic to send the Reaping Blade. Now, Oldhim does not have that luxury because his weapon comes in for 3. However, Oldhim has the luxury of using Tunic to activate Crown of Seeds. So, in that sense, both players are actually getting pretty much the maximum value that you can get from a Tunic, where Dagan White saying, my Tunic represents 3 damage every 3 turns. And Girod's saying, my Tunic represents 1 damage provision and an extra card every 3 turns.
So we're looking at Dagan White here versus Girod Belangan, and these decks are, we've been talking about this a bit throughout the day if you're just joining the stream. We had a Oldhim versus Briar game yesterday that did end up going to Fatigue, but it was a game plan that was switched into or sideboarded into by Nathan Crawford. Whereas Dagan here, he's bringing Reaping Blade into, I think, every matchup. He's playing these Raging Onslaughts. This deck is looking to take the game long and looking to run the opponent out of threats. And we've seen that pretty consistently from the Oldhim throughout the tournament. So, we don't know the heroes when we get the feature matches ready, but this is a very different way that same game plan is being actuated here.
The roles are reversed here. Dagan has come into this matchup saying, I'm going to fatigue this Oldhim, but Oldhim came into this matchup saying, I'm going to hit you. I'm going to hit you hard. From his list, we still haven't seen any of Sigils of Solace or Oasis Respites. We know that's not what Girod's plan is. Whereas yesterday, we had the Oldhim coming in saying, I'm going to fatigue you, Nathan, and Nathan said, I'm going to hit you hard. So it's very interesting to see the same heroes, but on roles that are completely different.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, it is Girod who has been taking more damage here than Dagan. Dagan is still finding a way to keep his life total high enough to play with, but presenting enough threats that Girod's not just coming and Oldhim has a tough time using 4 and 5 card hands, but we've seen pummels. That Glacial Footsteps has the potential to be fused and come in for a dominated 8 to 10, right? But he's been kept off of these 5 card hands and being able to use his resources as effectively as perhaps he could have been. So you can see Dagan clearly, even though this was, from what we can understand, somewhat of a newer, late addition to the arsenal, so to speak, after the results of these bans, Dagan clearly knowing his way around Flesh and Blood. I mean, he's number 3 constructed elo in the world for a reason, and he's doing a very good job of, look at that. Here we're remembering 3 pretty significant, efficient, overrate threats back into the pile there.
Yep, and those cards, as we talked about earlier, every time Dagan spends one of those cards on offense, Girod needs to use 2 cards from his deck to cover that up, and that's how Dagan plans to win that card economy that is so critical in this sort of game plan. And as these decks get to about half their size, we see Dagan come out with that first Remembrance. Now, I do suspect he runs 3 of them, so we're going to see a bit more of that here, Sam.
All right. Like the mad genius. I'm going to bring 3 remembrances.
And
I'll never see it coming.
And that means that if Girod isn't prepared and doesn't bring his own remembrances, Dagan is straight up 6 cards up on Girod. And given that we know that Girod came to this expecting an aggro game plan, I doubt he was running more than 60 to begin with, but I think Dagan probably was running more than 60 since he knew his plan was to fatigue.
And again, we don't know if Girod was able to kind of get some information over the course. I'm interested to see when and if Girod is going to be able to take a little bit of damage and present a little more of a threatening, dominated, or pummeled effect. Here we're going to see the Raz the Ancients coming in for 7 and go again. It looks as though he's going to have the pitch to follow that up with the Titan's Fist. But that's 11. I mean, that's That's even under what just like 4 head jabs are.
He might even pitch it just to play that CNC that we know he revealed from the Rouse the Ancients. And I think this is exactly what you're talking about, Sam. When is G-Rod going to take some damage to try and swing tempo and tell Dagan, all right, I know I'm going to lose the card economy battle in the long run since you have Evergreens and Remembrances. I'm just going to try and get there immediately. And I think this is one of those turns. Rouse the Ancients, a very critical card to do a game plan like that.
Yeah. But he does elect to just throw the Titan's Fist forward and keeping that CNC either for a future turn or critically just to have an arsenal for his Crown of Seeds there. So Dagan sitting at a comfortable 29 life, only taking 11, G-Rod taking 21 here. And again, we're moving into just about the halfway point of the game timer. And there's Remembrance. It's Remembrance number 2.
Remembrance number 2.
It's finally working. It's all coming together.
I think Dagan is running So Tomorrow's, the other Earth recursion piece, because I believe that all his non-attacks at blue need to block 3. That was a requirement for making this deck. So even though that has a recursion piece, he's not running those. At the same time, So Tomorrow as well, you are using a card to gain 1 card back, so you're not actually up in a net sense on the card economy. So I don't expect that card, but I think I do expect Pulse of Candlehold to be in there. It is a block 3, and it puts back 2 cards.
You've spoken a lot of this Pulse of Candlehold card.
Yep.
It feels like the white whale. we haven't seen it yet. You keep yearning for it.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if it isn't
I hope to see it.
Yeah.
I hope to see it for you, man.
Although he does run a lot of 3-cost attacks, so maybe he's saying that yellow isn't good enough, but
We'll see.
we'll see.
That Reaping Blade is going to get cleaned up by the Sink Blow, which is not, exactly what you want to be using a Sink Blow on, but in a funny way, G-Rod has had attacks to sink. These Wounding Blows are coming in for 7,
Yep, and again, we saw very efficient use of the Tunic over there.
And we have an attack coming in. We have a Tunic counter online and 1 floating in a card in Arsenal. Now, I think we know that's still the Command and Conquer, unless we were just talking over a turn cycle.
Yeah,
But
that is a CNC, which Dagan should know as well, because that was revealed from the Rouse the Ancients.
Absolutely, you're absolutely right, yeah. So even though this is threatening that pummel effect, both players are kind of blinking at each other like, yeah, I don't got it.
It is pretty face up there. So Dagan finally leaking some damage there. We saw him took damage after what's felt like a long while, and we see exactly why, because he wants to send this Evergreen, and this is 7 damage represented without losing a card from his deck, because this Evergreen came from Arsenal, and so it's just going to go straight back to the bottom after the combat chain closes. And on the flip side, we see the efficient use of Tunic on G-Rod's side. He used the Tunic to Crown of Seeds away the Arsenal, just as you pointed out. Instead of sending the CNC on the Rouse the Ancients turn, he chose to Arsenal it, and now he gets to use his Tunic efficiently.
And keep a CNC at the bottom of his deck that, while Dagan did see it, as you say, because he revealed it to the Rouse, that Crown of Seeds has this, hidden line of text. That is, put a card on the bottom of the deck, put a card on the bottom of the deck that my opponent does not know about. And allow me to set up a cycle that is not just from my pitch. So even though that is not the case here because of the Rouse the Ancients, that is a very relevant part of Crown of Seeds. You put these maybe red threats on the bottom of the deck that instead of being able to pitch an Oasis Respite to a Terra Sunder like we saw earlier, you can't counter pitch that. You can't respond to that when it's just hidden from you.
Very true. And another underrated part of Crown of Seeds is that it lets you Arsenal whatever you want. Now, these Guardian decks typically run a lot of blues that they don't really want to Arsenal. They're never happy to Arsenal blue disable, and sometimes Bravo can get into that bind where they're forced to Arsenal a blue card or just hold it and miss out on an extra card. But Oldhim with Crown of Seeds can just say, you know what, I can Arsenal whatever I want because it's not locked. I can just get rid of it whenever I want.
Absolutely. So that Choke Slam from the turn before was going to leak just about that 1 damage after the D-React there. This is going to be a Rune Chant, followed by a big Barraging Bighorn.
Barraging
Brawnhide.
Yes.
Too many barragings in this game. Bighorn, Beat Down, Brawnhide.
It does look like a Brute card, to be fair.
It does. Well, that's why I was like, hold on. And you can't tell me. I mean, is that even a card, Barraging Bighorn? There's a Bighorn.
It's something Bighorn.
There's big horns on this card.
These
all right?
Definitely absolute
You cannot
units.
tell me there's not big horns. I see 2 of them.
Yep. And again, this is forcing 2 cards from G-Rod if he wants to turn off the text, and that's exactly what Dagan wants. He's saying, give me 2 cards for my 1 card. We also saw how to find out pitch from Dagan there.
Which is not going to gain him any value here because he's doing the thing he wants to do, which is stay at a high enough life and stay at high enough deck total. It's not going to gain him 4 or 5 life like the Oldhim from yesterday.
Yep.
But we've got the Titan's Fist coming in. This is not a 3 block, so it's not going to be bumped up by the embodiment. So we are going to get a piece of damage leaked. So both players are nearing the middle of the road here. G-Rod's already gone down to 17.
And that card economy-wise, that turn cycle is actually a wash because Dagan used 1 card, got 2 cards from defense from G-Rod, and then G-Rod didn't use any card to send the Titan's Fist, and Dagon lost 1 card to block it. So card economy-wise, that was a bit of a wash. But remember, Dagon has the Remembrances, has these Evergreens.
Yeah, which is, I think, where he's going to make up that difference. Because we have seen G-Rod be much more able and willing to throw more. I mean, at the end of the day, it's actually only sometimes more than that Reaping Blade. But he has been more able and willing to use his cards to pitch to the Titan's Fist, keeping more cards into his deck. Dagon's been pitching cards to these attack actions that once he plays the attack actions, they go to the graveyard. But perhaps the Remembrances are the way that he brings them all back in.
Agreed. And very good point about the Winter's Wail only sometimes being more than the Reaping Blade.
Yeah, it's a Titan's Fist.
Yeah.
Ain't no Winter's Wail anymore.
Yeah, and it's just, it's exacerbated by the fact that Dagon can just use tuning to send a Reaping Blade, whereas G-Rod cannot. So I think it is going to come down to whether G-Rod can get more value from his tunic using it for Crown of Seeds.
So we saw the Findall's Fighting Spirit there only be blocked by 1 card. G-Rod going down to 13, which, 13 is not a healthy life total, so perhaps this is the moment where we see him try to do something that threatens Dagon a little more. And this Polar Blast, it's very different than an Iyslander. Most of the time, that's just drawing you card, making a Frostbite, and turning on your Waning Moon. Here, this is saying, may my attack have Dominate, and I'm going to draw a card. So it looks like Dagon said, yep, I'm going to pass priority on that, not pay for the cost, and so whatever comes out next here is going to have Dominate.
Yeah, he feels comfortable enough with his life lead to allow the Dominate to happen, and especially when he knows effects like Spinal Crush don't really matter to him. He's just sending 1 big attack. And coming back to G-Rod's life total at 13, I think if you were against a traditional Briar list, you'd be very scared being at 13, 1 Charmant heroic turn, and suddenly you're just out of the game. But against a list like Dagon and Whites, maybe G-Rod's saying, you know what, I'm actually still comfortable at 13, and that's a very key skill to have as a good Flesh and Blood player, is being dynamic and being able to adapt on the fly based on what your opponent's doing.
The Spinal Crush is coming in for 9, Dominated. So we're going to see, it looks like, see, Dagon's at 24. The only thing I've seen so far, really, that this is going to affect is he's not going to be able to make a Rune Chant on this turn.
Pretty much. He also runs instants like Remembrance. It's not affected by Go Again.
Yeah. So, in a funny way, we've got 2 heroes. I mean, in a normal game of Flesh and Blood, we'd be like, okay, 13 to 15, and perhaps at the end of all this, the talk of card economy, the talk of fatiguing. I mean, these players are taking damage to try to enact their game plan. If they take too much, we might see a situation where, Dagon has not brought in, an enormous amount of go again and turn. He has no Rosetta Thorn to turn on, but there is no Arcane Barrier over there from G-Rod. So if G-Rod goes low enough, Dagon can start pitching a blue, making a Rune Chant, and just chipping away. We haven't seen any life gain effects. We haven't seen any null runes. So all this talk of card economy, all this talk of fatigue, this might come down to just going to 0 and dying.
Just good old tempo, old-fashioned Flesh and Blood, just as James White intended.
I mean, look at this. We got a pummel coming in off this Findall's Fighting Spirit. You've seen Dagon playing this he almost a little laugh there from him, as this is not quite what we have maybe been expecting from what we've heard from Dagon personally and what we've been seeing from the way the game plan has been played.
It is very rare for Briar to be hit by Spinal Crush and still being able to represent 11 damage and an on-hit discard.
It's true. Pummel from Briar.
Mm-hmm.
I can't say I expected it.
I wish it was on the Cryptic Crossing, but all right, maybe later on.
Yeah,
they have been being pitched back into the deck, so.
G-Rod just leaking the 1 there, it appears, which was still going to cause the discard effect.
Yeah, he used the Earth React there and had 1 card remaining and then had to discard that. And tempo completely on Dagon's side right now, but as we talked about, tempo in a matchup like this, we'll see if it's going to be relevant.
A little more nebulous, yeah.
Again, Dagon showing us the way he pitches. He's pitching 2 reds and a blue for this attack that comes in for 3, opting not to arsenal that Evergreen.
I mean, he keeps the Evergreen later in the, if that's going to come around in this second cycle, he can play it then.
Yeah, that's a very curious decision because he could have just, pitched the CNC and the blue to send this and then arsenal a red Evergreen and, do that recursion piece on the next turn already. So I'm very interested to know why he made that decision.
Yeah,
I mean, obviously, he's played his deck a lot more. He knows what he's doing. And we're back to the turn cycles. It seems to be a bit of a wash on both sides. Just Dagon saying, here's a big 7 attack, give me 2 cards. And Jared saying, here's my fist, give me 1 card back. And now we're back to neither of us lost life, neither of us we both lost 2 cards each.
This E-Strike's going to be coming in representing 7 damage and an Arsenal on the back end. Let's see how G-Rod wants to block here. Do you think Dagan feels motivated by the discerning stare of James White as he plays Flesh and Blood?
Of James White? Oh, on the sleeve, I just noticed.
Just ship it.
You got a soundboard coming in for you guys every now and again.
Oh, for sure. That is motivating.
Yeah, I mean, I would ship Dagan White and James White. I mean, they have the same last name. Father and son.
They're practically related. That's the way last
Maybe
names
that's
work,
part
right?
of why. Maybe that's part of why he has him on the sleeve. It just feels like,
Gotta pay
Father,
homage.
I will do you proud. 3 remembrances. This is how you intended it, did you not?
So, thinking
Every
about it,
card counts. I'm sorry.
thinking about it further, I think perhaps why Dagan chose to pitch that Evergreen instead of playing an Arsenal there, despite him having the option to, is to play around that Ice React. Because if that Evergreen is the last card in his hand and it gets Ice Reacted to the top, that is not a fun place to be in. Because if Jira is able to force a block out of Dagan White, he does not want to lose that Evergreen.
Indeed. So we've got the CNC coming in, 2 cards in hand. So if one of those is a pummel, or if the Arsenal card is a pummel,
Yep.
I should say.
Definitely trying. Dagan does still have the Crown Providence. Very disciplined use on the Crown Providence. You know, he faced the CNC earlier. We saw him face that Spinal Crush and just say no blocks. Keeping his Crown Providence for when he knows it's going to be relevant.
Yeah, and he did check the graveyard and I think was potentially looking for either threats or pummels and seeing what has or has not been used here. But again, G-Rot's gone down to 8. That barraging came in and dealt some damage. Dealt 4 damage.
So that probably gave Dagan some information as well. If the Oldhim takes extra damage and then opens up with a CNC with an extra card in hand, you have to suspect the pummel. But Girard, of course, could also just be doing mind games against Dagan White here.
And he is going to go ahead and cash in the Crown of Providence and that 4 block for a total of 6. Just in case it is a pummel, it's only going to represent a discard and damage. It's not going to represent the destruction of that Arsenal card.
Yep. No Oasis Respite this time for Dagan White, so this pummel effect will go through.
See how he wants to handle it.
Although we do know there's still Oasis Respites left in the deck, at least one more.
We'll see it when we see that. Oh, his stack is all messed up from the remembrances.
Yep.
So that cool counter pitch line, actually,
I know.
he has the remembrances.
Yeah.
Dang. It was so cool.
Yeah, it was really good. He messed up his own counterpitch stack. Alright, so CNC did hit, and
James White is back. Home.
and Dagan discarded this round's on me. Again, another blue block 3. I love this. Also, Looming Doom. You just know that card is never going to be played in a match like this. At most, rune chance he'll have at the end of his turn is 1, maybe 2, if he pitches on one turn, next turn just pitches a blue to make another one.
Hey,
so this Looming Doom is just a blue block 3. That's
you
it.
make a rune chant, you play Looming Doom. You've turned that 1 point of arcane damage into 2 points of arcane damage.
Wow.
To me, that sounds like value.
3 resources and a card for 1 extra damage.
Yeah.
Massive value.
And thank you, Hunter, in the chat. We love you and we see you.
We see Dagan White with the red Autumn's Touch here. I love this tall Briar, honestly. I've been looking for a way to really play these tall Earth cards because the flavor around them is honestly really cool. But it's so hard when Chalmont Heroic is right there and just says, you know what, you get like plus 12 or plus 15 if your turn goes, wide enough.
And for tall Briars that we've seen in the past, we have seen no Weavers. We haven't seen any of those pump effects. These are just like tall single card attacks and with 1 pummel that we've seen so far. So
yep.
Briars have been taller before. And we're going to see the block there from the boots. Maybe G-Rod kind of knew what Dagan was planning to do here, and that's part of why he didn't bring in the Null Rune boots.
Yeah, I think he's recognized at this point that he will lose this card economy game. He's not beating 3 Remembrances and what looks like 3 red Evergreens from Dagan White. So he's saying, look, my only out is if I hit you hard enough. And maybe run you out of a D-React, maybe eventually ground you out my weapon, but at this rate, I'm losing. And so if I have a chance to take this Rouse the Ancient's turn, I have to take it.
Definitely. And again, like you're seeing here, we're seeing a couple of blues that either of them would not be your favorite Arsenal targets, but with the Crown of Seeds, you're able to filter it away and find something else you want on your turn. So this is going to be coming in for 4 here.
And we see the Looming Doom being used to block for 4 with that embodiment. Exactly what it's meant for in this deck. And we talked about the pump effects like Weave Earths and Earthbound Surges. Those block too. So they don't make the cut for Dagon White's list.
Not for big Dagon.
And here we see the Tunic efficiency on the Oldhim side. He arsenaled a bad blue that he doesn't actually ever want to play. But he's got Tunic up and Crown of Seeds. Just uses it, gets that free card and a free damage prevention.
And here's the thing. At this point, Dagon has really identified he's got 2 ways to win here. He's got the card advantage with the Remembrances. He's keeping blues in his deck to pay for them. And G-Rod's at 4. He's got no... Oh, he's already used the Crown of Seeds with the Tunic. So he's got more cards to work with here. Looking to maybe only leak the 1.
Well, with the Crown of Seeds, and if he puts 2-3 blocks in front of it, he wouldn't leak anything.
Yeah, indeed.
But this is just the value of the embodiments of Earth slowly racking up over the course of the game. We actually should have kept a counter for how much those embodiments actually block. A lot of times the other classic Briar lists, they look at the line of text on Briar that says create an embodiment of lightning. But Dagon's saying, I'm going to look at the other line of text, the one that says embodiment of Earth, and get as much value out of that as I can. And we really see that happening. And this life lead comes down to that a lot. We've seen G-Rod struggling with those breakpoints, those 7 breakpoints. But Dagon's saying, nah, here's my Looming Doom that blocks 4, and then here's a 3-block attack. Oh, your Titan's Fist coming in for 4. Here's my 1 3-block non-attack that's actually blocking for 4.
Yeah. More copies of Sync Belows feel good when you're trying to block.
Definitely.
How impactful do you see this channel Lake Frigid being? Because we've talked about Dagon. There's a couple things I can think about. Dagon has not chained a lot of actions together, but in a similar way to the Bulllander list that you kind of invoked earlier, a lot of his things that he likes to do are exactly on rate. So something like a channel Lake Frigid might go kind of a long way to impacting what he's trying to do.
I definitely agree with that. I think when you pitch 2 cards to come in for 7, that feels terrible. But when you... Yeah, but when you pitch 1 card for 7, yeah, that feels good. But so I think this channel will slow Dagon down a little and help with those breakpoints that G-Rod has been struggling with, particularly on a turn like this when he does not have an arsenal.
And it looked like they worked something out there because after the Titan's Fist was... Or had he popped the Tunic before the channel Lake Frigid?
Yeah, so he used Tunic in response to channel so that he could use the sync. Yep, so we see Dagon forced to give up an arsenal because he needs to pitch an extra for this Runic Reclamation, exactly how you pointed out.
Yeah, I like that.
Channel Lake Frigid. So this Runic Reclamation, while typically not representing much against most Oldhims, while the Oldhim is a Channel Lake Frigid, this actually has the on-hit to destroy the channel. Now let's see whether G-Rod particularly cares about that. I don't see enough ice cards for him to keep it anyway, and since this Briar's turn's already done, this Channel Lake Frigid isn't going to disrupt anymore unless it's for a defense reaction on G-Rod's turn, so I'm not sure whether he cares too much whether this hits or not, but he cares about the damage more than the hit effect, and I think.
He blocks with 1 card here. That's lights out, unless he has the Earth React to clean up some more of that damage. It's very interesting to see the way that these players do pivot in Flesh and Blood and the way the game plans can change, because we heard from Dagon specifically what he likes to do in this matchup and what he's aiming to do in this matchup. We know what Nathan Crawford was trying to do when he put all those Channel Mount Heroics in his list and know what his normal game plan is, but when they, in the rhythm and the ebb and flow of a game of Flesh and Blood, things change. You see what your opponent's trying to do, you see these opportunities in front of you, and Dagon is, again, he's still playing towards his outs of the card advantage engine that he's kind of got running, but he also just is absolutely recognizing the position he's put G-Rod in of potentially just losing the game to damage.
Mm-hmm. I'm just going to outvalue with embodiments and these breakpoints. So G-Rod did block out the Runic Reclamation, so the other on-hit of the Runic Reclamation had it gone through was create an additional rune chant for Dagon. Now, that would just represent like 1 extra damage, but when G-Rod's at 4, that 1 extra damage is going to be relevant, especially when he doesn't have the Arcane Barrier. You
check the graveyard, see what juice he's got left. Perhaps he's checking for Remembrance. It is funny. I know Tarek Patel. I'm pretty sure he called his Oldhim deck Math, and it does look like the old apex of Math in Oldhim Grandfather of Eternity. After these bans, it's perhaps getting outmathed by the other busted Aria hero. It's interesting to see that. The way that these players, when they really get down to the nuts and bolts of the rate and value of these cards, it looks as though the Briar here is kind of outmathing the Math Lord.
When the hero ability says your non-attacks block for 1 more, yeah, that math is hard to beat. Now, interestingly, we see a lead the charge being pitched here. Now, that's the first 2-block non-attack that I have noticed in Dagon White's deck. Now, I'll be curious to hear why that made the cut. Especially since he isn't running the Rosetta Thorn, so it's not like he has the line of lead the charge into, say, CNC into Rosetta Thorn. It's a very powerful line in traditional Briar lists, but he's not running that. So what is that lead the charge doing in this list? It is also a blue, so I'm not... Yeah.
Good point here from our producer, Ethan Van Sant, in our little earphones there. Could be a tech against the new R10 Dromai list that has been showing up at a lot of these events and putting up pretty respectable numbers, especially at the ProQuest. I've seen some throughout the days. I don't know how it's done top tables wise, so we're going to see kind of how that shakes out throughout the day here. But it's a good point, Mr. Van Sant.
Yeah, as I was doing a walk of the top tables yesterday, at least the one long top table, I don't think I saw any Dromai. But, there could be one just a little low. I'm sure in our 104 players today, there are a few Dromais running around. And interestingly, in the previous turn cycle, we saw Dagon White use his Evergreen from hand. This is him saying, you know what, I still have 2 left in the deck. I'm fine on his recursion piece. I'm just going to sacrifice, this one of them to really pressure your life total while you are at 4.
Mm-hmm. And these decks are getting thin. I mean, we've talked about the pivoting, we've talked about the combat damage, but a lot of these it's just the threat of the lethal still has the opportunity and the chance to just run these players out of cards.
Yep, but when one player has effectively Drone of Brutality, a banned card from Welcome to Wraith in the form of that Evergreen, the deck's getting thin. It's really getting thin for G-Rod more than it is for Dagon White. He has infinite Evergreens.
Must be nice.
Mm-hmm.
And if, G-Rod here might be hoping for a way that it lines up that Dagon is forced into an awkward block if he's attempting to arsenal the Evergreen. But given the fact that he has 2 left, it might be hard for him to play to that initially. Perhaps he's looking towards that longer game scenario, but just looking down at G-Rod's deck there, it's definitely getting thin. And Dagon White here might be looking for threats, and he might just be counting.
Yep.
He might just be looking at how many cards does this man have left across from me, his comrade have left across from me. And
Comrade of the people.
Comrade of the people. And figuring out which of the 2 game plans that he has kind of going on for him at the same time that he wants to be aiming towards.
Interestingly, I think G-Rod is lining up a block to play around Pommel. The Chrono Seeds is active, and he looks to be lining up 9 block on top of that, so blocking a total of 10 on this Autumn's Touch for 7.
It's a scary card, man.
It is
Let's think about how many pummels have been played. I think
we've definitely seen one from Dagon White. Yes.
Not significantly more than 1 each.
Yes. I think G-Rod might have played 2. And Dagon saying, nope, my arsenal's out. Pummel, it's a remembrance. Got you. Thanks for the extra card. Yep. And let me shuffle 3 more back into my deck.
Oh, yeah. Talk about an exchange of value there card-wise. It's like, grabbed an extra card from you, and I'm putting 3 more in. E-strikes and E-strikes here. I mean, when you're not blue-rich anymore, because you've, had to block with some. A lot of your blues are the block 4s. These E-strikes, are, you can just use them in concert with each other. Put an E-strike on the bottom, come in for 7.
Mm-hmm. And we talked about the decks being thin, but as Dagon was shuffling those cards back into his deck, it doesn't look as thin as this Oldhim's over here.
Certainly doesn't, does it?
And Oldhim is now down to a fair number of 2 blocks. That was a Polar Blast in hand, and this Rouse the Ancients in the pitch zone. This does happen to Oldhim sometimes. It used to happen more while Winter's Wail was still legal because they wanted more ice cards. But even now, they do run a fair number of these 2 blocks. All those Pommels block 2, Rouse the Ancients blocks 2, Polar Blast block 2. So while so far the card economy has been, Dagon getting 2 cards from G-Rod every time he sends a big attack, we might see that shift up to 3, especially if G-Rod wants to continue playing around Pommels.
And just looking at the way G-Rod put his hand out there, that deck is looking rather thin.
Yeah.
It does look as though we might be moving towards the inevitability that we've been talking about since the beginning.
Yep, that looks like 3 cards left in deck to me, It is hard to tell because we are vertical, but yes.
It does look close to 3.
Yeah.
We were talking a lot about combat damage and getting excited about the pivots, but could have been just the plan all along.
Yep. And
but you have to put your opponent to the place that they must respect your blocks if you're going to fatigue them out of the game if you're going to be proactive about it. If you don't have the ability with the oasis, with the sigils and the blessings to just turtle up and life gain, Dagon clearly has the plan of, you've been talking about this card economy all game, and it in doing so puts you right to the point that he actually just has to block to stay alive. Here's one pummel coming in.
I agree, and that's really a very interesting take on fatigue over here. Yesterday we saw that life gain Oldhim life gain themselves to fatigue the opponent. Dagon saying, I want to bonk you, and you have to block me.
And so it turns out the pivot was alive, as that pummel is going to come down and clear those final points of damage on G-Rod there. Dagon White is going to move up to 6 and 2. That was a fascinating little game.
That was amazing. And you called it, Sam. It did not come down to fatigue and just weapons at the end. It came down to a pummel. It was the tempo damage you from 40 to 0 plan.
Yeah. And we've really seen in this game there is an enormous amount of pivoting that can happen. And it is actually, I think, fascinating that in the game we saw yesterday with Nathan Crawford, he had a game plan and he had to, I think he pivoted in sideboarding, but he has a main game plan that he then moved into, right? And we got to see Dagon have a game plan that he talked about, that he explained to you, and then in the course of the game, realized he had another out and another avenue towards him. He had that fatigue plan pretty much online, but you can see these great players, they see all the different avenues in front of them, they see the way their opponent is blocking, and Dagon, right, just moved into a different avenue there. That was fascinating to watch him make that, close the game out in that way.
It goes right back to adaptability, as we were talking about. We saw G-Rod too adapt. At first, he was saying, I'm going to try and block you out, but once he noticed, wait, Dagon's running 3 remembrances? He's recurring these evergreens? I need to pivot. Fine, I'll take damage and send Rouse the Ancients at you. I need to try and reduce your life total to 0 because I'm not winning this fatigue game. And on the flip side, while from him taking the damage, Dagon said, all right, now you're low enough. I'm going to end you with a pummel.
Yeah, absolutely. I think in some ways I've given fatigue a bad rap in my own head. And I think, when it really just comes down to I am not interacting with you at all, you just can't do anything, and I'm just trying to stay alive long enough that you just get bored and walk away from the table, that's different. But in these 2 games we saw yesterday and today, there's just been an enormous amount of nuance and strategy that we've seen from both players. It's been
interaction. There's been interaction. Yeah, it goes back to, I think, interactivity, like what you talked about. If I'm just life gaining and just blocking everything and not even playing any card, that isn't, I guess, a fun experience to watch or play. But when they are interacting with each other and forcing each other to block and stuff, now that's exciting flesh and blood.
Yeah. Now this round here is almost over. I don't think we're going to be able to get Dagon in for an interview, even though I really would love to hear some of his thoughts on this game. But we have an MVP on our little team over here, Hunter, who just went and manually wrote down the hero breakdown because we couldn't get it from the TO over here because of whatever reason. But he's worked on the hero breakdown. We're going to get that after a short break, so don't go anywhere. We're back for more Flesh and Blood. Alrighty, everybody, welcome back to the Calling Indianapolis Day 2. We are here at round 9?
Round 9.
Round 9. We have a couple of undefeated players here who are going to be battling for their undefeated lives. The game is going to be started momentarily, so Pankaj, walk me through some key cards for the matchup.
Yeah, and very importantly, these two players are the only undefeated players left. We started this day with 4 7-0s. Now these two are the only 8-0s left. So, key cards in this matchup, we have Lexi versus Oldhim. Now, key thing to talk about whenever there's a ranger on the field is to talk about the unique position of Flesh and Blood in that their weapon does not deal damage, which means that every time they want to send damage at their opponent, they need to lose the card from their deck. So, Fatigue is always an option for a deck like Oldhim, especially since they are naturally so defensively slanted. So, to that end, one of the key cards in Lexi is Drill Shot. Because if you can get Drill Shot on that Rampart of the Ram's Head, you take away a lot of Oldhim's defense in the way they can defend you without losing cards from the deck. Because not only are you turning off the Rampart, you're effectively turning off Crown of Seeds as well, because it is just such a weak tempo play to pitch and just block 1 damage. On the other hand, we also have 3 of a kind, just another way for Lexi to go over the top on some of those key explosive turns. On the Oldhim side, well, we're against a ranger here, Sam. So CNC is always going to be always going to be a key card whenever against a ranger. We talked about this yesterday. Rangers really need that arsenal. Lexi needs it for a hero ability, and so CNC, especially if backed by a pummel against a deck that has a lot of block 2s, can be very, very crippling. Especially if sometimes Oldhim is Lexi has set up 2 cards in the arsenal to have that explosive turn to get over the Oldhim's defenses. Finally, Spinal Crush. Everything the ranger does has go again. Lexi's ability has go again. If she wants to fire more than 1 arrow on a turn, she needs to give it go again to Voltaire. Spinal Crush can totally disrupt that.
Absolutely. I'm gonna give you a pass on that crippling pun.
I didn't even notice what.
I know. I'm gonna give it a pass. We don't even talk about it.
It just naturally comes to me. You know, these puns.
Flows
It's just
from you, Pankaj. You're a genius. All right, we're gonna be diving into the game here momentarily. It looks as though the Lexi has won the die roll as that tunic counter goes on. And there's that Drill Shot right away. It's a blue being pitched. We're going to put an Endless Arrow in. We're going to set up a 6-card hand. We're going to hope we don't see a CNC on turn 1. And we're going to pass the turn if we're the Lexi here.
Definitely. And this is what Lexi needs to do. She wants to send 3 arrow turns at the Oldhim, because if you just send 2 arrows at them, they can just easily block you. When you send a 3rd arrow, that's how you leak damage. If backed up by a Rain Raises, even more so.
And we're seeing immediately in Charles' first hand, we're seeing an Oasis Respite. We might be seeing our 3rd tanky Oldhim of the tournament.
Our favorite Oldhim archetype, Sam, the Fatigue Oldhim.
It's not our fault that these are the only 2 8-0s left. It's not our fault. We had to get them on.
It just goes to show how powerful the deck is. I mean, we've talked about it maybe being a bit of a slog to watch and play against, but it's powerful.
Looks as though that is just going to be an attack for 4. But we already are going to see such a huge difference in this style of matchup. That 4 damage did not represent a Frostbite. And we know Lexi, and ironically, these Ice Heroes, they don't like playing through Frostbites. So that 4 damage was so much easier for the Lexi to take here. And it's going to start the turn off with the Rain Razors, and is going to move on from there with the Go Again Frostlock fused with the Cold Snap.
No. So we just got confirmation that Charles Dunn is on full Fatigue Oldhim. We got a hint of it from the Oasis, but now we have verbal confirmation that yes, they are on Life Gain Fatigue Oldhim. Now, Frostlock. This rarely happens, but this is a moment where that text on Frostlock taxing all of Oldhim's abilities is actually going to be relevant, because we knew he had Oasis Respite in Arsenal, and we see another Oasis Respite in hand. Now that's going to cost him 2 if he wants to use it this turn, so he needs to make a choice whether he wants to use that or pay 1 into Rampart.
And the Fate Foreseen there is going to cost him an additional 1. You have to imagine if this Lexi is 8-0, she's probably seen some Oldhims across from her. You know, Shane has most likely seen some Oldhims, perhaps has seen some full Fatigue Oldhim, so potentially has a game plan to burst through enough damage. I don't think we're going to see a pivot to Fatigue from Lexi. We're not going to see the same Rites of Replenishment tag. There's no Earth in the text box there.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that today, Sam. But yes, this Frostlock ability, I think, like as you correctly pointed out, she's probably the Lexi player has probably faced a bunch of Oldhims and probably has recognized how valuable starting a chain off with Frostlock can be. This does not look like a coincidence. Rain Raise is typically a card you'd want to make sure you can only use on a turn you're going to be explosive. And Shane recognizing, hey, you know what, I've drawn Frostlock, my Rain Raises, I can make this explosive and punish this Fatigue Oldhim. They're running cards like Oasis Respites and Fate Foreseens.
Indeed. We've seen 2 uses here out of the Voltaire. Still have a card in hand and an Endless Arrow that's going to be coming in for 6 after this chain link. So the Rampart of the Ram's Head is going to be used. That effect is not going to be taxed by the Frostlock.
Definitely. And that Endless Arrow, if it hits, potentially represents it coming one more time if Shane opts to use the snaps and the bullseye braces on it. Now, it would be a very early use of that, but you're unlikely to get more value than an extra Endless Arrow on a Rain Razor's turn.
And it looks as though Shane kind of sees the writing on the wall. Charles valuing the ability to block that Endless Arrow versus blocking the Pathing Helix, which at this point had no text, given that the Endless Arrow was already in the arsenal. So rather than just throw the Endless Arrow into 2-3 block attacks, instead he decides to, again, set up a powerful, potentially 6-card hand. He's facing down, again, 7 vanilla damage. There's no Pulsivizing Lot to fuse this with. So this is just going to be 7 damage. We're seeing these fatigue decks maintain a threat density to be able to at least attempt to strip cards out of the opponent's hand, or if not, put them at such a low enough life total throughout the course of the game that they'll eventually have to block.
Exactly. We saw this in a previous game. When the Briar sends a big attack, either you're losing life or you're losing cards from your deck. And what we saw in the Lexi turn previously is just one of the many mind games that Lexi gets to do, and it's a very interesting part of it. By leaving the Endless Arrow face up and giving your second arrow go again, you are threatening sending the Endless Arrow, and just as you said, Charles then needs to conserve cards in his hand to block the Endless Arrow, because that's a much bigger threat. And so he leaks a bunch of damage, and then Lexi just says, pass, start with a 6-card hand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we talked about that a bit yesterday in the game with Michael Hamilton. That sometimes you block, or sometimes you bluff, not block, you bluff with that Voltaire. You show the go again ability and keep the cards literally close to your chest, and don't play them.
Exactly. And this way, Shane got exactly what he wanted. He wanted to leak damage in, but also have a 6-card hand to set up. Because we talked about this earlier. If Shane always sends 2 arrows per turn, Charles can just block that. Shane wants to set up 6-card hand after 6-card hand.
So the first of those 6 cards is going to be played here. It's going to be a Cold Snap. It's going to target the arsenal. Charles says he's not going to pay. That card is going to be frozen. Too bad they don't have a frozen token from the Attack Action podcast.
Or metal fab tokens, fab metal tokens. I always mess up the order on that.
Yeah, no, this is the Attack Action podcast. This is their special frozen token they created. It's not metal, but it is gorgeous.
Mm-hmm. So this Frostbite, I mean, Charles died, against a deck with Carnage Seeds, freezing the Arsenal doesn't really do much. But this Frostbite, we know that the Arsenal card is actually, I believe, another Oasis Respite. And since the Frostbite happened, Charles then says, you know what, fine, I'll let it be frozen. I won't need to pay an extra for this Carnage Seeds anyway, and then the last resource is going to go into a Rampart, so fine. I'm not going to be playing this Oasis Respite now. Send it to the bottom, and I'll see you later.
Absolutely, and that was only a 3-power Chilling Ice Vein. It was fused, so that effect of taxing any hits is going to affect the rest of the chain. As Chilling Ice Vein says, if any attack hits on this for the rest of this chain link or the rest of this turn, discard a card or pay 1 resource.
And here's one of those key cards we were talking about, Drill Shot. If this hits, that Rampart's going to be turned off for the rest of the game. Charlton is obviously going to be very wary of that, and he has been fortunate enough to draw an Earth card in this moment. So that means he doesn't need to full commit to overblocking his Drill Shot. He can block it maybe just 1 over and just hold that Earth card in case a Lightning Press comes in or a Rain Raises, and he just says, all right, I'm going to Earth React with Oldhim.
Very good point. These drill shots are proving to be, as you said, something that must be respected. And with the threat of the Endless Arrow at the back end, he has to... There's no Rain Raisers here, so he knows... He's doesn't know that there's no pumps forthcoming, but it is something that must be also thought about as he blocks earlier in the chain.
Yep, so he's playing around both Lightning Press and Rain Raisers here. He's got Rampart blocking the Drill Shot plus the 3-block, and the Crown of Seeds damage prevention is still floating. So even if Shane Lightning Presses this, Charles can just Earth React. Combined with the Crown of Seeds, he'll be able to block out his Drill Shot completely.
And as we've seen from Lexi throughout her life cycle when facing down these Guardians, even in the Prism meta, in the Prism meta she had a Lightning package that was brought in that was, the Lightning Surges and the Lightning Presses that we are still seeing in some of these Lexi decks, but they have the ability to have the combo turn, to have the 35 plus damage turn, 4 arrow, Rain Razor, 3 of a kind. We haven't seen an Artivore yet out of Shane, so we don't know if he runs that. But he has been conservative with these turns so far. He has not just vomited out every arrow he played. He only sent that 3-attack Chilling Ice Vein on the last turn before following it up with the Drill Shot. So he seems to be playing towards the big turn. And we talked about that with the Briar match. When you're playing a hero like this Oldhim deck that is trying to just win through attrition, you need to have the big turn to get through the blocks to make it so that they've already used all their resources, already used out of the cards in their hand, and then from there, take some damage afterwards.
And that also goes back to the fact that this is day 2 of the calling. We knew in the first game, both players knew each other's game plans. These two are the only undefeated players at this event. You know for a fact Shane knew exactly what Charles Dunn is up to. And I really like this, what we see in Shane's hand here. We see an Insidious Chill. Now that is... Oh man, Shane, you moved your hand away just as we switched to the your hand cam. But Insidious Chill, another key card to try and overcome the Oldhim's defenses. Now later in the game, we might see this paired starting with an Ice Fusion card, maybe like a Frostlock again, into multiple Endless Arrows. Now, I'm very excited to see this end state. I really hope we get there.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd be interested if we see energy potions coming out of Shane here to provide him those extra resources to get that extra reach on the big turn. We saw at the finals of the AGE Open, Chris Iali versus Craig Pollock, Lexi versus Oldhim, and I believe it was like 4-40, and then the life totals nearly evened out before that game ended. Lexi was able to just push enormous damage over the final couple turns of the game. So Shane most likely is setting up a pitch stack. He's working towards these type of effects to have the big turn on the back of the Insidious Chill and the Rain Razors and these Endless Arrows to push through the considerable defenses. We even see a Steadfast in this list.
Yeah, this is indeed full fatigue. And the previous bans here kind of showing
part of what he's pitching towards. He has to pitch blues to make these turns work, but we'll have to see if he pitches those red threats to be there when he has his board state set up to really do what he wants to be doing.
And critically, I think what we'll need to look out for is what he does with the first 3 of a kind he draws. I don't think we've seen him draw one yet, and I think that will tell us a lot of what he's planning. If he pitches that 3 of a kind and then pitches red arrows after that, we know that he's trying to set up a mean pitch stack against Charles Dunn here.
And as we saw from last game, these players are going to be able to play towards that as well, and Charles Dunn will most likely see that and attempt to set up a counter pitch stack of his own.
Yeah, maybe something like those Steadfasts.
Precisely, we already saw one go in. All right, that Endless Arrow is finally being fired. Have to imagine it's going to be blocked here from Charles.
This did come from Arsenal, so it does not have Go again. Of course, Snaps is available, but on a non-Rain Razor's turn, it's unlikely that Shane obviously used that. Oh, we do see a Lightning Press come out, so...
This is going to block a total of 4. He's going to Earth React as well, it appears. He has the second Oasis.
Second Oasis.
Oh, because he had to pay for the channel as well. I don't think that was the Earth React. They're checking to make sure all the math works out.
Yep, including the Frostbite. Yep, and it does. So it was 1 for the Rampart, 3 for the first Oasis because of Frostbite and Channel, and then 2 for the second Oasis because of the Channel.
And that's why he pitched a blue, and it stayed at 2 resources floating.
Yep. And Shane kind of made a bit of a risky play there. He played the Channel, but didn't have an Ice card in the prison, so that just went away. That was a Channel for that turn. But critically, that is 2 Oasis Respites out of Charles Dunn's deck. Not going to be there in the second cycle, and we know Shane is trying to set something up. We see that with his Insidious Shield that he has out.
And we see how much Shane values that Endless Arrow, only doing it when he really felt confident on the back of the Lightning Press and the Channel Lake Frigid that he was going to be able to let it hit. So we'll see how he prioritizes that for the rest of the game.
Exactly. Charles Dunn with the exact answer he needed there, but that was just the first Endless Arrow. There's 2 more, but now there's only 1 more Oasis Respite left in Charles Dunn's deck.
And there's potentially 2 more Lightning Presses as well.
Of course. So Chilling Ice Vein, I believe this is a yellow because it's only coming in for 4, and...
That's going to trigger the first Insidious Chill. So we're not going to see at least 3 counters on this game because Lexi does fuse those ice cards. We haven't seen any Blizzard Bolts. So most likely these Chilling Ice Veins are going to be the primary way, unless she runs a card like Brain Freeze, that she's going to be fusing these ice cards and triggering the Insidious Chills to strip cards from Charles Dunn here.
And we see exactly why Shane found it useful to trigger the Insidious Chills because he's following up with a Drill Shot. Now he really wants this to hit. Let's see if he has a pump effect to go over what the Oldhim's trying to do here. Now the Drill Shot was given +1 from Volta. Alright, no pump there, so no hit on the Rampart, and Charles Dunn gets to refresh his arsenal. Honestly, that was one of the few openings that Shane had built up for himself. Oldhim didn't have an arsenal, and Shane was starting that turn with an Insidious Shield. So I think he was really hoping that Charles wouldn't have the D-React, so you can keep him off this arsenal again, or maybe had a no block in hand. We saw the How to Find It earlier. Sigils of Solace or something. They effectively block 3, but they're not going to stop a hit effect.
And Charles there, and we already see he's drawn some no blocks in this hand, and that was just natural 4 cards drawn. He didn't have the opportunity to set up the arsenal or even filter with his Crown of Seeds, so that was just part of the reason why we like to play card games. You never know what you're going to draw, and Charles Dunn there was able to pocket 2 defense reactions to power through the opportunity Shane had set up for himself.
Yep, sometimes the cards just don't line up the way you want to, or your opponent gets exactly what they need in that moment, but a player like Shane, very likely he can work his way out of this. That was just one opening. He thought he had it, but he still has plenty of threats left in his deck. And we see a red Arctic Incarceration flipped up there. Now, red Arctic Incarceration, very useful when you're against an aggro deck, less so against Oldhim. Against Oldhim, maybe they just one-swing their Titan's Fist, but they're happy to do that anyway. Charles Dunn's game plan here is run the Lexi out of arrows.
Interesting to see how these Fatigue Oldhims have followed the Michael Hamilton school of thought on these Brothers-in-Arms. These cards that, if you have an extra resource floating, and for these heroes like Oldhim that often do, if they're going to just pitch a Crown of Seeds and activate their Rampart, they're going to have that extra resource floating. All of a sudden, there's another 4 block in your deck.
Definitely. Uprising really brought quite a couple of these. If you have an extra resource floating around on your opponent's turn, you can actually use it effectively. Oasis Respite's the other one. We see Charles Dunn running 3 of them. So that just adds on to, all right, Rampart, Crown of Seeds, Oasis Respite. Now, the Frostbites from Shane actually do affect this a little. Sometimes the Frostbite can just mess with Charles Dunn's plan. We saw him feel a little awkward to use his Oasis Respites earlier when he had the Frostbite and just crowned them away.
Yeah. And it looks as though he's just going to break all the Frostbites by playing the Sigil of Solace there, opting to do so to break them instead of just playing it on his turn because he wanted to pitch that blue away.
Mm-hmm.
Even though he just decided
And Shane really wanted Charles to have the Sigil of Solace on the turn where he went for that drill shot, to maybe buy some armor from him as well. So, while the life totals are, Shane is currently 9 life behind, we have to include the armor in this. We see the Crater Fist and the boots. I want to say that's Ironhide boots. It's maybe a little bit difficult to tell, but we'll see when they come into play. Now, that's another thing Shane needs to think about. Not only does he need to think about the threats in his deck, he needs to care about Charles Dunn's armor, especially if he wants to land these on his drill shots.
Lexi, you're going to activate that Voltaire. Put, I think, looks like a blue Chilling Ice Vein, but next to a second Insidious Chill. And opting not to fuse this Chilling Ice Vein, I'm trying to look at the hand to see if that was... Because he did have the ice card, so you can see he's prioritizing keeping the counters on his Insidious Chill. He knows he's not going to get any significant advantage on this turn, so he's keeping 2 counters on his first Insidious Chill while setting up his second Insidious Chill, and most likely looking for the third. So we're starting to get a sense of how Shane is going to attempt to break through the defenses of this Oldhim, because we know Lexi can deal upwards of 35 damage with the right setup. And perhaps, if it's not a 35 damage turn, perhaps it's enough to get Charles low enough that the Lexi at Shane piloting it is going to be able to close the gap with something like a Lightning Press or a Rain Razor. So we're starting to get a sense of the game plan here from both heroes.
The other thing I want to point out was Shane's pitch on the previous turn. You pointed out that he attacked with a blue Chilling Ice Vein. He also pitched a yellow Chilling Ice Vein to do that. So we know he's being very mindful of keeping those threats in. And as you correctly also pointed out, the Insidious Chill, preserving the charges, remember, that trigger is not an optional trigger. So if you're playing legally, as these players are at the professional level event, you cannot fuse your card and say, I don't want to trigger my Insidious Chill. That is also one of the drawbacks of this card compared to Amulet of Ice.
And we're taking a look here at this red Winter's Bite, which has been a little in vogue at this tournament. Part of the reason that is so effective against a deck like Oldhim is Oldhim can use those extra resources so well with the Crown of Seeds and with the Rampart of the Rancid. You play the blue Winter's Bite. Often against most heroes, you're like, I'm just stripping a card. I don't care if you have resources floating. I'm just taking a card out of your hand here. But red Winter's Bite is infinitely more effective against Oldhim because they can then no longer use those cards in the way they want to.
Getting a bit of a deja vu here. Charles Dunn's second turn in a row, pitching a red and a blue for that Titan's Fist. I want to say the previous turn he also pitched a Pulverize, so when those Pulverizes come back, they won't be exactly in all blue hands.
But Charles also definitely electing to keep some threats. These players, all these players at this level of the tournament, especially when they know the game is going on, they're keeping those threats in their deck. They're making sure they're drawing those red cards when they need them in the second cycle of their deck.
So we see Tunic being used by Shane here into that first 3 of a kind. This is the first time we've seen them. Maybe Shane thinks he's got a bit of an opening here. I wouldn't be surprised to see a drill shot somewhere, come somewhere down the line. He does have 2 Insidious Chill triggers as well.
And it looks as though there's an Ice Quake in the arsenal. So if you can set up a 3 of a kind and have a pump spell, a pump card, so to speak, in your arsenal already that you can play satisfying the three-of-a-kind clause, so to speak, that can also be effective, as well as setting up just big arsenals full of arrows, because you do need to utilize and mitigate your go again, and you do want to have powerful effects on top of just drawing 3 cards. So this Icequake is going to represent Frostbites on the chain. It's going to bump up the Bolton shot that was in there, which is going to give it the go again and allow for what we're going to potentially see the first big turn here from Lexi.
This is brilliant. So typically the arrow in Arsenal is the last card you play on the chain because you have no other way to give it go again. But because Shane started this turn with the pump, that Bolton shot naturally gets go again. So we are potentially looking at a 4-arrow turn here, Sam, especially since this turn started with Tunic into 3-of-a-kind. That is equivalent to when a Fai starts their turn with Tunic into Art of War or Tunic into Belittle, when it was legal.
Absolutely. And we're seeing the Bolton shot, and that is being respected with the 6, or with the Winter's Grasp, it's 2 blocks.
Winter's Grasp is 3.
Oh, it is 3?
Yes.
Great. Because he did have to respect that Bolton shot because the text was active. That reload is going to cheat the cost you must pay and the activation, critically, of the Voltaire there. So Charles, definitely knowing he had to block that one out to make sure that this turn doesn't get too insane for him.
Definitely. Shane has a bunch of cards in hand, but a drawback of Lexi is that you might have a whole bunch of cards in hand, but you are limited by your bow activation. So that reload mechanic definitely would have been useful had it hit.
So we have one floating here that could be a Crown of Seeds into a way to get a blocking card, given that you are out of cards in hand if you're the Oldhim here. He does have his Crater Fist available if he draws a 3-block to clean up this Bolton shot, which could very well be what we see here to stop this turn from getting any crazier, because he still hasn't really leaked any damage. That Staunch Response closing up what it needed to do.
So this looks like his Bolton shot might hit. Ooh, Sink Below in Arsenal to cover it up. And we know there can't be a pump from Shane's hand because of that 3-of-a-kind text. He's not allowed to play any cards from his hand. Critically, we do see an Endless Arrow being pitched with that Frostlock. Now, we might see that come around later where the Frostlock is used to start the chain, trigger those Insidious Chills, have that taxing effect for the rest of the turn into an Endless Arrow that he can recur, perhaps with the Bullseye Braces and Snapdragons.
Absolutely. The Frostlock, also a critical way to fuse these ice cards in this list.
Definitely. And that tax effect when your opponent's running defense reactions and Oases could be very, very relevant. Now, Shane again has another opening here with Charles done without an arsenal. Let's see if we can capitalize on this.
Yeah, and we do, I think, see at least one no block in that hand. So even though that 3-of-a-kind didn't land with Charles, in fact, did not take any damage, what it did do was set up a way for him to potentially move through this turn without Charles just being able to get the free resources or free value out of that Crown of Seeds.
And if we see a repeat of what happened earlier where Shane starts with an Ice Fuse card into the Drill Shot, that Drill Shot might land this turn. Let's see how this turn plays out.
And he's revealing the Arctic Incarceration, which is going to show the Frostbite Charles. So we know that's probably not being played first. So we saw that Endless Arrow be pitched last turn. We saw the Frostlock be pitched last turn. And now we're seeing the Rain Razors pitched last turn. So we are setting ourselves up, if we're the Lexi here, for a big turn later in the game. We're seeing these cards. They're pitching them back to back to back. Then Charles probably sees this as well, as he's going to go ahead and cover up this Endless Arrow. And once again, it's being pumped by the Lightning Press. Going to bring it up to 7.
And this is the drawback of not having the arsenal. We saw earlier Charles was able to play around a pump like Lightning Press by having Crown of Seeds floating and having an Earth card in hand. With no arsenal, you can't block 3 unless you have an additional D-react.
So that, for the first time, we saw an Endless Arrow hit. We know how important that card is for the Rangers because of the lack of weapon that attacks. You need an ability to recur some threats. You need an ability to get as much value as possible out of your cards in your hand. Endless Arrow there. An incredibly high-value target for both players. Shane wants to see it hit. Charles wants to block it as best as he can. So once again, Charles here is going to have to either give up the block on that Crater Fist and a 3-block, or utilize both of the cards in his hand to stop
one of them is a Sigil of Solace.
Oh, we have seen the Sigil.
Yeah, so he has to give up armor here, and Shane is very happy to see that.
Oh, it's a healing bomb. If he's blocking with it.
Oh, a second Lightning Press?
Oh my gosh.
Wow.
This nearly same thing happened to me in the Armory last week, and it's just sometimes you just say, wow, okay, man. I mean, yeah, you got it.
You drew
like,
two
lightning presses on your end. Sure,
Yep.
100%.
That was the same NSR. We're seeing a bit of a theme here, Sam. The last game we casted yesterday, that Briar versus Oldhim, the first game we started today, the idea of recurring your threats. We saw Evergreens this morning, Rites of Replenishment last night, and today we're seeing Endless Arrows.
Trying to see if he... That endless air is in the hand. Yeah, it's top left. Yeah, so he elected not to arsenal it. He didn't want to have stuck in there and not have the ability to give it go again, it seems.
Or maybe he wants to pitch it to add to that pitch tag that we've been seeing, the Frost Rain Razors Endless Arrow. Maybe he wants a second Endless Arrow in there.
Oh, that's cool. That's actually quite cool.
That would be amazing.
Yeah, that's interesting. He got his value off of it. He got all the cards, or most of the cards out of his hand. He got some damage in. It's a threat that he can then put back into his deck later if he wishes to, if he doesn't play it here. That's very cool. Very cool.
Okay. It's a bit hard to tell what color that Bolt and Shot is.
I think it's a yellow.
It's a yellow? Okay.
Yeah.
Again, that's also a very powerful card for that endgame pitch deck, because that is one of the few ways you can get more arrows into your arsenal.
100%.
We talked about this. The Volter activations are a huge bottleneck in these big Lexi turns. Cards like Bolt and Shot really let you extend that.
Mm-hmm. So he elects to play out the Frostbites, give Oldhim a full turn here, but hopefully those 3 Frostbites are going to stop him from doing anything too insane if you're the Lexi here. This is going to be a Thunderquake, pitching all the cards in his hand to get through the Frostbites. This is coming in for 8.
Coming in for 8. 8 vanilla damage, so Shane might just take this, but that life total is getting kind of low. It's coming to the end state of the game we saw previously, where the Briar's plan was to fatigue, and then suddenly they were like, wait, you're at 4? Here's a pummel.
Yeah.
This is another thing we've been seeing. Shane has been getting rid of these blue ice cards from his deck. We saw him freely use our Winter's Bites, freely use our Incarcerations, play that Channeling Frigid even, and block with 1 here. He's saying these are not cards I don't see in my pitch deck. Probably just has 1 in there for the fuse. But aside from that, he wants to see threats. He wants to see arrows. He wants to see Rain Razors. He wants to see three of a kind.
He just has to set up one of them at one point for that turn that we're talking about, where he's triggering these Insidious Chills and looking to close the game out. And that's going to be another 4 Frostbites, another past the turn, and we're going to see if Charles is going to be able to punish him in any way.
Mm-hmm.
Breaking the Frostbites there.
So very disciplined play by Shane here. Shane honestly recognizing that Charleston doesn't have a lot of things to do with big hands, aside from maybe heal a little from the Sigil of Solace or heal from the Sunkiss over here. So he's saying, all right, yeah, take the tempo, take your 5-card hand. What are you going to do about it? Just heal up? Okay, cool. Thanks for letting me set up.
That might be another Arctic. No, Winter's Bite. We're seeing very similar turns here from Shane. Shane is really just, and he's doing exactly what he wants to do. He's playing ice cards. He's becoming somewhat of the stall here. He's pushing back on the Oldhim's tempo and the Oldhim's ability to throw any damage, and he's now set up all 3 of those Insidious Chills. That's representing 6 resources that must be respected upon at least the next 2 Ice Fuse.
Definitely, and both this turn and the previous turn, Charles Dunn was just, okay, he can't capitalize on the tempo that's being handed to him on a silver platter. He's just saying, all right, I'll heal up, continue your setup, Miss Twirly Bow Lady.
Yeah, well, his capitalization is healing. I mean, we talk about Lexi with this ability to do some major turns off the back of a card like 3 of a kind as Shane just goes ahead and plays it, but we don't often calculate for the opponent at 44. That is how he's capitalizing on this ability to just go unopposed or just play through some Frostbites, as he's healing up to a level that we're going to have to see if the Lexi is going to be able to make her way through.
44 is definitely a large number. Now, this 3 of a kind was not preceded by a Rain Razor, so let's see how effective it can be. Now, Charles, the benefit of 3 of a kind, as we talked about earlier, Charles knows exactly the numbers that these attacks are going to be. No combat tricks from hand, because that Arsenal card is just yet another arrow.
So we're seeing here, he elects to go for the fuse, which is going to be 2 blues out of the hand for all 3. 2, 2, 2. Perhaps playing towards the ability to get some damage in, get that 44 down to a little more of a manageable life total for the big one.
And potentially get a drill shot in. Let's see whether Shane can end this chain off on a drill shot and finally get that rampart out of the way, which will really cripple Charles Dunn's defensive capabilities.
Now, if this Bolton shot hits, this is going to... Oh, well, I guess the Endless Air is in there, so we won't be able to reload that Ice Quake back in. We'll see how...
Yes. So this Incision Shield is really showing the value here. That Bolton shot was just completely leaked, because Charles Dunn just doesn't have cards remaining to block. Oh, he should have one card remaining, right? It's Brothers in Arms that he blocked with and 2 cards in the pit zone. I'm not sure what his 4th card is.
Perhaps maybe the tunic counter was used for the Brothers Gnome there.
Yeah, true. In any case, this Endless Arrow coming in.
Did this turn start with a Winter's Bite? I think it did.
Ah, okay, that must be
There
it.
it is, yeah, right in the graveyard. So that's how he set himself up. Charles Dunn going down to, it looks like 34. So there we go. This is what we're talking about. That's 10 life. The Endless Arrow, I believe, hit and was recurred.
Yep.
So that's about as good a turn as you can get if you're not, smashing through 34 points of life and ending the game. So on the back of these Insidious Chills that Shane so patiently set up and still sitting at a life total of 18, this is not I'm dead to your big threat range yet. I can still take a couple hits if I'm the Lexi here and continue to play towards my game plan.
Yep, that was 3 Insidious Chill triggers for 10 life, which is a deal Shane would take. And later on, we're probably going to see that big Rain Razor 3 of a kind turn. So, okay, he's opting to use these chills again, not on a 3 of a kind turn this time. So let's see if he can chip in enough damage here to not need that big of a turn later on when those 3 of a kinds finally come back. So again, we see the yellow Ice Vein here coming for 4, was fused as well. So the on-hit is quite relevant.
Fate for Scene going to allow him to opt 1 and cover up all 4 of this damage.
Okay, so not a 3 of a kind turn, but this was a Rain Razor's turn. So we're likely going to see that Endless Arrow be recurred again. I believe that Arsenal card is the same as the previous turn, and so since Charles Dunn didn't use it to block up the Endless Arrow in the previous turn, we can probably hedge that that isn't a defense reaction. So this Endless Arrow likely going to be coming through.
Show us, Charles.
Okay, never mind. It was a defense reaction. He just completely contradicted me. But that does mean that Charles Dunn only has 1 card remaining for this Endless Arrow that's going to be coming in for 6.
Play the Ice Quake first, which is going to pump it up for even more to get a little more chip damage in and allow this Endless Arrow to almost... I can think of no way this Endless Arrow doesn't hit.
Mm-hmm. So Shane recognizing that he would have been left with 1 card stranded if he didn't play the Ice Quake, because Endless Arrow would have gone back to hand, and then he would have Ice Quake and Endless Arrow in hand and not have a way to, use both Arsenal zones. So he's saying, fine, I'm just going to play this now, cash in my 3 damage right here. The Frostbite doesn't matter because you have no cards. And then I'll be able to Arsenal Endless. So he also uses the Snaps and the Bullseyes here.
Wants to get a value off the Rain Razor's turn. Wants to put another Frostbite. That's not going to be effective to do anything because Charles is just going to draw up. But we're now at a point. I mean, we've used the Snaps and we haven't used the Bullseye,
Yes,
which is very important.
I think, he had an extra floating and the extra...
Oh, wait, no, he did.
Okay, he did.
It makes sense. I was like, well, there's no way.
Yeah.
So the Bullseye Bracers and the Snapdragon Scalers are a huge part of Lexi's 4-arrow turns. Without other reload effects off a thing like a Bolt and Shot, it's hard to make that happen. It's difficult to make that happen. So we're going to see a 3 of a kind here. But Charles Dunn has gone from 44 life to 21 and was lower than 40 when he started going back up. So Lexi's chewed through an enormous amount of this Oldhim player's life. We just have to see if she can close the gap.
Very importantly, those were a lot of chill triggers used. There's only 2 remaining for the rest of the game, and there's no more Amulets of Ice unless Shane's running Remembrances, which we haven't seen.
That'd be spicy.
1 more Ice Fusion is the last big turn Shane's going to get, and we do see this turn start off with a 3 of a kind. So, this could be the turn that either makes or breaks this game.
This is our second 3 of a kind?
I want to say it's the 3rd.
Might be the 3rd. Yeah, I'm trying to remember.
Again, Shane has not been able to set up a Rain Razors and a 3 of a kind turn at the same time. But as you pointed out, without the Snaps and the Bullseyes gone, the number of arrows Shane can fire is a little limited, especially since there's no buff over here. So the Bolt and Shot, the Bolt and Shot can get buffed by the Voltaire and potentially get the reload, but it's already an Endless Arrow in Arsenal, so...
Pitching that yellow Bolt and Shot, coming in with the drill shot here. So as we said, this is one that has to be respected if you want to keep your Rampart around. He has the 1 block left on the Crater Fist, and it looks he's reaching for it.
And this is another one of those forks that we talked about earlier. Shane did give this go again. So he's saying, all right, if you're going to respect the drill shot, you can't respect this Endless Arrow. And if you want to respect this Endless Arrow, this drill shot's going to hit. Unless, of course, Charles is holding on to a D-React in hand, which we have seen him do. We have seen him conserve that for when he really thinks it's absolutely necessary.
Checking in also with our timer over there. 22 minutes there. Are going to have about 5 extra minutes if they need it. This is accurate. I'm getting word from my producer. So we're looking at the timer here. That's coming down to 22 minutes in the game. So enough time left. That endless arrow is going to hit. It's going right back to the arsenal. We are seeing this game. Shane is masterfully working through that endless arrow and beautifully like revolving his turns, playing towards it. We saw in the first like 2 or 3 turns of the game where he would just play a couple arrows, keep that endless arrow right there, comfy, sitting pretty in that arsenal zone. He has been incredibly disciplined and patient on when he is going to use this card that so clearly is so important to getting through the Oldhim here. One thing that we're really noticing, you need a recursive effect. And it makes a lot of sense when they're trying to run you out of cards. You need a way to get those cards back in. But when you don't have access to the Earth talent, how do you do it? With a card like Endless Arrow. A card that's going to go back into your hand if you're not going to run the Remembrances. And Shane, he's 8-0 for a reason. He knows this. He knows that we're talking about the big turn. We're talking about the Rain Razors. We're talking about the Art of War. Well, you need an Endless Arrow to hit. And you need to hit a number of times. And he's really playing towards that game plan. We are going to see the Insidious Chills finally triggered for the last time of the game. What do you think that means?
I think this is going to be the turn where Shane says, all right, I'm going to need to try and make something happen and really get you to a very uncomfortable life lead where you need to care about every single breakpoint and you can't leak anything from any of my arrows ever. And coming back to Endless Arrow versus those other recursive pieces, the tricky thing about Endless Arrow is that it does need to hit, whereas Evergreen, it just comes from Arsenal, it goes back into the deck. Rise of Replenishment, you just fuse with an Earth card, you get to put an attack at the bottom of your deck. And that is why we've seen Shane be so disciplined and so expertly maneuvering how he's using this Endless Arrow. Always using them at the end of the chain, sometimes bluffing that he's going to come in with it, but he doesn't actually come in with it to play around a potential lost card being a D-react.
And critically here, that Oasis Respite was only able to be played because the first Insidious Chill was at 2 counters.
Yep.
So this turn was not as effective, and there was able to be, or those Insidious Chills just didn't take as many resources away. So we're looking here at the ability of the Oldhim to use those resources that were floating, because they, especially when with cards like Oasis Respite in the deck and the Crown of Seeds and the Rampart, they have an ability to really utilize those extra resources.
And this is the same fork we talked about earlier. Shane saying, here's a drill shot with Go again. Are you going to respect this? Are you going to respect that face-up Endless Arrow that you know I have in my arsenal?
Because this is only coming in for 2.
It's a blue.
But it's a real effect.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have a Crater Fist to just go soak it up. This is going to take either card of the hand. It might, if it was an Earth card for the Earth React, it feels as though he would have slammed that for the ability, but that's going to have to hit. You can see Charles got the hand on his head there. You know how important that Rampart of the Ram's Head is for everything he's been doing. It's been covering up an enormous amount of breakpoints, saving you so much life, and utilizing those extra resources.
And it hit.
Yeah, it hit. That's what I'm saying.
We said a -1 count on the Rampart.
Yeah. That's what I'm talking about. I'm like, that's gone now.
And with that gone, that's effectively Crown of Seas being gone as well, because you never want to pitch a card just to block 1 from your arsenal. So unless Charles Dunn manages to keep defense reactions as arsenals all the time, we might have just seen the Rampart and the Crown of Seas go away. But Shane did have to use all 3 Insidious Shields to get to this point. And 16 life on an Oldhim is still not something to just scoff at. That is still quite a mountain to climb.
Yeah, you got to climb that. We're going to see how effective it is without the Rampart of the Ram's Head in kind of the equipment suite over there. And once again, we're going to set up a 6-card hand with that Endless Arrow. We're not going to throw that in. There's a good chance it would hit, but we don't know if that card is a D-react in that arsenal zone. And he's been very disciplined with those D-reacts. He's let some things hit. Like I think we talk about like Shane knows how important the Endless Arrow is. Charles knows how important the Endless Arrow is. He's getting domed by it. So he's saving those threats for when it's important.
And on the other side, Shane is just using that face-up Endless Arrow to keep Charles in these forks. As we talked about, that drill shot wouldn't have hit if the Endless Arrow wasn't face-up in Arsenal. At least that's my guess, because Charles is saying, oh my god, I need to respect that as well. All right, fine. I guess I need to let something through.
And once again, there's no frostbite on the back of that hammer. It really just shows you how devastating Winter's Wail was as a weapon. I mean, for the Oldhim to be able to do all this stuff that the Oldhim all had access to, and just say, all right, here's a frostbite if you let this hit, and it's also 4 damage. I mean, come on.
This game probably looks quite different if Winter's Wail was still legal.
Yeah.
But even so, we have a very, very intense, close game on our hands.
Absolutely. And here's the Winter's Bite. And here's the thing. It's the blue Winter's Bite. We talked about how much more efficient and effective the red Winter's Bite in allowing the Oldhim not to use their resources the way that you want them to. But without that Rampart of the Ram's Head, there's going to be potentially a resource floating unless we see another Oasis Respite, unless he's played them all. And we just see one that he played on the last turn to cover up the Chilling Ice Vein.
So that's where the Frostbite comes in, actually. Now Charles Dunn can use 2 to activate Crown of Seeds, and that's somewhat efficient in the sense that he's using all his resources, but of course it is through taxation.
And it looks like there was actually just some kind of hand filtering there. He just went ahead and played the Icequake, and he's going to draw back up. He's clearly looking for the big one.
He's looking for his pitch tag. Shane knows he's getting close to it over here, and he knows that he basically has maybe one more strong turn in the game to get over this life total. So he's saying, I'm not going to waste cards right now.
Now this choke slam here, it's only the blue, but it's relevant if you're going to be bumping with your rain razors. And we're seeing Shane potentially know that with taking all that damage, it appears as though Shane might not be able to do the pumps that would otherwise be stopped by that will be stopped by this crush effect. So Charles also probably, has that information, knows he doesn't have to worry as much about a rain razors, a lightning press, something along those lines.
So again, Charles Dunn saying, I don't care about your cold snap, but this does give Shane some information that there can't be a D-react in Arsenal at least.
Or that he's willing to save it for a future turn.
Yeah.
Frostbite as well. These become more relevant without the Rampart.
And another underrated part of Cold Snap is that card draw. We know Shane has set something mean up with that Rain Razor's Endless Arrow combination that we pointed out earlier, along with that Frostlock. So Cold Snap drawing an extra card, potentially getting Shane faster to that pitch tag, because his life total is getting low. He can only take one more turn of a hammer before he needs to start committing blocks to it.
Absolutely. With only one more block that you really want to commit, you don't even want to commit it on your Findall's Tunic.
Definitely not, and definitely not New Horizon.
No, can't be doing that. The thing about these chilling ice veins now is without the insidious chills, you are freed up to fuse at will. You're not saving it anymore, so you're able to fuse. Looks as though that is going to be fully blocked out by the Crown of Seeds prevention.
And the Earth Reactor looks like. Oh, well, I guess the Earth Reactor now is just floating. He's just got 2 damage prevention floating. And yeah, that combination of being able to freely fuse while this Rampart is gone, we talked about this earlier. Now Oldhim needs to care about every single breakpoint.
Mm-hmm. Well, every single breakpoint that's not the Crown of Seeds breakpoint, because he still has Crown.
And the Earth React as well.
And again, just playing out the Icequake.
That's the blue one, I believe?
Yeah. And putting another Icequake and a Frostlock back into his deck. We're setting up. Oh, he just closed the chain. Excuse me. So this Endless Arrow, he already has one other one in his arsenal. This is coming in.
And yeah, Charles is correctly pointing out that the Chokeslam Crush effect did happen, so the Icequake buff is not going to be applied to this Endless Arrow. Of course, it will still create a Frostbite if it hits, but I doubt Charles Dunn's letting this hit.
No.
Although critically, it is important to point out that even if this goes back to Shane's hand, he actually can't really arsenal it because neither of his arrows will have go again then, and he doesn't have the snaps either. So if he puts that in arsenal, he's locked into just playing an Endless Arrow on his next turn.
Yeah.
Yep, Charles Dunn pointing out that he does have the 1 Earth React floating to cover up that breakpoint. Oh, and he actually leaks the second NSR, not blocking the last card. I wonder if that's a no block, or whether he's just prioritizing having that arsenal, because his Tunic is up. So on a turn like this, the Rampart being affected doesn't actually matter that much because he can just Tunic Crown instead of pitching a full blue to Crown.
We'll see if he crowns it away, because that's a fascinating decision to allow that Endless Arrow to once again. We've seen how effective it is and has been throughout this matchup, and to allow it to hit means that card is either very good or he knows he wants to Crown of Seeds it away with that Tunic counter. That's a very good point.
Definitely.
Looks like maybe a blue Chilling Ice Vein. Charles very ready to block. No fuse. There's the Rain Razors.
Rain Razors come out.
But no fuse here is going to allow this to be less of terrible hit.
Yeah. And Charles
Nice Vein
did have the Earth React in hand to use it, but yeah, since there wasn't fuse, I think he just said, all right, fine, I'll let it go. I don't need it.
This Bone Shot is not threatening the reload because of the Endless Arrow still sitting in the arsenal.
Yep, and that Endless Arrow threatening a lot less without the snaps and the Bullseye's braces.
And Charles seems to be, once again, but now he's really respecting it. He knows he has some more healing in his deck. He knows he has the heart still in that pitch cycle, other ways to gain life. So he's at this point, you have to imagine he's hoping to block this Endless Arrow if it's coming. So will Shane, once again, blink and keep it back in his arsenal? Or as we see, he's going to go ahead and throw it out.
So we saw Charles leak 3 damage on the Bolton shot and keep 6 block in his hand to block on the Endless Arrow. Now, I do wonder whether this Lexi player is out of gas. That was, I believe, the 3rd Rain Raises.
Might have been the one pitched early, because there
was also an Endless
a
Arrow.
Frost Lock.
Yeah.
So if he's able to fuse this, in response to it, he's going to go ahead and activate the Crown of Seeds. Crown that card away.
Very interestingly, he did pitch for this, so I wonder if he has a plan for his floating 2 resources. I don't see an Oasis Respite in hand. Maybe he was hoping to draw it off the Crown of Seeds.
Because critically now, everything costs 1 more after the Crown of Seeds was in response with an instant speed ability, but...
Yep. But everything else does cost 1 more. Looks like Charles is going to leak 1 on the Bolton shot, and Shane will go ahead and reload it and activate Lexi's ability. Remember, reload does put the card face down in your arsenal, and since he still had the action point from the Bolton shot, he says, all right, let me flip it up, just give you a Frostbite, make your turns slightly less efficient. And Charles with a Tunic counter just says, it's fine, I'll paint a Tunic, come in with this Fist for 4. Now, Charles has got Shane in that Titan's Fist lock, where he's at a position where Shane can't just say no blocks to his Titan's Fist anymore.
We'll see if this Ice Quake is enough to push one of these attacks slightly over the hump, but it looks like in response, we're going to once again go ahead and activate the Crown of Seeds.
Yep, Shane very expertly put these Frost Locks to the bottom for this end state, but unfortunately he only managed to get to this point by using all these Insidious Shield triggers. Now, this Frost Lock would have been a lot more threatening if there were a couple of Insidious Shields behind it.
Yeah, so much more so. And it does look as though Lexi is nearly out of the cards in her deck there.
Is that just 1 card left?
And if it nearly might mean 1.
Whew. So Sam, we've seen sort of fatigue matches 3 times now, and I think this is the first time the Oldhim has actually won. Well, I mean, okay, it's maybe a bit too early to call, but you know, the way the game's looking, what Lexi just drew, is that 2 cards?
That's 2 cards.
That's 2 cards, okay. So,
looks as though,
oh, yep, that's the
we're
first
going to go ahead and show that one. That's going to be the fist bump. Charles remaining undefeated here. Going to go ahead and report that.
Yep.
You know, you want to throw that on the gem.
The 9-0 Fatigue Oldhim out here at the Calling Indy.
So we've seen that there are ways around it. We've seen that it is a powerful deck, but clearly not just destroying all the top tables. But when piloted efficiently and when piloted clearly by Charles, we're still seeing some results.
Definitely. The previous Fatigue matchups were lost by the Oldhim. Briar maybe showing that, you know, these cards like Evergreens and Rites of Replenishment somewhat more effective at that strategy versus, say, an Endless Arrow. We saw Shane need to be very conservative with that. Whereas previously we saw Nathan saying, got the Rites in hand? All right, here you go. He's playing it immediately. We saw, what's the Briar player again? But we saw the Evergreen, you know, when we got an Arsenal, he said, I'm just going to send it now. Whereas Shane didn't have the luxury with the Endless Arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. It turns out, you know, Earth, you plant things in the ground. They grow into big trees. They're a little more able to recur some effects. Great, yeah. We're going to be very shortly. Finally, we got the meta breakdown worked out for you guys. The tournament organizer did come through. Thank you to SGCon for helping us with this information. And we are going to be checking out the graphic right here. Let's take a look at the meta breakdown for the entirety of the Calling. So you want to walk us through it, Pankaj?
So day 1, now we had 79 Briars. That's the most represented hero. This was definitely the narrative coming to the Calling. People were expecting Briar to come back from on the back of those Hypothermia and Winter's Wail and Amulets of Ice bands. What is very interesting is Dromai being at 2nd place. Now, another part of the narrative that people were expecting was that Briars and Fais are going to be the most represented. So with that, bringing Dromai into a scene like this is definitely very, very interesting. I'm very curious to see how these Dromais have been doing. Now, we didn't see any in the, I guess, the top table yesterday, but it's definitely some floating around in day 2. I'm curious to see what sort of list they have to try and combat these very aggressive decks like Briar and Fai, which typically Dromai has a bad matchup into.
Definitely. So looking, we do, the 2nd most represented with Dromai. Fai following that. Dash is the 4th most represented here. She also won the 4th most Pro Quest, so that may be Dash likes the number 4. A fair amount of Bravos. Got them. That does make a lot of sense. Bravo has just some of the most diehard fans we have seen in this game. Got 42 Dorinthias, 34 Lexis. We can see, though, if you look at this kind of like mid bracket from Dromai to Iyslander, Iyslander, half as represented as Dromai, but there's a fair amount of players in this tier. We're not seeing 3 heroes that are significantly above the rest in terms of representation, and then a bunch of smatterings of heroes that people clearly love and want to try out or playing a new, interesting, spicy deck. Let's take a look now at day 2, see how the conversion rate was for day 2 for all of these heroes.
Yep, and here we see a very different narrative. The Dromais, which we saw second most represented on day 1, only having a 15% conversion rate to day 2. They're down to 8, so you can expect that the high number of Briars and Fais that we were expecting for this weekend were probably eating up those Dromais. And I think it's the Iyslander. Now you pointed the Iyslander kind of low, 26 Icelanders day 1, half of them making it to day 2. These pilots really showing us that people saying the Iyslander is dead now after Hypothermia and Eminence of Ice, that is just simply not true. They're saying, no, we're going to pilot this day 2, potentially even the top 8. We saw Hamilton masterfully play that in yesterday's game on stream.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, so we're sorting these by conversion rate here. So we can see the second best conversion rate with Azalea. Come on, show us what you got, girl. Let's go.
One of those Azaleas is Levi Roach. He did end yesterday at 5-2. We had him on stream for the first game, and he did convert it today. Now, that is also part of the aggressive narrative coming into this calling. Both ranges actually doing this calling as well as the Ice Heroes, Iyslander, and Oldhim.
Absolutely, yes. You can see the heroes there in Iyslander and Oldhim, these icy heroes that were affected by this ban. They do seem to have converted slightly better than Fai, who was also affected by the bans. That belittle Minuism package going impacted their ability to kind of just run through more matchups than before. Perhaps it's a little easier to break, it's a little harder to find your blues, and you don't get to cheat on the resources. So we're seeing that conversion rate represented here. And it's really interesting to see that even though Iyslander did not have nearly the amount of players, she was only 26 players brought, at a 50% conversion rate. That speaks to, once again, the strength of the hero, but also the caliber of the player who decided, I'm sticking with this. So we are going to cut very quickly to a short break here, you guys, as we're going to get ready for our next round. We're going to top off. I'm going to eat a little bit of food, and then we're going to get the casters in for you guys who are going to do an incredible job for this next round. And then we will be back right after that, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back, stream. Welcome back. We're going into the next round. We got an exciting match coming up. We have, I believe it's Dromai versus Briar.
Yeah, they called us in because they're like, we don't want to cast another Oldhim game, and we figure call in the experts, right?
Yeah. I personally wanted to watch Game Actions, the deck, block three, but here we are. We're going to be watching the decks that actually, I believe we both brought today. You brought Briar, right?
Yeah, you play Dromai, I play Briar. I think it's a pretty interesting dynamic that is going to take place. I think, I don't know if they had shown another Dromai versus aggro game in the past. So there are, Dromai as a deck is trying to build up all of these permanents and these things that the aggro deck has to respond. And usually aggro decks that have go again attacks have an easy way to kind of deal with these things. But Briar is a little bit complicated because you have to work towards getting your go agains. And so.
And then there's also a question of which type of Dromai is it? Is it more traditional big dragon where they're just trying to windmill slam dragons every round? Or are they a bit more lower to the ground, more of a red line deck where it's almost like an old Briar deck from Tales of Aria, if you guys have remember seeing that from Nationals last year. You're just like 0 for 4, 0 for 4, 0 for 4, and then you end with like maybe a dragon or a Rake the Embers or something. And the go wide can actually be pretty difficult for the Briar deck to deal with because if you're playing a bunch of Ashwings, well, a 0 for 4 into an Ashwing, that's not very efficient. So let's check out.
All right, so they're shuffling up. It's Tariq Patel against Michael R.
I think another interesting thing might be which helmet the Dromai presents. I personally really am liking Royal in the deck. It lets you start the game with a gold, and then you can pitch 2 reds to draw a card off the gold, generating 2 Ash. So
Michael
you
Riddle.
can basically not have to fight with your own deck generating Ash the entire game. So it's a big advantage.
Yeah, and Tariq is not playing the Royal Crown. I think Crown of Dominion is probably one of the most impactful cards from Dynasty that's kind of affecting the deck choices for this tournament. Crown of Dominion is also another card that I like on the Briar side to play into Dromai because it lets you play cash in, which just increases the go again consistency when you have to deal.
Remind the viewers what cash in does?
Oh yeah, sure. So cash in is a card that lets you you normally pay 4 for it, but if you have either 1 gold or 2 silver or 4 copper, you can destroy those as an alternative cost. It lets you draw 2 cards, and more importantly for the Briar side is that it's half of an embodiment of Lightning Token. So that's Briar's hero ability. When you play 2 non-attack actions, you get to get a go again, and you really want to try to be able to attack with your Rosetta Thorn because that's like one of your best ways to attack the Ashwings that Dromai might make during the course of the game. You really don't want to be attacking
Goliath Gauntlet.
your like 4 power attacks.
Now that's really interesting.
What do you think the Dromai is bringing that they would want to play Goliath Gauntlet?
Command and Conquer potentially. You've got Phantasmaclasm or Phantasmaclasm.
Yeah. So,
Ember Maws. There's like a lot of just like numbers on cards you can play.
Sure.
None like Command and Conquer is like the big one. One interesting thing for this matchup too, as the Briar side, can be if they're Royal, it means they can't just shrug off a Command and Conquer with the Crown of Providence.
Yeah.
But also you have the aspect of if they make a gold, your Kyloria could steal it. But here we see he is on the Crown of Providence, so you don't have that potential edge as the Dromai player.
I don't know who won the dice roll, but Briar is going first. Pheano, do you like going first or second as Dromai?
I personally like going second. It lets me, I have the potential to take some chip damage on the first turn from the Briar, but being able to be the first one to get on board and make the other player block is pretty good. But here we are going to be seeing some of that chip damage as there's no Arcane Barrier yet. He chose to go Goliath Gauntlet and Snapdragon over any AB.
Yeah,
but it's only 1 hit, so it's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, so talking about the equipment choices, so based off of the fact that the Dromai is running Snap and Goliath, that kind of lets you in on like what the composition of his deck is going to look like, right?
Is that second Sonata?
That is what it looks like. So the second Sonata will be making the Lightning. I think Tariq is just trying to set up the go again for his first like real turn of the game.
And it's free damage. You're every time you get a hit off of a Sonata, and here we're seeing 2 hits, you get an arcane damage for each. So this is just free 3 damage that you're getting at the very beginning of the game.
Yeah, I think the main decision point when you're going first and you get a hit like this is, I think you're always tempted to just like play the cards that you got. And I think it'll be interesting because one line that you could take, for example, is you could just go like Command and Conquer Rosetta Thorn to chip even more damage from the Dromai. The Dromai is obviously going to block out the Command and Conquer, but...
Do you want the 2 free arcane?
Yeah. But I think that maybe having the embodiment and also having the Command and Conquer to maybe be able to pop like a dragon is pretty good, although the Dromai would obviously know about it.
Mm-hmm. I think that I'd likely just pass here as the Briar player, but I think there's value to each. It's like, chip damage is pretty good, but, do you want chip or the embodiment, as you said? And here we are seeing an attack with an Enlightened Strike. We don't know if it's... I'm imagining it's not go again because we have the embodiment, so
yeah,
didn't see him draw a card, so probably +2.
It's probably +2 here. I think the goal is you just throw the Command and Conquer. You probably peg the Dromai on being more aggressive, low to the ground, so that version actually has a lot of 2 blocks.
And it's pretty easy to peg them on that when you see that equipment flip.
Yeah. So we have a full block. He's playing Themai.
Themai's interesting in this matchup.
Yep. And so this actually chips like a decent amount of damage, I think. On the first turn, you get 5 plus a set, which is pretty nice. I think from the Briar's perspective also, I think when you flip the Command and Conquer from the Sonata, you don't get any of the surprise factor. And so you also might just end up with an awkward card in your hand if the Dromai just ends up like ending their turn on a dragon and then deciding not to attack with it.
And then you still have to deal with it.
Yeah.
But at least you get to preserve your life total with that,
Sure.
which sometimes can be valuable.
Mm-hmm.
And now it's an interesting decision point of, do you just play out your hand as the Dromai player, or do you just go for the cash in right away to try to get your Ash set up?
Yeah,
or the gold, rather.
How much setup do you think the Dromai needs over the course of the game?
As far as just like Ash and dragons?
Yeah, because usually Dromai, there's like 2 different phases of the game, right? There's I make Ash to like set up for my really big go wide, like a lot of dragons turn.
That's a Nourishing Emptiness being pitched too. That's interesting to pay attention to for later.
That's true. Nourishing Emptiness is a card that reads, if you have no attacks in your graveyard, it gets Dominate, and if it hits, your character gets Intellect +1, which means that you end with 1 more card. Obviously, the Dromai is playing attacks. There's an Enlightened Strike on the table, but I think
you can use the Burn Them All to banish all of your attacks, letting you get rid of them for later on in the game.
Yeah.
And here we're seeing just a clean setup. We're getting some chip damage. We're getting 2 Ash. We're getting an Arsenal. No board state, though, which I think is really important in the early game of distracting the Briar player. But to answer your question earlier, I think it is pretty important to have enough of a build-up as the Dromai player. I'm pretty happy on 2 Ash, though. I'm able to probably play the game off of 2 Ash for most of the rest of the game.
Sure.
Maybe 1 additional Ash at some point I'm pretty happy with. Because every time you pitch a red to play a 1-cost dragon, you're just going to replace it. So you only need a couple to be able to play the game. You don't need an obscene amount. And generally, like, a few dragons is enough of a distraction for them. If you go too crazy, you might take too much damage establishing here.
Yeah, Tark hand looks like it has a couple of attacks, a Snatch, but not necessarily a lot more go again. I think there's a Lightning Surge in there as well. So this might not be a huge turn from him. Yeah, it looks like he's just coming in for the Snatch. Potentially, with the Snapdragon Scalers available, you always have to be cognizant of that.
I feel like there might be a snap here because he did say no blocks on the Enlightened Strike.
That's true. That's true.
I feel like you're kind of priced into doing that otherwise. And we see no Iron Rot from the other side for Gauntlets, so a second Snatch would be pretty hard to actually block out without committing multiple cards.
Yeah, and like you had thought, comes in with the Snap. What is the follow-up?
Just second Snatch, I think. Set the Lightning Surge, you're pretty happy. Except for if you do draw a card, you can't really utilize it for anything because you're going to draw up to have 2 cards in hand with no action point, and you're like, well, this card draw didn't really do anything, and you're just going to set and pass.
Yeah, I think Tarek would have really liked to have had a non-attack action to play this turn. Then your turn becomes really clean. You can play your non-attack action, Rosetta Thorn, set the Lightning Surge. You're feeling really good about this situation. Briar's kind of a double-edged sword where if you're drawing these attack-heavy hands towards the beginning of the game, then you know you're going to be drawing some non-attack-heavy hands later on in the game.
And now we're seeing a lightning surge for 4 with no go again.
Yeah, and so I think the thought process behind that is maybe he wants to keep the snatch later on when Michael develops a board to be able to snatch a dragon and then recoup some lost value there.
That felt like a very aggressive use of snapdragons, though.
Yeah, I think it's...
Do you think that's going to come up later?
I think it's the difficulty. So a lot of Flesh and Blood, I think, is like when you're playing the game, you make a lot of these like micro decisions. So like we said on the first turn of the game, whether or not to use your embodiment token. And so making the micro decision, sometimes you make a decision that ends up biting you a little bit.
And here we see a Kyloria come in, which is basically a snatch on a stick, immediately eating a popper. But it looks like he drew a multi-popper hand. So that might come back to bite him as well, where he has a kind of a mid-hand with just a lot of poppers and no real action going on.
Yeah.
Might just see a Command and Conquer come down.
Yeah, I believe so. And this is one of the really awkward, I think, situations that you can get into. Tark still has the lead at this point in life totals, but if you're not really applying the pressure on the Dromai every turn in like a very meaningful way, one of these turns, Dromai can just take the damage and then deploy like a big board.
And then if you come in with kind of a weak round, the Dromai gets a setup, the game can just snowball from there, where now you're just playing whack-a-mole for the rest of the game. Force of Nature, though, an incredible card in this matchup when you are playing whack-a-mole, as you can get a draw trigger into every dragon, letting you clean them all up, draw a bunch of cards, and then continue punching them in the face afterwards. But here we're seeing it's just going directly into his face as there are no dragons yet.
Yeah, so Tarek opts to play the Force of Nature, revealing the Toma Harvest's fuse, and then now he's using the Tunic to pay for the Command and Conquer. I think this is probably the safest line because you know exactly what you're going to get. An alternative line is he could have pitched the Force of Nature to play the Tome of Harvests. You get half of an embodiment counter, so maybe you can like put together something a little bit more powerful, but you always get a little bit of an unknown, and that can be maybe like because he feels he has the life lead. If he goes like a little bit stable, like the Dromai has to answer the 7.
And importantly, with a 7, you can't just throw 2-3 blocks in front of it. And normally with a 7, you just go, okay, sink below plus a 3. It's a Command and Conquer. You can't even do that. And where we only have one single point of armor left, it's kind of hard throwing that away on a Command and Conquer this early in the game. You really need the Furnace to enact your own game plan. So you're still able to strip 3 cards there, which is incredible.
Yeah, I think having the ability to take 3 cards out of the Dromai's hand is like a real big win for Tarek. Not opting to just go for damage, but going for maybe something that would have disrupted
a pass from the Dromai.
A larger hand. Oh, wow. Okay, so...
And he is playing the Flame Call Awakening engine. That was something that I was on too this weekend. It lets you generate a ton of extra ash over the game. It's almost like a legal belittle that you can play in Dromai. Where you get to pitch, make a ash, pick up a Phoenix Flame, furnace a Phoenix Flame, make another ash, and make 2 resources to play your next thing. It really lets the deck just operate without worrying about its drawback mechanic of having to generate ash to play the game.
Got it.
But here we see a Rabble come in and immediately eating a sink.
Yeah, and so Rabble flipping a Lightning Surge. One of the nice things, nice kind of secondary benefits of playing Ravenous Rabble in the Briar deck is that it actually kind of lets you plan a little bit ahead for the next turn, because you know one of the cards that you're going to draw.
One thing that can come up, though, is when you try to throw a Rabble into a dragon, you do need to announce the attack target before you flip the card over.
Oh, yeah.
So if you attack, say, a 4 health dragon, and then flip over a blue, you're now attacking it for 2, so you do kind of have to play that risk-reward sometimes. And this is a massive snatch. 7 go again with an arcane damage, and still floating a resource, so the Rosetta's coming in afterwards.
I believe he fused this Bramble Spark, so it actually should be a snatch for 10. Because he fused probably the blue card that he pitched. So yeah, so Tarek really getting paid off for choosing. He had a decision earlier to either Arsenal Snatch or to Arsenal a Lightning Surge. This way, potentially the Snatch is going to turn into a Lightning Surge if the Dromai chooses not to block this out.
That's true.
And no matter what, you're going to have a Rosetta Thorn on the back end of this, threatening 4 more damage. This is like really, I think, what Briar needs to do to put it themselves in a position to like be ahead.
And the Dromai is just waiting for a single turn where there's a little bit of breathing room, and that just hasn't come. Just a chance to like, okay, you came in with not a bunch of hit triggers. I'll choose to take the damage.
Oh, this snatch is actually yellow, so it's coming in for 9, not 10.
But still not getting blocked out.
This is very interesting. So we see that he blocked with a That All You Got. So normally you would want to save that for the Rosetta Thorn, so it must have a second one. Okay.
That's reasonable.
Yeah.
but still no extra block to stop the draw trigger. So the last card in hand must be a 2-block or something.
Yeah, and I think that having the Lightning Surge now in the arsenal as the Briar player, you feel really good because you know that you're like next turn you're gonna be able to put together something, you know.
But yeah, the Briar or the Dromai really needs some breathing room just to get something going on board. If he just keeps taking all this damage and still blocking out with all of his cards, he's just not advancing his game plan at all, and he's just going to slowly die.
Yeah. Pheano, how do you feel about the role of D-Reacts in this like kind of more aggressive version of Dromai?
Oh, it's interesting. Sometimes they're good because they let you get on board initially of like, okay, I'm going to stop your hit trigger and not give you too many cards on, say, a Snatch or something.
Yeah.
But other times they come up being a non-proactive card where when your opponent is just punching your dragons, it's not something that you can actually play out. And here we see a Dust Up eating a block. The Briar
With a Snatch after a Dust Up. I wonder if you potentially want to let this one hit if your turn is good enough.
Yeah, like, you don't really want to block with 2 cards. Do you care about the draw? Like, the Dromai hasn't really been able to get anything going yet. They might not be able to do much with 1 more card. But here we see a lot of respect. Just, nope, I'm not going to let that hit. I'm going to be content with just playing out my 1 card this round. Maybe it's a 0 for 4 from hand or the Surge in Arsenal and just move on to my life.
Yeah,
we'll try again next turn.
I think here's where you kind of see the... I don't know if you find this to be true, but I find that in a game like Flesh and Blood, 2 players can submit the same 80 cards, but play it very differently. And we see Tarek's play style, where he chooses to play, like, I think usually pretty, like, conservative, stable, but solid lines. Chooses not to give the opportunity to the Dromai to just draw an extra card to potentially put together something powerful.
Well, I think there's a potential for that big blockout could have given the Dromai the breathing room they needed as well, where if you didn't come in with that much this round, the Dromai just says no blocks, and they present 2 to 3 dragons. Like, you're in a real bad state if the Dromai said no blocks and then played like Rake or something like that, or like Rake and a Yenderai or a Kyloria, and now they're on board. Now you have to start playing Whack-A-Mole, and then you start getting into this board state where you're just chaining hands into their dragons and not actually proactively moving forward the board state at all. They're chipping damage into you, you're not chipping damage into them, and the Dromai is just able to play their 4-card hands again.
Yeah, so Tarek hit a Coax a Commotion after the Lightning Surge go again. Chooses to give both players a Matt Rogers Quicken token and a card each. And I think this is actually like a very scary position to be in as the Dromai or as the Briar player, because normally when you give Dromai Quicken tokens, no big deal, but this Dromai deck specifically has a lot of like powerful attacks.
They're a Briar deck in disguise. Thank you very much for the Quicken. I'll take it. I will choose to make my Snatch my starter for the round. And now if we see a Flame Call here, that'd be huge. You often get to turn your Snatches into starters.
Yeah, opting to block the Snatch with an Autumn's Touch and a Grasp of the Arknight.
And now we see a Rake the Embers come down. That is one of the most important cards in the matchup. Dealing with the Ashwings is so inefficient, and it does give you the Arcane Barrier that you might need for when you get to the late game when arcane damage is actually relevant. It's not just numbers on cards. It's like, okay, this is actually lethal damage coming in. I have to prevent this or I'll die.
Yeah, I find that as the Briar player, basically the point up until the Dromai plays the first Rake the Embers, you're playing a completely different game. And it's just a matter of when does the Dromai find the Rake? Do they find it early enough to kind of shift the tide in their favor? Because as soon as Dromai plays Rake, then the Briar starts having to play really inefficiently to try to find a way to clear it. Alternatively, maybe the Briar will choose to just ignore the dragons, pop them for tempo, and then just try to like kill the Dromai in time.
And then we saw a Blaze Headlong afterwards, just more Briar in disguise. 0-4, go again.
Yep.
And then a draw up. We didn't see any blocks from the other side, though, other than the Snatch, I believe. So he's saying, no, my hand is better than the 0-4s you're presenting. I'm going to try to proactively present my own game plan and deal with what you're doing. Because also, if you block too much, now you can't deal with the dragons on board. So you kind of have to take it if you don't have the popper sometimes.
True. Tarek has an interesting decision here because it looks like he doesn't have a non-attack action. He has to decide what he wants to attack.
Your Snatch would go again? No, my Snatch would go again.
I believe this is just a yellow Snatch, so it's going to be a Snatch for 3 with go again, going at the Dromai's face. Blocked out by the Mirror guy.
I think an interesting choice would have been at the dragon, though, because you can't block for your dragons. So that would have been a guaranteed card draw. So I think an interesting choice is, would you rather the card from hand from the Dromai that you're guaranteed to get on this?
Yeah.
Or would you rather the guaranteed draw and get the dragon off the board, but damage into a 1/1?
Yeah, I think.
I guess tell us when it's back.
And Tark is attacking the Ashwing
And
with
just passing.
with the Rosetta Thorn, trying to get a little bit of arcane damage in.
Yeah, you still get the chip there. So it's 2 at the dragon, 2 at the face.
Yeah, set a coax a commotion.
But only cleared 1 dragon and got 1 card from hand and 2 damage. That's what happens sometimes when you get into these board states with the dragon. You can't efficiently clear it, and the Dromai player gets to go, okay, keep my full hand, present even more dragons. And now we might see things starting to slip away if he doesn't draw the poppers.
Yeah, so Michael got to basically start deploying on board when he's at 16 life. Would you feel good about being at that life total as the time to pivot?
It's winnable at this point. I'm not happy about it, but if I see a channel come down here, I think it might be too late. I think I'm too low, but you can still just keep pushing the dragons every round if you have the starter, or even just push the Yenderai for 3. Like, it's free damage every round if they don't clear it off the board.
Sure. You mentioned Channel Mount Heroic. I think Channel Mount Heroic is definitely one of Briar's best answers to Dromai kind of trying to do this. It's really a way to shorten the game to a point where, like, sure, like you spent some turns setting up to deploy the board, but I'm just going to shut the door on your like opportunity to really gain back all the value that you had to kind of give up in order to establish yourself.
On Michael's turn, we just saw the Yenderai and then swing the Dragon's Arsenal Pass, and now we're seeing a start with an Earth Lore Surge. I think that's a red. I can't really tell.
I think it's a red. So we're coming in for 9 go again with the Lightning
Where is
Surge.
it going? Is it the Dragon or the face? That's always the question. I imagine with thinking here, it's at the face.
Yeah, it should be 9 at the face. It's really inefficient, I think, to play towards the Dragon with a red Earth Lore Surge. I think if it was blue,
I think that's reasonable if it's blue.
If it was blue, I think maybe you clear the Yenderai here.
I see we're seeing a block here.
Block for 3, so it's
Going pretty low. Can we close out this game at this low of life? And the other scary thing is once you get this low, like I was saying before, this arcane damage starts becoming relevant. It's not just, okay, yeah, take it. Because the other thing is you're playing such a heavy red line deck, even if you have the arcane barrier in the Ashwings, are you looking to pitch reds to prevent that damage?
Yeah, that's true.
And are you sideboarding extra blues just to do that? Now you're making your deck more inconsistent by adding these blues. So it can become a weird thing as the Dromai player. And now you're kind of on like a 4-turn clock with this arcane damage coming in, maybe even less.
Yeah, I think Tark is opting for the strategy of, I think I've done enough damage to you at the beginning of the game. I'm going to try to shut the door.
And if he draws a popper here, it gets worse. Like, you just time walk your opponent of, nope, I will pop the first one. No more attacks at me. You got 1 card. I'm going to continue pushing face. And if the channel comes down, that turns everything else into a popper as well.
Mm-hmm. So Michael coming in with another Rake the Embers. I think clearing all of the Ashwings before the conclusion of the game now might not be realistic. Ooh, yes. So we have a channel Mount Heroic from Tarek's side. I have a feeling that he's not going to be doing a lot of blocking.
Nope. No blocks.
So we have Channel Mount Heroic.
This is the place.
A Nimbleism, so he for sure is guaranteed to go again.
I think I saw an attack in there.
Yeah, I think he has Arsenal as an attack as well.
Oh, and a Snatch. That's going to be really scary if that gets no blocks. Like, if I'm the Dromai player and that just hits, I'm like, uh-oh.
Yeah, but
he does have an Arsenal, so like the card draw might not be relevant. Just make an Ash.
Yeah, he just gets an Ash out of it. I think in a lot of situations here, the right play is probably just to no blocks.
Yeah. I think your best case scenario is your Arsenal's a Sigil, and you can gain 3 and then Arsenal the new card.
Sure.
But channel coming down, 8 life, that might not be...
That looks like a Ravenous Rabble. So he has Ravenous Rabble, Nimbleism. He has a Tunic counter for his Rosetta Thorn swing. So his Arsenal is, I believe it's a Coax a Commotion.
It's going to be a big turn. Could be even bigger if we still had the snaps, though, which is an interesting thought. The Coax could hit, and then we could give it go again with the snaps. Maybe the card we draw is even better.
Yeah, well, the Coax is going to get the go again because he's going to play the Nimbleism and get a Lightning Embodiment.
Oh, that's true.
So potentially this could be a massive turn if Tarek draws into an attack action.
That's true. Now he's thinking about sequencing. Maybe he wants to hold back some of this for the next round, try to kill him over 2 rounds instead of present everything this round.
Right. Oh,
it's
so
a
it's
scar.
a scar for scar for scar. Okay, so this changes it a little bit, but not by that much. So the idea is the same. I believe that all of these attacks should be going face. So first we're having a scar for scar coming in for 10 go again,
Everything.
offering most of the hand. So
One card left to block with, and he's at 3, so pretty much anything's lethal unless he has a sink in arsenal.
yeah, so we have a Ravenous Rabble coming in for another 7, and there should be a weapon swing on the back end. I believe
Even then, it wouldn't matter. Yeah.
I believe that weapon swing would be going face.
Ugh. Block 2. We do have. Okay, it's a D-react, but.
So he's
that's
going
not
to take
enough.
2. He's going to take 2 from here, go to 1, and then I believe the weapon swing will close him out.
Slow roll in this Rosetta. Dead? Dead.
And that was the game. And it looks like just the Dromai player maybe pivoted just like a little bit too late. I feel that if the Dromai, yeah, if he's been able to just get in a little bit earlier, maybe like
Yeah,
five life more.
He was just like blocking too much during the early game because he kept having to deal with hit triggers, that command and conquer, the snatches. He just never had a window of opportunity to really get in there and get any action going.
Yeah.
And then once he finally did, as you said, it was too little too late. If his opponent did draw a Briar hit, there was a potential of being able to get in there and get some action going. But he really needed his opponent at that point to have a brick round, which, as we see, didn't happen. He was maintaining his arsenal as attacks that like really let him, even if what he draw up into was bad, it still let him keep going. Like, okay, even if I draw a bunch of blues, I still have this attack set. I can still get something going.
Yeah, I think playing the defense reactions in this version of Dromai is kind of like a double-edged sword, in that it can be really good if you get to block out some of Briar's hit triggers, like the snatches that were thrown in the early game. But it also really slows you down from like your pivot turn. Like you don't get to like attack, you don't get to make ash, you don't get to take cards out of the Briar's hand. You're basically saying, Briar, show me what questions you have, I'll try to have answers.
But then you don't have efficient enough ways to answer them to stop them from just running you over once they have the heroic and other gas cards like that.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, nice.
Thanks, chat. We love you.
Yeah. We heard that the chat said that we're good commentators. Not as good as the two fine gentlemen before us.
Oh yeah, they're great.
We're just uglier versions.
I love the little Pikachu.
I know. All right, let's take a look at day 2 meta conversion. So, day 1, I think the three most popular decks were, I believe it was Briar, Dromai. Yeah, let's look at day 1 first. So three most popular decks: Briar, Dromai, Fai, Dash also up there in the mix.
Wow, that's a lot of Dorinthia.
Yeah, a lot of aggro, pretty widespread overall, but definitely everybody thought that. And I guess like correctly said that Briar was like one of the most powerful strategies that you could do.
And we see a lot less ice than we probably would have seen a week ago. But then, as we saw on the next slide, ice converted pretty well because if you look at this, it's a very aggressive meta. Briar, Fai, Dorinthia, like all Dash too. But Dash, I think, has a bit of a better matchup into ice, but it's you still have to play the game correctly. All these decks can get preyed on by the ice deck, so I think ice was a fantastic meta call into this. If everyone's going, Briar's the best deck, Unga Bunga, okay, well, I'm going to give you one Frosty Boy.
Yeah.
Prove to me that you can play through one Frosty Boy.
And sometimes you get 2 Frosty Boys depending on what cards that they play.
Just infinite Frosty Boys.
Yeah, so we see day 2, Iyslander definitely doing really well. Azalea having a high conversion rate, but like low numbers overall. Yeah, so
12 Oldhim, not 9, sorry.
So Oldhim, Iyslander had the best conversion rates. Briar and Fai not as good.
Well, they're converting less, but they're still the quantity-wise. Like, it looks like Briar is the most total decks showing here, even though it converted less, which I think is to be expected when it's the most popular deck in the room for it to have slightly less conversion, unless it's just like busted, absolutely busted. Like you can just, no matter what, win with that deck.
Yeah, I wanna actually spend some time just talking about like the concept of like when you're trying to prepare for a large tournament like this, and you have to decide like what deck do you want to play, because you have to commit like a little bit early. I think
like, do you want to play like the meta deck, or do you want to play the thing that answers the meta deck, or do you think you have an answer to what's going on that's kind of going outside of that, like we saw with Kano back at PT1? It was like, nope, I'm just going to do something different.
Yeah, so we see that Briar, I think, is the consensus. This is the best deck. And I think if you play Briar and you're really good with Briar, that it'll give you good chances of doing well. But then you always have the option of playing like a counter. So I believe that some Oldhims believe that they have a counter strategy. We saw, I think, earlier with the more like life gain, defensive-oriented like strategies can be effective to Briar, and then Iyslander, and then also one Bravo making it out of 42. Oh man.
So wow, Bravo did not really convert. So it does not seem like that was the answer to the meta whatsoever.
Yeah, I was quite public on Twitter. I think some people were talking about whether or not after the Oldhim kind of changes were announced, whether or not they should switch to Bravo. And I think that while it may be like a lot of people's comfort picks, there's just a gap, at least right now in the game, in terms of tools that different heroes have access to.
I agree.
think not having access to the elemental equipment, not having access to like the hero ability that Oldhim has, if you're trying to play this like Guardian playstyle, really like takes away from your overall power level.
Yeah, you only really have one way to slow down your opponent as a Bravo, and it's by proactively trying to control them with your crush effects.
Yeah.
For Oldhim, you can be a bit more reactive in how you answer their threats as well, through your hero ability, through your shield, through just the damage prevention in general, Blizzard, other things like that.
Well, there's
So
multiple
you have different
axes.
ways that you can attack the answer. You're like, okay, I'm gonna throw this hit effect at you that can slow you down, or I can react to what you're doing and kind of see, how my hands come to me or what you're soft to in this situation.
Yeah, I think it's the fact that there's like multiple layers of questions, and every good deck right now has ways to present uncomfortable situations for your opponent. So against Oldhim, it'll be something like, oh, maybe he has a defense reaction, maybe he has an ice react, maybe he has a blizzard, maybe he's just gonna not block and attack me with a spinal. Like there's different.
And I think that makes it difficult too, as the other player, where you're like, you now have to play around all these things. You can't just go in it knowing this is what, like, if the Bravo's keeping cards, there's only one answer coming at me. They're gonna throw a number at me. They're gonna try to strip some cards or effects from me, but it's always gonna be number at face.
Yeah.
I'm gonna try to stop you from playing the game with this number at face.
Yeah, I think Iyslander is similarly very good for the same reasons, where Iyslander has a bunch of different types of effects that can be strong. So against the aggressive decks, it'll be stuff like maybe on this turn, I'm gonna do like Brain Freeze and take a card from you. Maybe I'm just gonna give you a Frostbite. Maybe I'm not going to do that, and I'm just gonna do setup and play an Insidious Chill. You always have to like weigh like the cost benefit of.
Or maybe you didn't come in with anything that was good enough for me to care about, and I'm just going to come in with even more numbers than you did. I'm just going to throw a Wounding Bowl.
Oh, we're getting asked about our day one. So we're here. We're here. We're on the desk. I brought Briar. I lost in the last round to qualify for day 2, so went 4-3. So lost to, I think, some pretty good players. Lost to Isaac. I lost to Isaac. Another Briar was Ryan, and I lost to Chandler Toe in the last round of day 1. So yeah, he was on Ryan. So it was
Ook.
and he. You can get the basics, but to really compete with these
Deck mastery.
to compete with these high-level players, like you have to always make the right decisions. Like it sounds kind of rough, but like that really is like what it comes down to.
The tiny edges of mastering your deck. My day 1 started off good, started off 3-0, and then I was playing a very similar Royal Dromai list to the one we just saw on stream. I opened my games by making some Ash with my gold, and then I proceeded to not find any ways to make Ash for the rest of my games, the last 3 games, and it was just playing on 0 Ash all my games, and I was like, well, I guess that's how I die. Sometimes you just don't draw the cards, your deck is just coming at you in the wrong order. It happens, card games.
Yeah, and that can be one of the difficulties of playing this like Royal Dromai. Like numbers wise, I think on paper, the deck presents very good cards.
It feels like you're cheating sometimes the way that the deck comes out, where you're just like, you're playing like a Briar deck back in the day, but then the numbers are even better sometimes, where it's like, well, this dragon came in for 3, but it still has a body, and now my opponent has to kill it, and so that's worth 3. So it's really a 0 for 6. And if it comes back around and I get another swing with it, now it's a 0 for 9.
Yeah.
And the math is nuts on it if you table shit. And even if you don't, it's still above rate. But you have to play this mini game with your Ash.
Yeah, I think that on the flip side, one of the weaknesses of that deck is this kind of resource management aspect of Dromai that other decks don't have to deal with. So besides just dealing with like just the resources that you use to pay for the cards, needing to also manage like what point in the game do I make Ash? We were talking about during the match. What point in the game do you make Ash? What point is it right to just like, okay, now I'm in?
Or when do I block? It's you're playing a mini game with your own deck. You're having to play a board state based deck, which is another skill. You have to do the normal Flesh and Blood thing of attacking and blocking, how to think out your turn cycles and hands and how to win the game.
Yeah.
So it's like you're adding all these extra layers to playing the game than you normally would with another deck.
Yeah, and so, I mean, all the players I think that are still alive in this tournament are very like skilled and a lot of experience. So I think we are set to cut to break as we are getting ready to prepare for the next round. And so thank you everybody for watching so far. We're gonna be back soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. How are we doing today?
I'm doing good. You want to talk to Chad about that cosplay you were just doing?
No.
No? Wow,
Yeah,
okay.
of course I do. Of course I do. Hi, I'm Carolina, and this is Pheano, and we are doing catch up because we're bored.
That's true. That's true.
I need to come up with a theme song.
Dun, 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 dun. I don't know.
We don't talk about Starvo.
Oh my God. So how is your weekend going, Pheano?
Fun being on cast. Terrible in the tournament.
Same.
Nice.
Same.
Rub life.
Scruff life. What was your record?
3-3 drop.
Nice. I was 2-5.
Got some
But
XP.
And I was walking around in cosplay all yesterday, and I wore cosplay for 12 hours. 12 hours. I did not go to the bathroom for 12 hours.
Oh God, never thought of that logistic of cosplay.
I couldn't take it off. I could not take it off.
And you just did that for fun? There was no contest or anything?
There was no contest. I just came for the vibes.
No contest because you were win what?
No
Ooh.
contest because they didn't want me to win, so they said she's not allowed to have a contest.
News for you. I might be cosplaying at the next thing.
Oh, you are?
Gonna go as maybe Go Bananas.
Oh, really? You're gonna be my competition?
Ooh. Might bribe the judges with bananas.
I'm gonna pull an I, Tanya. Huh? Huh? You didn't hear it from me. Are you recording?
Cut.
That didn't happen. I'm not gonna pull a Tanya.
Just ship it.
That's true. That's true.
Just hurt your competition.
So are you gonna get a hammer tattoo now too?
No. Wait, okay. What if I do get a hammer tattoo when I put in memoriam and then the date? I want a tattoo again, but I'm not gonna get a Winter's Whale tattoo. Maybe I'll get it on my on my ankle, little ankle tattoo.
Ankle. No one can see
Listen,
that.
well, I got my other tattoo here because I didn't want anybody to see it.
Then
So
why are you showing it off to
I'm
everyone?
I'm showing my tatas to everybody. That's not how it works. I'm not showing it to everybody. Oh, we're just talking to each other with this recording. I just realized that.
All right, I'm cutting to break. The producer is stepping in.
go into? Is that something that you wanted us to talk about, or did you just want some? Oh, sorry.
We're live. So we have Aaron Grace on Phi, but he's chosen to play Kodachis, which is quite an interesting decision, and Majin Bay, which is on Iyslander. And so I think one of the big differences in this matchup from previously was just Iyslander not having access to hypothermia anymore. Hypothermia is a real big card that you can't play into because Kodachis don't have go again naturally. They gain go again when you have a 0 cost in your pitch zone.
So it meant that you couldn't rely on the weapons before.
Yeah, and so
And now with the weapons, that lets you lean more back into Maskable Momentum potentially. That'd be an interesting thing to see if he's still playing that into this matchup, or if he's going to rely on pouncing links. I imagine if you're going to play Kodachis, you want momentum.
I think it should be Mask of Momentum, and maybe like playing even like a slower game. Maybe he has more AB. I don't know what his blue count is.
I imagine higher if you're relying on Kodachis.
Yeah, it could be like. Iyslander really has a hard time blocking like 1-1 and then like a 5. So like things like take the tempo very strong. Even if he's playing, I don't know if he's going to be playing like Pounding Gale. Just like these like 1-for-5 cards that make it very annoying for Iyslander to deal with like the additional cards. On the Iyslander side, you do still have some disruptive effects. So you have Channel Lake Frigid. Just like slowing down the entire turn.
Kodachi's much worse when you have to pay 2 for each Kodachi.
You really don't want to be paying 2 resources for 1 damage go again.
That's some Arachne rates right there.
No, let's not talk about Arachne. And I think we're beginning. So we're seeing from
Ooh,
from
a
Phi.
lantern.
And I think so he does have the Mask of the Pouncing Link. So I think he is on the idea that you still cannot like reliably just like trigger Mask of Momentum. But because he's playing Kodachis, has access to the additional Arcane Barrier with the Arcane Lantern. So instead of playing one AB, which a lot of Emberblade Phis like to do against Iyslander, now you get to play 2.
Which is really important for those ice veins. It lets you pitch a blue AB1 and then pay 2 for the pay 2 or discard.
Yeah, I think not only that, having 2 AB also helps you kind of mitigate a lot of the damage that the Iyslander gets to do on their Channel Lake Frigid turns. When the Iyslander plays Channel Lake Frigid, the most annoying thing is like they're deploying cards to slow you down. On the additional Channel Lake Frigid turn, that's when they get to like do some damage. But they're really just like trying to chip you with the Waning Moon during those first couple of turns. Having access to the second AB lets you like really hunker down as the ninja player and be like, I'm gonna ride out the storm. I'm gonna just block 2 here, block 2 there, and just like wait until the Channel Lake Frigid goes away.
Something else that's interesting to see would be on the Phi side would be if they're still playing cards like even bigger than that, because that's typically something very good with the Kodachis. Typically in this build, you're going to be having a lot of cards like you're saying, those 1-for-5s. They don't have go again, but if you play an even bigger than that after the Kodachi hits, you're going to make a quicken, and then that lets that card get go again, and then you can keep going and do some much longer lines than normal, but that might be kind of a pipe dream in this matchup, as it's much harder to go for a longer combat chain against an ice deck. And we just see an Arsenal pass coming out from Majin.
Yeah, so Majin Bay, I don't know if he elected to go first or if he just got the Phi chose for Iyslander to go first. What do you think is better, going first or going second in this matchup?
Well, I typically like going second in most decks in this game, as you get to make your opponent block first.
Yeah.
I think it's interesting when you're playing an arcane damage deck, as you can get some chip damage in on them, but it's not as good if your opponent brought a bunch of AB. And if you don't draw the arcane damage early, it's not that great, because you're not going to like throw a wounding bullet at them turn 1. It's not that impressive. It's like, okay, whatever, I milled 3 cards from them because they just blocked.
Yeah.
And here we just see a Kodachi.
Yeah, so leading off on Kodachi, this is a line of play that would have previously been very scary to do, because if the Iyslander just like set a hypothermia, flips over a hypothermia, your entire turn only does 1 damage.
And one notable downside of the Kodachis too is that they are not draconic. So a lot of your cards that care about total draconic chain links, such as Phi in himself, and we see here he does not actually have that draconic chain link to really go off and do other things. So he had to pick up a Phoenix Flame and come in for a very unimpressive 0 there. And now we have an attack for 2. So far this hasn't been the greatest of starts here, but he's still able to hold back some mana. So if he does get shot in response, he is going to prevent it.
Yeah, so we see a 3 blue hand from the Phi. I'm from the Phi side.
Still a lava burst though.
Yeah.
That's still good.
Yeah, from the Phi side, I think these are the kinds of hands that you really don't want to see, where you have multiple blues. Obviously, against Iyslander, I think a second blue can be helpful. But really, if you don't have a starter, this is like one of the issues that you run into.
And here we're seeing that can be one of the downsides now of how Phi has to be built with Belittle gone. You need to replace those with blues so you still have functioning hands throughout the game.
Yeah.
And you need these extra blues into the ice decks. But then now your deck has all these extra blues, and you're going to draw more than you need to a lot of the time.
Yeah, so Aaron put together, I think, a total of 8 damage for 4 cards, rate of only 2 damage per card. I think when you're playing Phi into Iyslander, you really feel the pressure, like you're on a clock. Like you only have so many turns. So I wonder if that's going to be like a real pain point for Aaron as he like tries to make the most out of his future turns to kind of make up for that initial like lost time, lost space.
And you're also presenting less damage over the course of the game with your weapon. 1 versus 3, that's a big difference in your how much damage output your weapon gives you. And see, we have a Scar for 4 with Go Again.
Yeah, I wanted to say, however, the way that the resource breaks out, I think a lot of Icelanders now are playing some cards like maybe
Another Scar for Scar. The face is the place.
I know. Icelanders are playing cards like Winter's Bite Blue, Arctic Incarceration Blue that present 2 Frostbites now, whereas before they weren't really doing that. So actually, like having the 1 resource discount compared to playing the Ember Blade maybe will be helpful on one of those kinds of turns.
Yeah, it's the risk reward of I can play through your taxes more efficiently.
Yeah.
But I am losing out on damage. And like sometimes that's good, sometimes it's bad. And great follow-up afterwards. We get a Cornet afterwards. You have to give me an additional card.
Yeah,
So-
Cornet Peak really just like, let me trade 1 card for 1 card. We both play on into like 3. I think that's great for Iyslander.
Yeah, you want to simplify the game state a lot of times as Iyslander, especially against these multiplicative damage decks. When they're playing with less cards, their damage output just completely tanks.
Yeah, Aaron choosing to block with the take the tempo maybe felt that it was a little bit unrealistic to really go into the take the tempo. Although he has the resources to Kodachi, so I think was afraid that there would be a frostbite like what's coming out right now. This set of 1 cost, if you play it from your arsenal, you get to draw cards, are really strong from Iyslander in response to aggro because you get to basically make the Frostbite for free. It doesn't cost you a card because you draw the card back up, and essentially the card that you pitch.
Yeah, you're trading a card for 3 damage and getting a Frostbite. And if you value the Frostbite at any real value, that's so good. It's like if you value the Frostbite at 1, you're essentially getting 4 value out of that, which that's what you want in this game. You want to make your cards worth about 4.
Yeah, so Aaron coming with
Speaking
the
of 4.
Snatch. Yeah, the Snatch is actually very good. Majin Bay, most notably, does not have Iron Rot gloves. So playing an equipment slot like Iron Rock gloves, for example, in this matchup, lets you more cleanly block these 4-power breakpoints.
Yeah, you don't get ganked, and you get to just give them 1 card and a piece of armor, move on with your life.
Yeah, so he's actually having to dedicate 2 cards for this. Will gain a life from the Findle's Fighting Spirit, but
You can't be happy with that, though.
yeah, I think he would have much rather preferred to throw the Findle's Fighting Spirit, maybe Arsenal the Command and Conquer to pressure on a later turn. So now we're seeing just the Cornet Peak to slow down, again, be like, okay, you got to have a good turn, but I got to chip in my damage off of my Cycler. Let's see you try to do that again. What do you have for me on 3 cards?
Now, importantly, on the next round, though, that Cornet's not going to be as good as the 5 player is going to be on the legendary 3rd Tunic counter, which will shut that out unless we get a Channel Lake Frigid right here into Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, that would be very, very devastating. I think for the Phi, there's always some tension involved. So when you have the Iyslander doing a strategy like this, forcing you to play on 3 cards, at some point they're going to stop and then they're going to like play a threat. At what point do you like try to go a little bit less and then maybe set up like a bigger hand?
Yeah, I think an interesting thing too here with that is when you're on the Kodachis, it can be potentially harder to have good 2-card hands, letting you get the Arsenal.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Because like I feel like I really want to be able to do that, like get something in Arsenal, get something going where I can go, no, I'm going to have a 4 or 5-card hand into a following round, so I can really have a good turn and say, no, you're going to block a bunch. You're just cornetting me for the following round. We're not doing these shenanigans anymore. I'm going to be let loose and play the game.
Yeah, Aaron's coming in with 3 from Ronin, 3 from Bran. Majin.
I think that's as good as you can get for a 2-card hand if you stop here and get an Arsenal. Like,
Yeah.
That's the best you can really do, other than like what, a 0 for 4 snatch or something.
Yeah, snatch I think would be really, really good. Majin most notably is blocking now with the Frost Hex, which lets you know that he doesn't feel that that card is at all important anymore in terms of the strategy. Sometimes I think that depending on like how the even if you have like a Fai, if they're trying to like play like super defensively, you do need to set up. You need, like if they're giving you the time, let's say like if they're very aggressively blocking your Scar for Scars, they have AB3.
It lets you hedge further than potentially trying to fatigue you. It's like you're saying, no, this is here in case you try doing those shenanigans. But I don't want to actually have to do that. And once I see that you're not doing that, I'll just block with them because they're still nice blue block 3 ice cards. They do almost all the check boxes that you want. It's like getting to main board a sideboard card.
Yeah. And what do we have
And
in
then
the
he just Arsenal passed. And there's the Channel Lake like we were talking about.
I think I would have liked to.
I might have just played that on the last round on the first 0 for 3.
I think it's tough in this situation. So one of the awkward parts actually of the Fai coming in a little bit less, I think you get into these situations where as the Fai player, or sorry, as the Iyslander player, you're expecting the Fai player to come in like 3, and then something else. And so you're planning your whole turn like, okay, I'm going to like block whatever. I think now, like Majin, like because Aaron chose not to go in and to set a card, maybe Majin's thinking to himself, maybe I should have kept that Frost Hex up because like playing the Frost Hex on this turn maybe would have accrued more value than playing the channel on this turn.
You could have channeled on the first attack, and then he probably would have just Arsenal passed. And then you get to keep the Frost Hex to cornet him here, keeping the channel around. Because importantly, the channel only ticks up on your own turn. So when you play it on your opponent's turn, it's not going to check for the flow counter. So you come back to yours, you cornet. The tunic no longer matters because it's going to cost an additional 1 to even activate the tunic with the channel up. So they still have to give you a card in the cornet, making it even harder to play through the channel on their next round. Because now they're down a card, they're under channel. It's kind of hard to have a good 4-card hand into a channel. And here we just see a snatch and probably pass.
Yeah, so I wonder, don't have access to deck list, but I imagine that it is possible that Aaron is playing some attack reactions.
Like a Razor or something.
Yeah, like Razor reflexes. So Majin just says no to 4. Do you have anything else? I'm just going to block 4 here. And I think that's like a really clean answer.
And it does mean that you're floating these resources. So like if your opponent tries getting chip damage on your turn under the Channel Lake, you're just like, nope, I'm going to choose to not take damage here. And here we see right back, last Scar in the deck. 0, 4, go again. I'm the Briar deck now.
Yeah. I think now knowing that his last card was Scar for Scar, or sorry, was Sink Below, makes the entire turn kind of interesting because I think that Fai, as a deck, one of Fai's strong suits actually is that the card composition that you choose to play oftentimes makes defense reactions a little bit difficult to like find like what the right timing is. So for example, if Majin had chosen to block one of the 3 power attacks with Sink Below, it might have ended up netting out to be more valuable because then he could have just played the Frost Hex on this turn, play the channel on Aaron's turn, and then kept it around for an extra turn.
That's true. That potentially could have had value.
Yeah, and then so you get.
I think the value of the Frost Hex in this matchup could be dubious when you see that your opponent's on Kodachi's, where it feels like a lot of times he's ending with extra resources, so you might not ever actually get chip damage with it.
Yeah, but it's just like you're always doing these kinds of calculations. So we can't say like what's better or what's worse, but these are like these little calculations that make it like difficult for you to ascertain like
macro game plans.
like what should I be doing?
Yeah, it's like you're thinking super far ahead when you're doing these things of like when you're choosing to play that or not, it's like, okay, how am I actually winning this game in like 6 to 7 rounds from now, not just like what's important right now on this turn.
Yeah, so Aaron actually is caught in like a little bit of a bind. This is not too optimal situation. So he chooses to activate his tunic. When you choose to activate your tunic, you're giving your opponent a chance to respond. And so because Majin Bey has the Winter's Bite in his arsenal, he can play it before the resource is even there. And then so it would make Aaron have to like pitch an additional card. Now Aaron has the blue in his hand. If his hand was all reds, that would have been really difficult.
Yeah.
Whereas if you do it like the other way, where you play something first and then the Iyslander chooses to play Winter's Bite, and then in response you can activate Tunic.
Which was an even more powerful play before when we had Belittle, because a lot of times you'd see that and they'd float the 1 and try to use that on a Belittle, and that was the blue from the Belittle would have been their only blue for the round. But here we're on a lot more blues, I assume, not as devastating as it could have been on the old build.
Yeah, so Art of War is one of those cards in this 5 versus Iyslander matchup.
Which I assume in this case is going to be for +1. They did not indicate that, but I'm assuming it's +1 here for the viewers.
It should be +1 and banish a card, draw 2. it's one of those cards where it's hard to find the right time to use it, but when you do, if you do get to use it, can really be like a matchup swinger.
And this might be the floodgates are open for the 5-player. You've seen your opponent's arsenal, so you know that's probably it for interaction unless they exactly have a blizzard in hand. It might be mask time. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think that as the 5-player, you really want to find these like windows, and if the Iyslander player is like taking a lot of damage, you're like, oh, like their hand, like they want to keep their hand. Maybe you think that they want to like set up like an Insidious Chill, or maybe they want to Ice Vein you or something. It's time to go. You just want to like hit them.
Face place.
Yeah, like you want to hit them. You want the mask is gonna get like the most value on this turn. Like you don't have the blizzard, and if you have the blizzard, then whatever, you got it. But this is my best shot at trying to find a window of opportunity.
And now you have to think about that though, and try to sequence it in such a way where if you crack mask and then they blizzard afterwards, where you don't get completely ganked by that. So you want to not lose out on all that value if possible, but sometimes you can't play around it. Big thinking on this Kodachi for one.
Yeah.
I think he sees that, oh, shoot, this might be a moment where he's going to mask me. Do I want to take extra chip damage to make Salt the Wound better? Pitching a Lava Burst.
Pitching Lava Burst 4. So this indicates to me that Aaron just doesn't have a lot of go again in his hand.
So maybe it's not a mask turn.
Needing to continue his turn with the Phoenix Flame. Like you would have really liked to see like the Lava Burst, even popping like one of your AB to give it go again into like a Salt the Wound or like another Lava Burst or something like that.
And importantly, the Fai activation cost 1 here because the brand made the Kodachi not usually Draconic. So if that was any other starter, the Phoenix Flame would. You're content.
It's okay, but
you'd like more, but
yeah. So
you take what you can get.
Here, Aaron, I think is gonna have to like really like do some thinking. Like, do I really want to go for more? I think that one thing that you can do though, but because Majin has taken so much of these hits, if he does play Salt the Wound in his deck, the Salt is coming in for.
We did see Assault. He banished Assault for the Art of War.
Yeah, so if he has another Salt in the Wound, if he has access to another Salt in the Wound, if this Blaze Headlong doesn't get fully blocked out, then it's still coming in for 7. So we see the Sink below plus the gloves actually overblocking the.
So we've got 3 hit
Blaze
triggers.
By 1.
Oh, another Blaze. This is probably Master. And even if he has the Blizzard here, your opponent's down to 2 cards in hand. So if they Blizzard, they're just Arsenal passing. So if you trade your Mask for a full card out of their hand in their entire turn, I think you're still pretty happy. This is not a great spot to be in if you're the Iyslander player.
He's no block. So here is actually one of the scariest times to use your Mask. You have no cards in hand. If he has the Blizzard, you just got to like steal your Mask for free. Your Mask going from 7 damage to just getting like traded out by a Blizzard feels terrible. But I don't think that Majin has it in his hand, and this could be like the turn of the game.
I think you're still in a winning spot, even though that happens though. Like you're only 1 point behind. Your opponent would Arsenal pass. You're gonna drop and be on a 4-card hand. You might be able to keep tempo for the rest of the game and not let your opponent get back in, unless you draw a multi-blue hand, kind of like we saw earlier in the game, where you don't really present enough damage.
I think it's tough. So like the threshold for Iyslander versus Fai usually is as the Fai player. Once you get to 8, it's kind of like the beginning of the end.
Yeah, spooky.
Yeah, so
we do have the extra AB though, so like maybe we have a bit more wiggle room.
You know, I hadn't thought about that until you said it, and I think that yeah, it does change the math a little bit.
And maybe there's Assault coming in for
should be for 7.
1, 2, 3, 4 hits plus the Art of War.
Yeah.
Yeah, 7, I believe that's how math works.
So Majin going to 12, has 2 cards in his hand. Probably we're just going to see a Cornet Peak.
It might be a Brain Freeze instead. He's got a Brain Freeze, and I think it's a Polar Blast. So, like, that's a risk. Like, do you want the worst card in your opponent's hand, or exactly a 0 cost in their hand? And you're giving up info what your arsenal is, which I think actually has a bit of value. Like, your opponent knows, I only have to play around 1 Frostbite next turn and 3 damage. That could be scary, too.
This is, like, a real big decision point because, like, the Brain Freeze is such a good card from the arsenal, right? Like, being able to, like, interrupt, like, take the opponent's best card while they're, like, going through their turn.
But then you have the risk of, what if they didn't have the 0? I think it's pretty reasonable with them on Kodachi Fai. You're going to get a 0.
Yeah.
But like, there is that fear.
Although the hand did look like it didn't have that many. It had a 0 starter, 2 mounting angers, and I think he put the blue on top.
It was like, what, a Winds of Eternity or something?
Yeah, Winds of Eternity.
A lot of text on that. That probably doesn't matter. It's a blue, and it blocks for 3.
Yeah, and so Aaron knows that that Majin has access to that cycler from his hand. So here again, like the turn is like pretty stymied.
So like, and this is interesting. He knows what the arsenal is, and it's a frostbite and 3 damage essentially.
Yes.
But we no longer have a blue, so that 1 frostbite with no tunic counter is actually worth quite a bit. So that's why we see an attack just for 4 here. I believe pitching a red for that.
Yeah.
So mounting the trigger on that probably doesn't matter, because if he just gets 1 frostbite, can't even play the card that he banishes
his
off of
arsenal, I think, is another mounting, or his not his arsenal. His last card is another mounting anger.
The mystery card going into arsenal.
Yeah. So
Mystery card.
So we know, both players know that it's another mounting anchor. This 4 damage is like the only damage that's coming in. This is really the Icelander's chance to kind of turn things around. I got to stop your big turn on my turn. I have 4 cards. Maybe I want to block, but I don't really need to block. I know that there's nothing coming after this.
Yeah, this is where you look to get a bunch of chip damage, and then put your opponent in that weird spot where Striders is looking at presenting lethal soon, where maybe you throw a big attack at him, and he goes, do I want to block this attack and lose tempo, or do I want to take the attack to the face and risk losing to Striders, where an arsenal set plus a 5 in hand plus a staff could just present way too much damage, and I can't do anything about it.
And Majin, I think, is thinking about blocks right now. It's getting a 3 block, maybe. He just wants to buy himself like a 1 more turn.
I think I see a Blizzard in hand. Is that a Wounding Bowl and another blue?
Yeah, so maybe he wants to set the Blizzard, or depending on what
Probably
the
pitch
other
the
blue
Blizzard.
is. I think it depends on what the blue is. Because he knows that the Arsenal is a, what's it called?
Yeah,
because he
pitching the
knows that the Arsenal is a 1 cost, maybe the Blizzard gets a little bit more value.
Yeah. But I think you're pretty happy with this value. Gain a life, deal 7, place.
2 cards for 8, very good. Aaron is in a bit of a bind, because even though he does have access to the 2AB, if he takes this and goes to 8, if he runs out of cards in his hand, then he's in the kill range.
And then blocking with the wins, that is public knowledge here. So theoretically, he has another blue in hand.
Should be.
That'd be pretty spooky, blocking with your only blue.
And sometimes you just gotta risk it. Oh, so
Not a
actually,
mounting.
it was not a
Rising
mounting. Rising
Resentment?
Resentment.
Yeah. I always forget the 5 card names. They all look the same. Angry men on cards.
Rising Resentment is actually one.
They're just like, fire!
Rising Resentment, one of the best starters to really play. Like, this is like a must block for Iyslander, because
The cost reduction, it's huge.
Yeah, because the way that the game works in terms of cost reduction, cost addition, you always apply additions first and then reduction. So if you banish a 0 cost off your Rising Resentment, and I make a Frostbite afterwards, I can just like keep that card and banish and play it for free, no matter what, like negating your Frostbite. And so you're in kind of a tough position. And
I think right now he's trying to think, all right, what can my opponent realistically present this turn that I care about? I'm at 12. I've got 2 points of armor that I can just straight up throw away. Is there any world where I just say no blocks to these 4 cards, or maybe give you like a card or 2 and just present lethal in the following round no matter what you do?
I think saying no blocks to any of the cards is a really hard sell, because Phi has the power to do like 12 on like 3 cards. So like 4 cards represents like a range between doing like 10 to like
Aether Ice
15,
Vein coming
16.
in.
Okay, so we have a blue Aether Ice Vein. I think he's just trying to get some information. Like what else do you have?
It's also some chip damage, importantly here. You're going to get a card out of this probably. You're like at a minimum, you're getting a card because he's not AB3, so he has to take damage off of this unless he's just playing crazy cards like an Oasis and Fire or something. Which even then, you're getting 2 cards. You're still happy. He's not going to present any more damage if that happens. So you're getting a card, disrupting the round, getting a little bit of chip damage here, which means you can probably also staff on top of that because you're not being threatened with that much more. And then again, we're setting up for that kill round. We're biding our time. We're trying to buy some space so we can go, okay, deterministic kill out of nowhere. I don't care what you have. I don't care about your AB. This is happening. This is your life now. I would like to pick up this win.
I think showing the Insidious Chill, I'm not sure if Majin Bey is trying to, if he's forced to show it as, if that's the case, then it seems to be a sign of weakness.
Well, it could just be your pitch for staff.
It can be, but I think that like staffing in this position is like really scary. Like you really, I think, want to be blocking. A card like Insidious Chill is really good in the early game, but like the game has already progressed beyond the time where it's like really useful.
We got another Ice Vein in hand.
And so like the awkward part of having that Insidious Chill is that if you show the Insidious Chill to the Ice Vein and then you have to Arsenal it.
And he banished a Blaze Headlong and then it just immediately played it. So the cost reduction was not relevant because there was no Frostbite.
Yeah.
Just a number on a card. Can't even hurt his feelings. It's just numbers.
And coming in with a Snatch for 2.
That's convenient. I have this 2 that I want to throw away at some point this game. Thank you very much.
So here I think one big decision. So we know that he has the.
Is that an Emeritus?
Yeah, it is an Emeritus. He has the Aether Ice Vein. I kind of wonder, maybe you just play the Aether Ice Vein not fusing. Yeah, because you want to keep the Emeritus for the kill.
Just present lethal immediately.
Yep. And this is kind of like the bind that you get into when you're playing against Wizard is, yeah, I have AB, but at the same time,
I give up too much on my round. Like, how do I win the game?
I have to give up my hand, and then we see. I think there's an Art of War in Aaron's hand. It might be difficult to play the Art of War. It looks like he has an energy pot as well, so
yeah, he's considering pitching the energy pot to AB this just to not go to what would that be? Is that a red? I'm assuming. It might be a yellow. I love the elemental cards. It's so easy seeing what color they are.
I think it's a yellow. He's just trying to figure out the math in terms of like what's going on.
Like how do I die from here is what's going through his head.
I'd really like to see Aaron block the arcane damage with his Art of War, but he might think that he needs the Art of War to try to win. If his hand is like blue heavy, then maybe you need the Art of War to try to find you reds.
That's reasonable. Maybe he has another blue in hand as well. And then we're setting the Emeritus Scolding. That comes in for 4, and then Staff is for 3. So if we see a Shields down here, that is exact lethal set.
Yep.
Plus, if there's another Arcane Damage card in hand, we get to Striders and play that as well. It's a lot of resources potentially, but if your opponent doesn't present enough to make you care, and you might just do it in response to this Art of War, that might just be like, oh, all right, how much damage is in my hand right now?
Yeah, so if he has any if he has any damage spell in his hand, if he pops the Striders here, Aaron, anything that does more than 2. So if you do anything that does more than 2, Aaron is going to have to use he needs 3 because he has 2 floating and he has access to the tunic counter. If you have like a 4 or a 5 in your hand, Aaron would be forced to, in order to stay alive, to pitch the card in his hand, and then his Art of War basically has no text.
Yeah, you just time walk him and get a bunch of chip damage.
Yeah, and here's like I think the real danger of playing Art of War into Iyslander.
I kind of like this though, just playing out the Emeritus and just seeing how your opponent reacts to this.
Yeah. Are you going to try to prevent the damage, or are you just going to take it?
Yeah, and we also do get to. So we have a Tunic, resource up on both players.
Yeah.
We could use the Tunic to either activate our Staff with the 1 floating. We could use the 1 floating to activate our Striders instead. So we're kind of concealing info on what we're actually doing as the Iyslander side.
Yeah, agreed.
But what are you going to do about this 4? How do you want to deal with this? Would you like to go to 3? Do you think those 2 cards on top are really good?
Yeah, so electing to prevent 2 of the damage, going to a 5.
And now we get to make a more informed decision with the rest of our round as the Iyslander player.
Yeah, so coming with the Waning Moon. Yeah, it's like really scary because it's like if you block with just the Tunic, then you're like opening yourself up. Then he just like hits you with the Striders, like we talked about.
I think the interesting spot is if he says take this Waning Moon, go to 2. Do you still crack the Striders? Because if it's another blue, you have a 5 in hand, that's not lethal, correct?
It's not lethal, but you got to like stop his turn, and then you got a set, and then you got a set.
Yeah, I think that might depend on what the set is. Because you might be in a weird spot where like maybe you can't find a way to present lethal again because you are at a low life total.
So I think in that situation, you would. If it's a 5, I just find it so hard for the 5 to come up with a win because you get a set, and then even if the set doesn't do any damage, your Waning Moon is going to chip in for 1.
Well, I'm saying
so he would go to 2.
Depending on what the Iyslander set is. What if you don't have the damage spell set?
Yeah. So even if you don't have a damage spell, you're going to chip in with the Waning Moon. So if you have a 5 right now and he doesn't like block and he goes to like it goes to 1.
Yeah, if he goes to 1, yeah, anything with a waning moon
Yeah.
does it. Except for exactly like a blizzard or something.
Okay. So we see he's choosing to block only 1, going to 3.
Spooky. All right, moment of truth. Do we just pull the trigger and go for it? Probably. I think it really depends on what my hand is here.
He says,
see a
he says,
blizzard?
"I'll let you banish." Hand was another blue. So now
Blue,
the
brain freeze. It's a blizzard, a brain freeze, and something else.
I think it looks like it's a brain freeze. Oh, and a frosting. So frosting's actually like a pretty good set in this situation. Brain freeze is also a really good set.
So we don't actually have something to Striders that's like
Yeah,
go
nothing
for a kill.
Yeah, nothing that's good.
So we're probably just setting up for the next round.
Yeah, I like block, and then the real question is like where like what card are you gonna try to arsenal in order to win?
Do we just blizzard this?
Yeah, I think so.
Blizzard it, block with one of the cards. Maybe don't block and go to 1 or 2 and block with Tunic.
No. I think if you blizzard, you definitely block. So the real question is like what is getting put in the arsenal? Does he value the frosting? The frosting is only 1 damage, or does he value the brain freeze being like disrupting enough?
You could also just play the brain freeze. Fusing
Oh, yes.
the same play we saw earlier, basically. Because we're not seeing lethal damage here with this blizzard.
That's actually a very strong play.
And then that puts you in a spot to be able to know for a fact how down shields are and potentially put the only blue in their hand on top, so you can just say, okay, I know exactly what's going on.
Yep.
I know how to present lethal here.
Yep.
Except we don't know what the set is. Mystery card going down for everyone here. No one knows what it is.
Yeah.
Aaron, of course.
Here's an interesting line. So if you do choose to do the brain freeze line and you choose the brain freeze on his turn, would you waning moon with the frosting because you have your Striders available?
That's an interesting thought. I don't know, because like 2 go to 1 and then hope and pray. I think that might be a moment where I check my graveyard and check my threat density of how likely am I to draw damage here, and based on how I sideboarded it and everything, like if I'm pretty likely to draw some damage here, maybe. Really depends on what's in the hand too.
Yeah, also, it depends on what's in the Fai's hand.
Like, I'm gonna take a peek, make my decision making based off of that.
Yeah, that makes sense. The only reason why I think it's a consideration is because the frosting
And
only
there it is.
only does
Check the threat density. What do we got left?
Yeah, because the frosting only does 1, you know that like if the Fai has like an extra like resource available, it's not going to do any damage.
Yeah.
It's really just to activate the waning moon.
So if we catch him on a
So we
an
do,
all red hand with a blue, I think.
yeah. So we have
Rising
rise, rabble, rising resentment. A lot of rises.
Yep. Nope. Set this frosting. Set this frosting.
Okay. Yep.
We're going for blood next turn.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that
no blue. I sleep.
Yeah, I think the decision becomes a little bit more interesting if there was 2 blues.
Yes, I agree.
Okay, so we're gonna see a frosting here, putting Aaron. Like Aaron's for sure gonna have to block
Something.
Yeah.
And then you get the other red out of hand.
He has
And then
to.
if you have any damage spell in hand, you probably win.
He has to block. He has to block at least another 1 from the waning moon. And now he gets a frostbite. Plus he has the Phoenix Flame. The Phoenix Flame could pay for his arsenal card.
Unless we just kill him in response.
Oh. And that's the game.
Yeah, we just needed to find anything that dealt damage there,
Yeah.
and it was like guaranteed.
Yeah, I think really unlucky that Aaron didn't have an extra blue, but I think that's just kind of how the matchup like crumbles.
And we're seeing the whole belittle dynamic there of, we had too many blues in some rounds, not enough blues in others. We're not able to kind of cheat on that in our deck building of just always having access to blues when we want the blues.
Yeah, I think that ultimately it's kind of showing how the bans kind of affect the 2 decks in this matchup disproportionately. I think prior to the bans, I felt that the matchup was very like in Fai's favor because you have access to belittle, like more blues, energy potion, that you can like really mount these like really big turns. But now I think that without belittle, like trying to like Art of War, like there's so much like fewer like spaces, and
it's almost like your damage density in the deck is lower because of all these extra blues.
Yeah. Yeah, and Michael did get to put together a really big Art of War
got
turn
that one
on,
really good
on one of
turn.
them, but then the other one ended up kind of biting it.
Mhm.
And so that was, I think, a great game.
They both played that very well. That was great to watch.
We are probably going to step off to give you guys back to your regular casters. I thought it was really fun to be on the stream.
Yeah, that was a great opportunity.
Yeah.
Thanks for having us, chat.
Yeah, and so we're gonna cut the break.
update from your producer. I know my mic is awful. It's way lower quality than the other ones we've heard, so forgive me. I know some people might have seen like the giveaway thing that's popping up in chat. I needed to fix everything else first so that we could make sure this worked. So this is the superfluous bit, but it's definitely something I want to do for you all. So we are gonna like put all the giveaway stuff kind of front loaded into like going into top 8. We've got some boxes, we've got dragon shields. We'll get to that in a second. Just wanted to give you an update. All that is coming. All right, but for the meantime, let's jump back to B-roll and the casters real quick.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have your regular casters back today, and we're just going to go over some of the standings. Currently, I believe on screen, are we showing the standings as of round 5 end? Well, we have the standings as of round 11 end. We're going to be putting that on screen in just a moment. So for our only 2 10 wins records today, we have Charles Dunn on his Fatigue Oldhim and Michael Hamilton, no surprises there, on his Iyslander. After that, coming in at 9 wins, we have, let's see, 3, 2, 15. We have 12 players, 13 players at 9 wins. Yeah, once we get it on screen, you can see all the names. So I'm not reading it all out. But off note, and our next match is going to be Alexander Vor on Iyslander versus Lucas Oswald on Oldhim. Now, Alexander Vor, not a classic Iyslander player. Now, for those of you who don't know, he is well known in the community as a Kano player, and he has brought some of that spice into his Iyslander list. Now, Alexander Vor is running Aether Wildfire in his Iyslander list, and that's going to be some real spicy stuff. Now, we don't know what sort of Oldhim Lucas is on yet, whether he's on the Fatigue, the all-out Fatigue plan that we've seen plenty of today, or whether he's on a more traditional aggro Oldhim plan. So it looks like we're getting our players seated. They should be seated right pretty soon, and I'll have my co-caster join me in a little bit. But until then, take a look at our 9 wins. Now, the people in the 9 wins bracket are the ones playing for the win and ins into the top 8. And everyone else, 8 and below, they're playing for the money. Top 32 does walk away with $200 from this event. So, you know, just a little bit. Maybe covers the travel costs, maybe some of the hotel costs over here.
Calling players, welcome to round 12. You have 55 minutes. You may begin.
So other than that, yep, looks like my co-caster is just about ready to join me.
Hello.
Hello, thank you for getting the players set up.
Oh, yeah. That's my job. Oh, my goodness. How do I make this smaller?
Do we know what flavor of Oldhim Lucas is on?
I don't think we know what flavor Oldhim. I'm really glad we got another Oldhim because you and I, we're the Oldhim bros.
Yeah, apparently we're
Where's the
just like
hammer? Where's our bonker?
the big bonk.
Yeah. X2, yep.
Yes, the players are X2. So they are both playing for the win and in over here, Alexander Vor and Lucas Oswald.
Shout out Carolina for the hammer. Yeah, we are. You can't have us streaming a game day 2 of any calling without Oldhim, I guess. It's just the way it's got to work.
You know, first 2 games today we had Oldhim. Yes, our last game yesterday was also the Oldhim matchup.
Yeah.
So, you know, And then the guest casters came in and took the only non-Oldhim matches we're going to have today, apparently.
Gotta give it to him. Gotta give it to him.
Yeah. So he's going to be
They did a
casting Oldhim all day
fantastic job.
today. Yeah, they did amazing.
We do have a great matchup here between Alexander Vor and Lucas Aldwell coming up. This is pretty much a winning in. It's looking like almost everybody who's X and 2 is going to make top 8 from what the people who know this stuff better than me are telling me. So this is about as close to a winning in as you can get. And Lucas Oswald is giving Brody Spurlock a run for his money as the Wunderkind.
Oh.
What do I say? Lucas Oswald. Yeah.
Yep.
Lucas Oswald he's a high school junior. He's out here absolutely kicking butt and taking names. He's got a winning in for day 2 of the Calling Indianapolis. So this is it's an incredible matchup, narratively and skill-wise. It just also happens to feature Oldhim Grandfather of Eternity, and that's entirely fine.
We have 2 ice heroes, 2 heroes hailing from Aria.
Hailing.
The language. Yeah.
You have to be soft. You have to be soft with this.
It just comes
Oh
naturally,
my goodness
instinctually
me.
even. So for those of us not so familiar with the American high school system, high school junior is around what age? You guys give us a rough number.
I don't know his specific age because I didn't ask him that because that'd be odd.
Yeah.
He is anywhere from 16 to 17 most likely.
Okay,
You
got
turn
it.
17 in your junior year. You're driving off the rip. You know, you're getting older. You're not quite into the horrors of adulthood. You're still like getting excited to play pretend in college. So it's a good age.
Oh yeah, of course. You can drive while you're 16. I always forget about that because
Can.
you know the legal drinking age is 21. But like no, driving a vehicle that could, a dangerous like.
Oh yeah, 100%.
one-ton
No.
vehicle at 16, that's good.
No. They'll send us to war, but we can't drink any alcohol, which
Yeah, you know.
makes a lot of sense.
All right. Anyway, let's not get too political.
No, I think that's a great idea. Let's get into the weeds on this stream.
So yeah, back to your 2 regularly scheduled casters who are apparently getting all political out here.
So let's do. So we walked through standings. We got a lot of really great players. I was looking at the top tables. My phone's over there. There's a fair amount of Lexi still alive. There's a lot of Briar. There's a fair amount of Oldhim.
A lot of Oldhim.
A lot of Oldhim. Fair amount of Briars. We're at the top table right here. And we do have a bit of a different flavor of Iyslander coming up in this feature match. And I know you want to talk about it.
Yes.
I know you want to talk about it. I'm going to mess with my
excited.
helmet.
So Aether Wildfire in Iyslander. Now, Alexander Vor, we know he loves this Kano. He just can't let go of this card apparently. So Aether Wildfire allows the Iyslander player to really jack up their damage on the opponent's turn when they play it off the Stormstriders. Now, critically, this is not a blue card, so the only time the damage increase is going to be relevant is when the card is played from hand with Stormstriders. And then to maximize the damage, Alexander Vor is going to be looking to play that blue card from Arsenal that Iyslander does let him use to get the damage buff. Now, other cards that he might be bringing in with his Aether Wildfire, I'm particularly curious about whether he's running Snapback. Snapback says that if you have played a wizard non-attack this turn, you can play this as an instant as well, then getting him an extra buff, or an extra use for the buff from the Aether Wildfire. Because unlike Kano, Iyslander can't just rip cards off the top to play more non-attacks.
Yeah, absolutely. And the thing about that is if you're not playing it from Arsenal, you can't just hold it there. When people are playing Iyslander and they want to go for the kill turn, often they'll pop that blue Emeritus Scolding because it's the best blue card you can use to finish off your opponent. You have to just draw the Aether Wildfire. You can't save it in your arsenal if you want to also have an arsenal card to just continue the damage off the Wildfire turn if you're playing Iyslander. So do you think that's on a pitch stack situation, or do you think you just kind of gotta hope? Or like these players are so good, they're playing towards a very specific plan. It's hard for me to imagine sometimes that they're going to just be playing towards when they draw it. Do you think though it just depends on the speed of the game, or are you always playing towards when you know your Wildfire is coming?
So I think this depends on the Oldhim over here. Now, classically in this matchup, the Oldhim does set the pace of the game in that sense. Even in traditional Iyslander, when we started, we always wanted to set up the Frost Texas and Insidious Chills. But as Oldhim's got more aggressive, Iyslander's pivoted to saying, all right, I can't set up that much board stay anymore. I'm just going to tempo you out and be more efficient than you in my 2-card 8s. So I think we're going to see something similar here. If Lucas is no more fatigue-style Oldhim, we're going to see Alexander Vor try and pitch stack that Wildfire. But if not, it's going to be when he draws it up and when he sees the best opportunity to use the Striders and get as much damage in as possible.
And perhaps on a deck like Oldhim that can be so defensive, and we're going to see how much healing and how much life gain Lucas has brought into his deck, perhaps the Wildfire is going to be the way that he finds that extra reach. We've been talking about it all day. What's the kind of craziness? What's the thing that gets you over the hump? And for this Iyslander deck, piloted by the wizard mastermind of Alex Vor, it might be that Aether Wildfire.
For sure. And critically, one piece that Iyslander does have access to that Kano doesn't is that Iyslander can force cards from the opponent on Iyslander's turn. So I do expect to see maybe one Insidious Chill backed up with an Ice Vein on Alexander Vor's turn into a Wildfire that is going to be completely uninterrupted on Lucas's side.
Insidious chill. We had a lot of fun with that card last time we were casting.
Ah, yes, of course, that Lexi with the 3 Insidious Chills on the board.
All right, well, let's talk about this game here. It looks like Lucas went first, got that tuna counter, but just popped a card in the arsenal. Didn't want to give Alex Ford the chance to cycle any cards out of his hand.
Definitely, and I'm trying to get a feel of the texture of Lucas's hand here to see what sort of flavor of Oldhim he's running. So I saw 2 attacks and a CNC and a channeling frigid. So not too much information gained yet. Even the fatigue, the all-out fatigue Oldhims do run those cards.
Yeah. Big shout out to Ethan, Mr. Man Van Sant, for getting this camera all worked out. Now we got everything working as intended.
Absolutely
what a beautiful
beautiful.
Stream.
We can zoom in on Lucas's hand here and see what's going on there. Okay, so he's pitching for this blue Aether Hail. Now, his AB situation is AB2 with Chrono Seeds, so this immediately can already tell us that he's not looking to play the All-Out Fatigue plan. Because if you're playing the All-Out Fatigue plan, what you typically have is AB3, you add in the Lantern, and you run the Chrono Seeds as well. Sometimes you may even go up to AB5, but that means you typically need to give up either Tunic or your Crown.
We can only hope. We can only hope.
There we go, starting with Arouse the Ancient. So, okay, cool. We're not going to have an absolute grind fest anymore. This looks like both players want to play quick.
Oh, it's going to be a little grindy. Yeah, you can already tell.
Yeah.
So let's see here. So now, when you're the Iyslander player, sometimes you're playing your ice cards just to try to find damage, and sometimes you're trying to interrupt and trying to utilize your Frostbite as effectively as possible to interrupt the opponent's turn. So looking here at this Rouse the Ancients, it's going to be coming in for 7. It's going to have go again. Is this the time to pop that ice card out of the arsenal and try to interrupt the turn?
So importantly, it's what Lucas has revealed here. If Lucas had revealed 2 blues, the Frostbite would mean that he would need to use 2 cards to swing the hammer. But he's revealed a Command and Conquer, so even if Alexander War gives Lucas a Frostbite, Lucas can still just come into the CNC basically uninterrupted.
Now, the thing about the CNC, it's just going to have text, because that Aether Hail is just going to come right out of the arsenal, threaten some damage, and make that CNC just damage.
Yep.
It's not going to interrupt or affect the arsenal in any way.
6 raw damage is 6 raw damage when you're trying to raise down the Iyslander. Now, I saw a very unique card in Alexander's hand, which we've not seen in Iyslander list
I saw it too.
since the hero's inception. Sigil of Permafrost in Alexander Vor's hand. Now, let's see what he cashes it in here to stop the follow-up attack after his Rouse the Ancients. But in any case, I'm very curious to see where he takes that card. Now, a lot of Iyslander players that card off as just not being valuable enough with all the massive efficiency attacks that they've started to prioritize. So, this card not exactly very efficient. You need to pay 1 to even play it, and you need to have 2 floating to use the Waning Moon after that.
All right, let's see what they decide to do here.
So there's a Waning Moon on the stack here right now.
Checking about the life totals and see if they have been adjusted on the interface.
Interesting. So Alexander Vor went ahead and played the Sigil of Permafrost, not fusing it, and he also had activated the Waning Moon beforehand. So that was him just paying 1 to block 4 over there. So quite inefficient, but he has put this red Aether Ice Vein to the bottom of his deck. Now let's see if he manages to get through to that pitch tag, because at this rate, if Lucas keeps coming at him with these 13 damage turns, we may not get to pitch tag here.
Alex is going to draw up.
Also, Alexander Vor rocking those Prism sleeves, just taunting these other Wizard players. when you're running Prism sleeves and you're on Iyslander, and your Prism's a really bad matchup for Iyslander, you just know he's just like being a little ironic over here.
All right, well, this Thunderquake's going to be coming in for 8. 2 cards pitched, 1 card most likely going to the arsenal. Alex Vor here seeming to prioritize getting that red Aether Ice Vein to the bottom of the deck, perhaps blocking in a somewhat inefficient manner, but being okay to take a little bit of damage, hoping that he can block out expectedly with all the cards, most of the cards in his hand, to set up his arsenal and move forward from there.
And we see another spicy card on Alexander Vor's list. We see Eisenhower Weathervane.
We're going to be doing some fusing.
We're going to be doing some fusing and creating a bunch of Frostbites. Now, that card obviously very, very strong if you manage to set up Frost Axes. But again, this goes back to the pace of the game that Lucas is setting. He started to rouse the Ancients into Command and Conquer. Now he's coming in with another big bonk, as we call it. I'm not sure that Alexander Vor will have the time or space to set up instead of Shields and Frost Axes in this matchup.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see exactly what he is playing towards. See an Oasis in the hand there. As he draws up, and he's going to show the Glacial Footsteps. No fuse.
No fuse. And drawing Oasis when you have a Tunic up, very, very timely for Alexander Vor here. That is such an efficient line. Use Tunic, Oasis, gain a life, and you block 4.
Let's see how he wants to handle this. He can go ahead and snap off that Respite, gain a life, basically make it a 1 for 5.
Alexander Vor possibly also potentially thinking about a pummel here. Now, this cold snap will give him information on whether he needs to play around that pummel.
Let the Frostbite resolve and the Arsenal get frozen.
Okay, so since Arsenal got frozen, Alexander Vor knows there's not going to be a pummel following up this Glacial Footstep, so he's very happy to see that.
Now, if you're the Oldhim here, if that Waning Moon comes in, you have the... If that's going to be an extra card in your hand, you might have the opportunity to pitch it towards your Arcane Berry here. But if that card in his arsenal is something that he really wants to see, or he wants to keep around for any reason, perhaps you are less incentivized to fully use out all the resources on the Crown of Seeds. But as we've seen throughout the day, these Crown of Seeds are constantly popping off.
For sure, and Crown of Seeds definitely messes up the Wizard's math a lot, because that's 2 extra resources the Guardian just suddenly has access to if they have an arsenal. They pitch in blue, have 2 floating to Crown of Seeds. Now they drew into, well, you have to assume another blue, and that's just 2 extra resources that the headpiece gain. It's like they have access to Energy Potion on demand as long as they have an arsenal.
And then we're going to follow that up with the Sigil of Permafrost, which is going to cover up all the rest of the damage from this Glacial Footsteps. Most likely, Alex IV is looking to just Arsenal here and continue the game plan of figure it out until we can find a way to chip some damage in, get him a little lower, and then we'll be able to close the game out with that Aether Wildfire.
I really like these. I really like that he's playing out the Sigil of Permafrost. I think he's recognizing that he's not going to be able to combo off this Oldhim because of how aggressive the Oldhim's playing. And so, to that end, he just wants to get rid of these Sigils of Permafrost. He's like, you know what, I'm not pitching these. I don't need to see them later. They'll just clunk up my hand. I'm not going to be able to get that many Frost Hexes out. Let's just get rid of these, just cash in the block value now, and move on with my life.
And that is one of the most interesting facets of this game, is the fact that when you all you know when you look across the table from your opponent before the game has started is the hero choice. Now, we're 11 rounds into this tournament. These players know what's been going on here, but Alex IV is not sure exactly how defensive the Oldhim is going to be, so he's unable to sideboard entirely appropriately until he actually gets into the game. And so, as we've seen multiple times throughout this tournament, we're pivoting, we're adjusting, and we're adapting to what we're seeing in front of us.
Definitely, and one of Oldhim's greatest strengths is his ability to really adapt on the fly. So that's perhaps something Alexander Vor also had trouble with when he was sideboarding.
You know, it's an interesting thing that I think we should talk about quickly, as we see an E-Strike coming in with the go again, and this E-Strike most likely is going to be coming in for 7 here. The Stalagmite over there on the Oldhim. As we've talked about, these Ice Heroes hate playing through Frostbite, so on a turn that if Alex were kept in these Scar for Scars in his deck, or we don't know exactly what the makeup is, because clearly there are more pieces to it than just the classic Bulllander list, but if there are those 0 for 4 go-agains, we do see the Fighting Spirit and the Wounded Bulls. If he's trying to chain multiple things together, one Frostbite can really impact that, and so we'll see how effective that Stalagmite ends up being.
Definitely, and even without the Frostbite, 3 extra life against a deck that has started to run all these big attack actions can definitely be extremely relevant. We've definitely seen this match go to the final, 2 to 3 life thresholds at the end of the game. Alexander Vor stuck in a slightly awkward hand. He's got a 2 block, an Energy Potion is a 0 block, and the red attack that he wants to play on his own turn. So this E-Strike for 7 posing to be a bit of a problem for him. We see him use Tunic to cash in that Ironhide Gauntlet. So cashing in his Tunic and cashing in the Ironhide Gauntlet over there.
Can save him a little bit of life, but he's looking at an 11 life deficit right now before this Wounded Bull comes in, and that Epod is going to head to the Arsenal, which will be played out on his opponent's turn. However, it's not going to threaten any disruption. So we'll see how much of the damage of this 8 that's coming at him Lucas wants to absorb, or it looks like block at least the entirety of it.
And critically over here, Alexander Vor is open to an Ice React, but it looks like Lucas did not go for it. Now, Lucas could have done that to be completely insulated from any sort of disruption, any sort of arcane damage on his own turn.
Yeah. Looks like just a Glacial Footsteps and the Command and Conquer, and that's just going to probably immediately bring out the Energy Potion.
And that was such a clean block from Lucas that he managed to block exact 8 on the first trigger of Stalagmite. Now, next time if Alexander Vor comes in with a 7 attack, like the Pheano's Fighting Spirit that we saw, now he's got exactly 1 block left in the Stalagmite to block that.
Seems as though Lucas is prioritizing the block value of Stalagmite rather than the versatility, almost like the modality of how Rampart works with your extra resources pitched. He hasn't been as want to use cards on his opponent's turn pitching to the Crown of Seeds. He doesn't have the Rampart, so as you said, it's much less efficient and effective when you're pitching just to your Crown of Seeds. You know, it might be in there for moments like he has a tunic counter up and trying to stay alive at the end of the game, but perhaps that's not really the plan he's going for, even though that's what we've seen before in this tournament.
And Alexander Vor prioritizing these energy potions, and you have to imagine this is going to be for the big combo 10 of the Aether Wildfire that we know he runs. Also, very interesting choice on the headpiece from Alexander Vor's side. A lot of Icelanders in this matchup have started to run Crown of Providence because of the threat of CNC Pommel that we've obviously seen a lot of today. And to keep these aggressive Oldhims off their 5-card hands. Now, trying to do something like Arouse the Ancients, for example, off of a 4-card hand after you've been coronet peaked is a lot harder than doing it off of a 5-card hand. However, over there we saw Alexander Vor pitch to Waning Moon on Lucas's turn instead of keeping the blue to coronet peak on his own turn. And I believe that was because Lucas is representing the one resource on the Tunic. Now, Tunic would have just very efficiently answered the coronet peak. So we saw Alexander Vor say, all right, I'm just going to chip in for 2 here because Lucas did have the one floating.
Absolutely. Interestingly, given that we don't know the exact makeup of Alexander Vor's deck, we can assume, based on the weather vanes, the sigils, that there probably aren't as many red threats in that same way. He's playing towards somewhat of a different package, so perhaps the Coronet Peak instead of the Crown of Providence represents that he's expecting most of the time to get to play stuff out of his arsenal. You know, with the Bulllander list, sometimes you arsenal a red threat, you arsenal a red spell, a red attack, and it's okay. You can keep 2 cards, play the red, and then arsenal the second one you kept. Sometimes that's easier than keeping 3, and you can still maintain your threat density and maintain the pressure. But it looks as though Alex Vor is confident in his ability to respond to any effects by playing that card out of his arsenal.
For sure, and he did put Lucas in a bit of an inefficient play there because Lucas could only use 3 of the cards out of the 4. And that is a problem with Oldhim. Honestly, a problem with both these Ice Heroes, to be honest. Both of them can sometimes struggle to use massive hands. And we see Alexander Vor finally develop the first Frost deck. So based on the defensive capability of his deck that we've seen so far, we've seen Oases, we've seen all these things. I'm not sure whether you've seen a Fate, but I wouldn't be surprised if those are in this list too. Maybe Alexander Vor is saying, yeah, you know what? I will actually just combo any Oldhim that I see.
It is often relevant once you resolve that first Frost Hex. You can often catch an Oldhim using exactly the amount of resources they have available if you've been able to interact with them on your own turn or utilized your arcane damage earlier. So those 1 pings from the Frost Hexes, if you just, instead of trying to catch them and interrupt the chain and interrupt the game actions, if you're content to just like block and then throw the Frostbite at the end of the turn, that can really start to add up.
Definitely. And this is one of those defensive pieces that we talked about, the Oasis Respite coming from Alexander Vor. He's gotten all the value from this Oasis Respite that we've seen so far, always getting life out of it. So that effectively nullifies the Zealous Belting completely. Ooh, and then we see an Endless Winter Fuse. Now, Alexander Vor definitely wishing he created a Frostbite on that turn to stop this perfectly pitched Zealous Belting into Endless Winter here off of just 2 blues. Although Lucas did, of course, have the Tunic counter to counteract a Frostbite. So that's important there. But Endless Winter Fused poses quite a problem for Iyslander.
Yeah, if you take any damage off of that Endless Winter, you will be creating a Frostbite every time you activate an ability. So if that's utilizing your Tunic, if that's utilizing your Coronet Peak, and if it is fused, both of these blocks, or the... Yeah. So we'll be making a Frostbite.
So that was a very interesting priority window thing that happened there. Alexander Vor played the Sigil of Permafrost. Now that put the Frostbite trigger on the stack from Endless Winter, but he responded to that using his final floating 2 Oasis Respite to cover it up completely. And since he went to his turn without performing any actions, that Frostbite he got from the Sigil of Permafrost block just didn't matter.
Well sequenced from a master of these type of priority windows.
Classic wizard player. He knows all his layer steps, knows when he's allowed to do what. Now, these energy potions, aside from just helping on the combo turn itself, also sometimes can help him set up a board state piece on a turn that he's forced out to block. Especially now with the Tunic up, for example. He could go energy potion Tunic into setup and this is just chill. Because if the Oldhim is taxing Alexander Vor's hand so much, it could be difficult to find those openings to play those very tempo-seeding spells like Insidious Chill and Frost Hex.
Absolutely. I'm going to go ahead and put a Frostbite on the stack from this Ice Bolt.
Yep, so this looks to be in response to the Crown of Seeds trigger. The Crown of Seeds activation is, so the damage prevention from Crown of Seeds is not actually active yet.
And we do have the Tunic resource up that he's going to go ahead and use to come in with the Waning Moon for an extra 3 damage before the prevention is online and before the extra card is in his hand.
Yep, so critically, Lucas actually just caught at AB2 for both these things. The Ice Bolt definitely leaks 1, and so does the Waning Moon, because Lucas only has AB2, and the Crown of Seeds is not active yet.
So well timed there by Alexander Vor. That life deficit, as Iyslander wants to do, is slowly starting to get closer and closer together.
Definitely, and we look at a 6 life deficit right now, but you have to include the board state on Alexander Vor's side. He's set up 2 energy potions and has a frost X on the opponent. Now that is worth 6, probably more life than that. However, we have seen all 3 Sigil of Permafrost use, so I'm curious to see what his endgame stack is going to be.
Another Endless Winter coming out. This is going to represent 8 damage and the same effects.
This
with
time it wasn't
Frostbite.
fused. So Alexander Vor is free to block as much as he wants without any taxation being leaked over onto his turn.
And with 3 cards in hand, it'll be interesting to see if the Frostbite comes up if he activates the ability. I would have to think it won't.
Yep, so Alexander Vor effectively blocking 6 here, the Fighting Spirit gaining him a life and then blocking 2. So it looks like he's not going to be activating any abilities on his turn. He's just going to go ahead and arsenal that last card, which I think was a blue Aether Hail. I'm not sure if I'm...
Yeah, because he blocked with the 2.
Yep.
All right, this is going to be the red Glacial Footsteps. Once again, we're not going to have the fuse ready for it. So this might point to a difference in the ice. Oh, it speaks to the difference in the ice cards post Winter's Wail ban. You're not as incentivized, so we've talked about this earlier, to play the Winter's Bites or to play the other 1-cost ice cards that you would like to run for your Titan's Fist. Or not your Titan's Fist, your Winter's Wail. Now it's a Titan's Fist. So if you don't have as many ice cards looking to use with your Winter's Wail, it's harder to get these fuses off for a card like Glacial Footsteps.
Definitely, and a lot of those ice cards also block too, so you're going to need a very good reason to run them, and just fusing a Glacial Footsteps, not a good enough reason.
Definitely.
And we see Alexander Vor here really capitalizing on one of Oldham's weaknesses of using big card hands. With the previous turn, we saw Lucas be stranded on 1 card. Now, however, Lucas did have the pummel. And Alexander Vor caught on a bit of an awkward position. I think I saw another Insidious Chill in his hand and a Frost Axe. Now, you don't like seeing this as Iyslander. You don't want to see all your board state pieces together in the same hand.
Absolutely.
So Alexander Vor very craftily playing around this pummel discard by saying, all right, I'm going to pitch everything so that by the time his pummel hits me, I have nothing to discard.
Yep.
This way, he's keeping those essential board state pieces, Insidious Chill and the Frost Axe, in his deck. Now, whether when those come around, whether he'll have the life to actually resolve them, that is, remains to be seen. But at least he has those in the deck.
Because now that was a large chunk of Alexander's life that he has to work with, and he's not working off an arsenal in this turn. So there won't be any Frostbite shenanigans, and there won't be any Waning Moon activation.
Definitely. And Lucas himself also not working with an arsenal, but we've talked about this. Oldhim is fine not working on 5 card. Honestly, they're arguably more efficient on the smaller hand sizes.
And this time I think we are seeing a fuse off of this 3rd red Glacial Footsteps. So this one is going to have the dominate effect. We're going to see how willing he is to block with something like a Coronet Peak. He doesn't have an arsenal, so there's no way to set up a D-react from there.
Yep.
There's going to be damage coming through. He's slowly losing that life buffer that he's had for most of this game. And Iyslander needs it if they're really trying to go for something like the combo plan. They need to stay alive to get there. And we know that he's running Aether Wildfire for a reason, right?
We have yet to see one, so I wonder whether he had scouted this and he knew Lucas wouldn't give him the time to set that up, and maybe he started that out for this matchup.
Oh, then we just got everybody so excited for nothing.
Yeah, I know that. Well, oh well. Yeah, that happens. This just goes to show how dynamic, how adaptable Alexander Vor is on his wizards.
Yeah, we'll have to see. See when he can get the fuse off for the Insidious Chill, what he's going to do with the 3 cards that he's keeping. I believe he does have a big red attack in there. I think I saw a Wounded Bull. Blocking with the Emeritus, so this is going to take 7 here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a bit of damage. 20 life down. Still 3 Insidious Chill triggers on the board, along with the Frost Axe and 2 E-Pots. So the Wizard's definitely not out of this yet, but it does look like they're pretty far behind. Again, with this play, Alexander Vor opening himself up to the Ice React. Of course, if Lucas chooses to Ice React, that would severely diminish the offensive output of his own turn. So we'll see if he chooses to go for that.
Alexander Vor putting himself in a position here to tick Lucas's life down if he decides to let this attack just entirely hit, put him down to sub 20. But Alex Vor is very quickly getting to the point that he's going to have to be blocking. He's going to have to be blocking every turn whether he likes it or not. And so you have to wonder, has he set up his board state enough to put him in that position that he can just block until he gets the final piece or the final 2 pieces he needs, and be able to resolve them while still being alive to then go for that final combo. With the Frost Hex, you have to think that's what he's playing towards. It's hard when you're playing against these, especially these aggressive Oldhim decks, to maintain the pressure with the red attacks. And once you go through the red attacks, they're gone. And then you have to find a way to find that closing gap over the finish line.
So Lucas opting to use his life total here. Very, very interesting block by Lucas. He just put the Stalagmite in front of this and is looking like he's going to League 7, and then he Ice Reacts here. So we talked about this. Alexander was open to the Ice React. Now Lucas is saying, you know what, I'm going to use my life total as a buffer here and use this Ice React use this Ice card not as a block 3, but to make sure I'm not getting domed by anything on my turn, and you're going to have to suffer my 4-card hand here.
Absolutely, and we've seen him be pretty disciplined with that Ice React, perhaps even wanting to lure Mr. Vor into a state that he doesn't like to go for that line or make Alex not consider that as consistently as he might against other Oldhim players. But then right at a time that it looks, Alex took a long time looking at that card. Right at that moment, he said, all right, time to fire this off.
And I absolutely love the sequencing from Lucas here. He said, I'm going to Ice React you. No Arsenal for you, Miss Iyslander, I guess. And then here's a Channel Lake Frigid. While you don't have an Arsenal, so while I know you're not going to respond to Channel Lake Frigid with any funky wizard stuff, I'm going to set this up to stop you further. And here's a Titan's Fist.
And here's 4 more damage, precisely. And like we're talking about, you have to live long enough to get to the point where you can win the game. It sounds very...
When Alexander Vor is sort of priced into trying to do something big to overcome this life deficit, for the Iyslander.
Channel Lake Frigid is one of the hardest cards to play through as Iyslander in a very sickly, ironic way. Everything you do in these decks, theoretically, is so good because of how on-rated it is, how above-rated it is for the resources. So having to pay any additional makes your turns way clunkier.
Arguably, it's a bit of a flavor fail. Maybe Channel Lake Friendships to say if Iyslander's on the field, she actually gets -1 to all her things.
A flavor fail, that's funny.
So the additional effect of a Channel Lake Frigid is that these E-Pods now look so much worse. We talked about them being there potentially as a way for Alexander Vor to use more cards to block with and then cash in those E-Pods to do a big Ice Vein or do a big Wounded Bull. But with Channel Lake Frigid on the field, you still need to pitch to activate the E-Pod, and the Tunic is definitely off.
And if you don't have any way to pressure Lucas's hand here, there are plenty of ways, if he draws them, to get 2 ice cards in the pitch on your next turn. All these attacks that are coming in for more than 3, and if you have the ice cards to pitch for it, it's very easy for Oldhim to find. Sometimes you have to be creative in finding reasons to get ice cards in your pitch. Oldhim's not going to have that issue if he draws the cards.
And something funny is that this Channel Lake Frigid that Alexander Vor resolved actually might make it easier for this Oldhim to put more ice cards in his own pitch zone. Let's see if he has them, though.
Starting off with the Macho Grande in the pitch, it leads one to believe that this Channel Lake Frigid is not long for this world, but it also speaks to how aggressive this turn might be.
Yep, going wide through a Channel Lake Frigid turn, that is pretty impressive.
No worries. So there are no Eye of Ophidias being played as of yet. Perhaps it will come, but the software is just resetting, and then we will be able to get the card finder, correct?
Yep. So 2 Channel Lake Friendships in the field here. Both these players just being all friendly with each other, all nice and cuddly.
Absolutely.
Looks like Lucas is just getting permission to look through Alexander Vor's graveyard. Probably potentially looking for more of those defensive pieces. Funnily enough, it is arguable, but the loss of Hypothermia did seem to affect this matchup too, particularly when the Oldhim slanted to being a lot more aggressive. We have seen Rouse the Ancients, E-Strikes, and Zealous Beltings from Lucas's list. And this was a bit of a debate, but a number of Icelanders were choosing to keep Hypothermias in the 60 that they present to Oldhims for that reason. However, that's obviously no longer an option here, so Alexander Vor is going to need to deal with the Zealous Belting and the follow-up attack.
Especially pre-ban, it was feeling like those were more consistent picks from the Iyslander because of how aggressive those Oldhims were slanting. They were running Snapdragon Scalers often.
Yeah. And we see a Frostfang. I believe this is the first Frostfang we've seen it, but honestly, Lucas's hand seemed to have been perfectly crafted to deal with this Channel Lake Frigid. He just goes, all right, I have 2 2-cost attacks. I can perfectly pitch 2 blues for this and take your entire hand. Frostfang is tough for Iyslander to deal with. She does not like dealing with on-hits.
And even if you wanted to activate the Energy Potion to pay for the Frostfang, with that Channel Lake Frigid up, that's going to be an impossible task. And with the Energy Potion in hand for Alex Vor, he currently doesn't have a way represented in hand to even block out this Frostfang.
Yeah, I think he was expecting just a hammer swing after this, going on that early block of 5 on that Zealous belting. And this Frostfang really just threw a wrench in his plans over here.
Gonna give this one a real good think, Mr. Vor is, taking a little closer look at the board state. I like the dramatic view of the players almost like looking at each other.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
This camera setup is absolutely amazing.
Yeah, who did that?
Shout out to Mansant
Yeah,
for that.
it was Ethan, right?
Yep.
Ethan Van Sant.
Ethan Mansant.
Ethan Mansant. Mansant Fab on Twitter.
Mansant Media.
Yeah. Leviah player extraordinaire.
What's a Leviah?
We certainly haven't seen one in the last couple of days.
Is that a new hero?
Hopefully.
Watch him just cut my audio off now. And I'm just silent for the rest of the stream. He's got so mad at me.
Arctic Incarceration also as the block from Mr. Vor. An interesting consideration on the picks because everybody's going to choose differently on what the flex slots replacing the banned cards are going to be. And it looks as though Arctic Incarceration, one of the ones he's bringing in replacement maybe of the Amulets of Ice or another zero-cost ice card that he can play on his opponent's turn.
Yeah,
it looks as though he's going to take some damage.
So there's two things about the Arctic Incarceration. Firstly, we know that he likes to do this Frost Tax endgame. So Arctic Incarceration actually represents 2 Frostbites over something like a Winter's Bite, which, tax is still 2, but only actually generates 1 Frostbite. And other than that, it's also 0 cost, which means it works very well with the Sigil of Permafrost, because you want to pay 1 for Sigil of Permafrost and have 2 for the Waning Moon. So that's why he's opted for these 0 cost ice cards that he can play from his arsenal. And here we see exactly what we talked about earlier. He's cashing in that E-Pot to do a big attack, to try and regain some of this tempo. Now, those E-Pots are not being used on a big combo turn. It is just used to help him stay alive and help him get a foothold in this game.
Not only throw a big attack, but gain a life.
Yep.
As this Findall's Fighting Spirit is going to, and he's going to take a look at that graveyard. But Iyslander Vor is at 2 here as that Findall's Fighting Spirit is going to trigger and gain him a life.
This time he is not open to any Ice React because he already had an arsenal. So Lucas here debating whether he can afford to go down to 13 and maybe just do something really big on his own turn, or whether 13 is too dubious a number to go down to against a wizard.
Also, we've seen Glacial Footsteps in this list. These dominated threats suddenly become much more threatening when you're at a life total of 2. You have 3 block represented on your equipment, but it might be hard to line up exactly what you're trying to do, or if you're forced into your big combo turn by a dominated threat coming at you when you don't want to be doing it, that can be tough on the combo player.
Definitely, and this Chokeslam coming in 2 floating, definitely representing that pummel. Now, normally this wouldn't be that bad for an Iyslander, especially when she has an arsenal, because she can just generate a Frostbite, but Lucas does have the tunic to perfectly counteract the Frostbite. So unless it's one of those Arctic Incarcerations that we saw that taxes the opponent 2, Iyslander Vor has to be thinking about their pummel over here.
Absolutely, and this Chokeslam is going to be coming in for a big old chunk of damage.
It's a big bonk.
It's a big bonk.
So Iyslander Vor does have the Sink Billow in hand to potentially play around the pummel. But in any case, that does still mean that he needs to block 8 perfectly without using the Sink Billow and
fair
hold
amount
it
of his
for the
cards,
pummel.
yeah.
And then if he doesn't get pummeled, now the Sink Billow is in a really awkward spot just sitting in his hand.
Going to go ahead and play out the second Insidious Chill. It's going to require a card to be pitched from his hand. And we'll see how much he wants to commit to this block afterwards, if he's able to try to set up an arsenal as well.
So Lucas for a moment there was motioning that he might activate Tunic in response to Frostbite, but there's definitely no need to do that, and I think that's why he was like, oh wait, no, I don't need to do this yet. Once we go to reactions, I can still just pay to activate my Tunic, and then pummel you after that. Iyslander Vor now potentially just playing, might be putting Lucas in a spot of, all right, if you have it, I die. And that does look like what he's doing. He's saying, okay, if you have the pummel, I will just lose right here. Yep, and Lucas is doing exactly what we called just now. Paid 1 for the Tunic, went up to 2 resources, and is now pummeling Iyslander Vor. And this might be game.
And that's
we see the
game
fist bump
right
extended.
there. I heard Lucas saying in the pregame chatting between the two of them that Lucas has a history of coming right up to that win and then coming right up to that point that he needs and having trouble kind of getting over the finish line. So if he did just manage to punch his ticket to the top 8, this would be a huge point of success for him, and we'd all be very stoked.
Definitely, and getting through Alexander Vor is no mean feat. Now, I just want to talk about that endgame board state from Alexander Vor. Every time you end the game as Iyslander with 2 full Insidious Shields on the board, an E-Pot and a Frost Hex on the opponent, that just does not feel good. That was all that tempo you ceded, all that life you lost to set up those board state pieces, and you never cashed in the value on those pieces.
No. And you're probably not even playing cash in because you're not royal, so it wouldn't make sense to play that card.
Definitely not. Iyslander is just a peasant, apparently.
But yeah, fascinating game between the two of them, and honestly a different flavor, like you said, of the Oldhim than we've seen in coverage so far. This was more aggressively slanted. This was more kind of consistent to what we've seen in other Oldhim builds. This wasn't that fatigue style. We saw a lot of the setup from the Iyslander there. We saw the Insidious Chills, we saw the Frost Hex, we saw the E-Pots, but the E-Pot had to be used to try to gain life, getting the Finals Fighting Spirit in. It wasn't used on the big Frost Hex turn. I saw some Ice Eternals in some of the first hands that Alexander Vor drew, but he pitched him away to try to set up for that turn, the big one, but he just couldn't get there. As a lot of these Oldhims today, they're not putting a lot of pressure on their opponent, so Alexander Vor was maybe expecting to get to that point in the game a little easier, a little less opposed, but not with Zell's Beltons and Rouse the Ancients and Pummels coming at you, man. It's hard.
You have to wonder that whether he was just more teched for that sort of fatigue Oldhim, and so because of that, he had to lose some of his pieces that would have been better against a more aggressive Oldhim.
And you have to wonder about that one Ice React, I think, was a pretty huge move by Lucas. You talked about it. There was the moment that Alex looked down at his card like, I really wanted this in my arsenal. I would way prefer this is in my arsenal than on the top of my deck right now.
And then followed up with a Channel Lake Frisia just to really lock Alexander Vor out for those couple of turns. And then that led into that E-Pod needing to be used for just for a fighting spirit.
And I think that he was very disciplined and he used his Tunic counter both as a threat, as an insurance counter, and to win the game. That Tunic counter on the Oldhim there, on the Oldhim player there was very well used, and again, just very disciplined the way that he kept it up. He kept it as a defense against any Coronet Peak, anything like that, and then used it literally to win the game. So you can't use your Tunic any better than that.
Yeah. Lucas played it wonderfully. Like as you said, there was also that turn, that Ice React turn. He was like, I'm going to take 7, but what I'm going to gain from this is locking you out of the game for a couple of turns. I'm Ice Reacting you now, and I'm sending him a Channel Lake Frigid. It was wonderfully played by Lucas.
Yeah, and great game by both players. Always awesome to get the Wizard Mastermind, Alexander Vor. His legend has spread far and wide, so we were glad to get them in for this final game before we're moving on pretty soon to the top 8 of
the
this
Calling Indy.
It's an exciting time to be here. There's a couple games still going on. I can see Hike from earlier. The Fatigue Oldhim who got fatigued is clearly a masterclass of a player. He's over there. The fist bump was just extended. We'll see who won that game. If he punched his ticket to the top 8 as well. So we're gonna get a sense of what's going on over here. We're gonna cut to a transition for a little bit. Then we're gonna do some giveaways. We've got a very big giveaway coming up. We've got a box of Welcome to Wraith that's being handed over by my incredibly handsome producer. Let's take a look at this one. It's a big bonk of your own, right? No, I mean, very nice to the cards. No bonking with these cards.
Yeah, let's definitely not bonk this. It's pretty valuable. Might be a Tunic in there.
Or a little hard to find. Also, we're gonna give that away along with some other goodies. So don't go anywhere. And then after that, the top 8 reveal and the top 8 matches. So let's get ready for another incredible afternoon of Flesh and Blood.
Welcome, everybody. We've got 2 new people. The faces today have been changing all over the place. But, of course, I'm Mansant. The hair's going crazy. It's turning gray. I'm not sure if that really picks up on camera.
Gray and falling out left and right.
Handfuls of it are going everywhere. Everything is falling apart. My headset on the producer side literally fell apart. But the stream is finally coming together better than ever.
It's absolutely gorgeous.
It's been a lot of people behind the scenes. I know, casting in of itself is not an easy gig. It's long hours. It's a lot of just managing distractions in your ear. It's, just constantly needing to be on. You really can't take a moment to pause even. But the producer side, I think, also goes very unseen. And I didn't have much knowledge of like what that really took to do it full time. And I will admit, the people who've been running this for CFB and SCG, the fact that there's been just like basically 0 hiccups, whether what's being shown on screen is like that amazing or not, not everyone loves like some of the combat chain zooming in or whatever. Doesn't matter. Like that part of it aside, the fact that they have done stuff without hiccups, without like internet issues, without just like cameras failing, holy crap, like props to them. Because this is like the troubleshooting is just insanely hard, especially since we drove together. You've seen it. It's like a 2-bag setup that we're trying to do all this through. So I need to kind of reassess, like going forward, how I'm going to tackle this because I want quality first, but there are just some issues when I'm doing it at like kind of this, like such a light rig.
Yeah,
so,
we definitely have a little bit of work to do after this event too, to just make sure that everything's ready to go for the next one.
Absolutely, because I'd love to do more. I mean, the calling is probably a one-time thing. This really only came together. Oh my God, my hair. This really only came together because unfortunately there was just no coverage planned. It was a bit too short notice. There was some turnover inside LSS.
What's your next event you'll be covering?
Good question. As of now, I think things are planned to go for the SCG-Con Charlotte. So that's going to be like March 3rd through 5th. A nice long weekend again. It's just a battle hardened. I think we should be going together to that one as well. So that'll be fun.
We'll be driving down for that. We're bringing this whole rig back down there with us and taking those lessons that we learned throughout this weekend and starting off at a better foot than we started off this time.
Hopefully. And I'd love to cast that one again. I think the battle hardened level, it's a lot easier to manage production because people aren't expecting it to go flawlessly. It's just like a for fun thing. I mean, hell, those are unpaid gigs. So the battle hardened will just be more casual. It'll be me, hopefully, like another friend, and it'll be a good time. But thank you so much for tuning in for the calling. In the meantime, we're still waiting on some matches before we can get you the top 8. But in the meantime, we do have something to do here. So Lee is the team captain, manager extraordinaire of the Tavern Brawlers. Tavern Brawlers, a great community hub out there. They run a lot of Discord events that really just help link together people who like, what's your pitch on that? Maybe they're just like missing an LGS, or they still want to be part of a loving community.
So I come from a local community where there's a few LGSs here and there, but like the travel space is very dispersed, and our communities are very centric on like the big 3 typically. It's very hard to get into some of these side games or these other games other than those big 3 with such a small community, just because there's just not as much support, and there's a lot of people out there in that same situation, in that same boat. And so as a team, we kind of felt there was a space or a need to step up and actually do more for the community and help bring people together. And this has been kind of the center point of everything we've done throughout this, is just an opportunity to bring people together and hang out and play games.
Well, speaking exactly to that, we've got this here in the flesh that Lee has offered to ship out to literally anyone in the world. So this is going to be a giveaway that is live for the entire world. Doesn't matter where you are. Tavern Brawlers is sponsoring this to just make sure that a box gets to someone in need. Someone who would love a Welcome to Wraith unlimited booster box here anywhere in the world. So the way to enter this giveaway is to type in Tavern Brawlers. You don't need to put an exclamation point. You don't need to put quotation marks. Just type Tavern Brawlers in the chat, and we'll be doing a drawing in like a couple of minutes or so. But this is really a big thank you to Lee, because behind the scenes, there's just been a lot of the Tavern Brawlers who stepped up to help out. I'm associated with the team more in a community role, like content creation role, and I'm trying to get back to the competitive scene. But Levi and Levette and competitive don't like really go in the same sentence, right?
he keeps trying to put them together though, so I'm like, go with it. If you're gonna lean into it, lean into it.
Well, hey, Outsiders is definitely not her set. 1-for-6s apparently are no longer a Levi unique rate. They're just giving them to Rangers and Assassins now. So I'm definitely getting power crept out. That's a different story. She'll have her set later this year. But in the meantime, type Tavern Brawlers down there in the chat, and we'll get this giveaway rolling in. I mean, let's give it like another 2 minutes or so. And actually, my watch is dead, probably fried.
Thank you everybody out there for listening in, tuning in. For those of you who have been with us through the technology difficulties, thank you for staying here and being part of this journey with us. And we're looking forward to hanging out with you all at the next event in Briar and Charlotte, or any events around the world that we can get to. And we'll see you there.
All right, I looked in chat just to make sure. I don't know if the bot will pick it up if you capitalize the T, but the way I have it input is all lowercase.
All lowercase.
If you typed it with capitals, just be careful. I don't know if the bot cares or doesn't, but just to be clear, type this Tavern Brawlers just like that.
Yep.
And you'll be entered in, and we'll do the giveaway in just about another minute here.
Yeah. And we should be easy to find too on Discord. We run The Tavern, and on Facebook it's Tavern Brawlers. So you can find us very easy there.
Absolutely. Yep. And if you there's also the monthly leagues that you do that are actually how I got associated with you to begin with. Just looking for more games to play when I was really early to the game. Not every online community was really easy access as a new player.
Right.
But you guys were overly friendly and really cool to just get games in with. So I definitely improved many very bad Leviathan decks along those monthly events where I just got the reps in to keep going and keep practicing.
We are also constantly improving ourselves. There's always growth going on. There's always new opportunities happening in the tavern. For the first time ever, we have a fully scheduled out, robust schedule as well, all scheduled for the entire quarter of the year. So we're pretty excited. That's including going to be a championship every quarter as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
Should be fun. And speaking of fun, it's going to be fun for one of you right now.
Yes.
Let's go ahead and roll this giveaway. I need to take over. Here, you take over for 1 second. I need to go make sure producer knows what to do. Interim producer, you'll still hear me. 1 second. All right, let's pull this up. Uh-oh. Of course, we're in like a bit of an internet hiccup at the moment. These are very annoying. You've probably seen me say this in chat, but the internet will just dip for like 3 minutes every once in a while. It does some kind of like internal reset, but it will be fine in the end. Okay, so click this when I tell you to roll it, okay? All right, so we have almost 400 people entered in the giveaway. Pretty amazing.
Awesome.
Pretty amazing.
That's awesome. Thank you all.
And one of you is going to win it. And let's do the countdown, Lee. 5,
4,
3, 2, 1. Click it. Who won?
Timothy Mayo.
Mayo. So Timothy Mayo, that's sounds like a proper name right there. M-A-Y-O in the chat has just won, so it should give you a little alert. You should type now !winner if you won, and it'll give you some instructions to follow to make sure this gets to you. So type !winner. In fact, can you type that in the chat? !winner. It'll give you the information. Hopefully, if the bots were set up correctly. Lee's the one who's better at that kind of stuff than me. He's the master of Discord, bots, all that kind of stuff.
Oh, did you do it in Discord?
No, this is, it's like a stream elements bot or something, Nightbot.
Right.
It seemed to work when I tested before.
Yeah.
But did something pop up when you typed winner? Yes. Okay. So an exclamation point did work. So there should be some instructions in chat right now of what you need to do, Timothy Mayo. But if nothing else, this is obviously getting uploaded to YouTube. So bring the mouse that way. That way. Yeah. If nothing else, this is clipped. You definitely won. Whether I can't get in touch with you this way, we'll find some other way to do it.
Yeah.
But congratulations.
And we'll get this over to you.
Congratulations. This is yours. No matter where you are. Lee is going to get it to you. So thank you so much, Lee. Thank you so much to the Tavern Brawlers. And we're going to go back to a little bit of a break while we wait for the top 8 announcement. We'll announce that live here on this stream. And then we're going to cut to change some internet settings, make sure we're more stable for the top 8. The top 8 is going to be in its own separate stream video. So you should be able to click my channel and see that. It's already primed. I think it's scheduled to start at like 4. Obviously, we're way ahead of schedule, which is amazing. So it won't start at 4. It'll start basically as soon as we can. We just need to cut the stream to try to fix internet, and then we'll be back for top 8. Okay, so B-roll now. We'll be back in a second. Congrats, Timothy.
Thank you, everybody.
We got a top 8 for you, everybody. Welcome back to the Calling Indianapolis. And Pankaj, please do me a favor. Let's just cut right to it. Walk me through this top 8.
Yeah, so I was told winter is over.
No, winter is coming.
Winter is coming and has been here for quite a while and is looking to stay for a bit because we have our top 8 and there's a single non-ice hero in this top 8. So let's just go from the top to the bottom. At first, our first 2 places, they're both players with only 1 loss each. We have Charles Dunn on the Fatigue Oldhim that we saw earlier today, and Michael Hamilton on his classic signature Iyslander that we managed to catch on stream yesterday. After that, going at the players with 2 losses, we have 5 players. Timothy Long, also on Oldhim. Tariq Patel, the only non-ice hero here, the aggro represent, if you will, on his Briar. Marjan Bey, after that, coming in with the Iyslander. And then Michael Yazkur, who we saw at the Battle New Jersey. Yes, at Battle New Jersey. He was 2nd place there, again on his Oldhim here. And finally, Lucas Oswald, who we just caught also on Oldhim. Finally, we have 1 X3 squeaking in at the 8th seed here, Aaron Shans. And you guessed it, also on Oldhim.
Yeah, we called this the Calling Indianapolis, but at the end of the day, this is the Calling Aria. There are so many Aria heroes here on this list. Not necessarily in the tales of Aria, but they're all hailing from the region.
Hailing, thank you.
I got to give you one, man. I got to give you one. But, I mean, it's not... Unfortunately, we don't have the third, the trifecta, I guess the quadfecta of all the Aria heroes, but we are looking at an incredibly icy top 8 with the 1 Briar sneaking in Tariq Patel. I mean, Tariq... What can you say about Tariq Patel? He comes in and just smashes through every tournament that he's a part of. Interestingly enough, I'm pretty sure for Canadian Nationals, he was on the Old Man himself and decided to switch to Briar for this one, and clearly it worked out for him, but he's going to have a tall task ahead of him fighting through all of these heroes here.
And I definitely think people will be rooting for him for 2 reasons. Number 1, he's the only non-ice hero in the top 8. And number 2, people really want to see Briar LL and get rid of his Rosetta Thorn from their lives completely.
It's true, but I mean, looking at these games, the 2 Oldhims that we had get fatigued on stream got fatigued to Briar. So we're looking at this top 8 right here. And we're seeing a lot of Oldhim that's just trying to stall the game out of these high-level events where the goal is to win and the goal is to get the PTI and get the gold foil. So, you know, more power to him for playing a deck that's clearly very effective. But be careful what you wish for. If we lose Rosetta Thorn, if we lose Briar, is it just going to be March of the Old Men down Flesh and Blood Row?
Unless something comes up in Outsiders. But the Outsiders heroes are, well... Ranger and Ninjas, historically not very good against Oldhim. Maybe the Assassins can do something against this.
Yeah, we're going to have to see exactly how Outsiders comes in to shake up the meta because we ain't seeing much difference here. These bans came in. I mean, hey, Fai's not here. We're not seeing any Fai.
Yeah, Belittle apparently hit them way harder than Hypothermia, Amulets of Ice, or even Winter's Wail.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's amazing the amount in this tournament that we saw the Titan's Fist come in for 4, and I just every time imagined it was a Winter's Wail, and it was imagine how devastating it would be if there was a Frostbite attached to that weapon.
Yep, and coming back to Tariq's list, I did manage to sneak a peek at it. He is running those red evergreens, so opting for the evergreen recursion package over the Rites of Replenishment recursion package.
Yeah, and clearly it brought him far enough. It brought him to top 8. So here is our plan, everybody. We're going to be ending this stream to create a top 8 graphic for you. We're going to be starting another stream here on the same channel in about 15 minutes or so. We're going to switch over our internet to make it a little more smooth for the top 8 gameplay, and then we're going to be home free for 3 more rounds of Flesh and Blood, and we're going to see who is crowned the winner of the Calling Aria / Indianapolis momentarily for you. So stick around. We'll be back in about 15 or so minutes. They're going to be doing deck checks. We'll be getting ready, and then we'll be back for some hopefully riveting games, and we will be definitely starting. I'll just call the shot now. We're starting with the Briar. Maybe we follow Briar through the top 8. I don't know. We're not?
The games have been riveting so far, so I think we are locked in for some riveting games. Let's just hope they aren't, aggressively long, let's put it that way.
Hey, it's untimed, so we're here for the long haul.
Untimed, yes.
You know? I'll
die
in this chair. All right, y'all. We're going to be back very shortly. Please come back for the top 8 stream. We'd love to have you back in chat, and we'll be seeing you shortly.